Hey everybody. Thank you so much for coming. We're going to have everyone start to roll into the presentation room here. We are officially going to get started. I'm Josh Bois, the CEO of Global Capital Network. Appreciate you guys all coming to the conference today. We're going to be having MedTech for the first several hours and then all industries throughout the rest of the evening. Many of the companies tonight you can find on our deal flow platform, Global Deal Flow, so you can look through the companies, message them, see what you're interested in. I see some familiar faces throughout the crowd, some returning guests, some new people. I'm going to introduce our first MC, Elias, on stage. He's going to introduce himself. He's always here as a rock star in the medtech space. And then we're going to get on with the first presentations. All right, thank you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give Josh a big round of applause. He's the one who makes this day possible. Josh. So I'll be brief, but my name is Elias Serjan. As said, I'm very active in the world of longevity, but the word I actually prefer to use is health span. Who has heard of health span here, right? So how do you define health span? How is it different? It's sort of the new buzzword of our time because we all know that we probably all have a family member or a relative who we've seen decline towards the end of their life, and that what they often now call the marginal decade or 20 years even of that decline. So you're alive, right? That's your lifespan, but your health span isn't so good. So I travel around the country and I spend a lot of my time talking about health span, advocating for it. I also own 2 companies in the space, and I've publicly declared on stages all over the world that I plan to live 100 healthy years on this planet. Who's with me? Actually, that was not too bad. That was not too bad because that is something you do have to have if you want to live 100 healthy years. You have to have passion, right? You have to have the desire to drive. You also really got to take care of your mental health, not just your biological and physical health. So it's we're all 40 trillion cells, each and every one of us, of very complex systems. And this is why health and healthcare is a very complicated industry. So we're going to be working with some founders and leaders and executives today that we're going to be hearing in the MedTech portion, which is the portion I'll be your master of ceremonies for, about how they are trying to optimize that health span for humanity. And before we start that, I'm just going to take a moment to tell you about the 2 companies I operate in the space. I'm not going to do any slides. I'm not going to go into them. But if you're interested, you can always talk to me. I'll be around here. I'll be leaving shortly after my portion of the day, but if you want to talk to me, I'd love to tell you more. I run a company called Proven Research, and what we do is we validate the claims of longevity and wellness products. And I'll give you a quick example of this. Who here in the last 30 days has taken a nutritional supplement of any kind? Raise your hands, right? So probably just about everybody. Do you think it worked for you? Yes or no? Yes? Okay, how do you know? How do you know it works? Feel better, right? So that's subjective, right? That's subjective, right? Or anecdotal evidence, we would say in science. Energy, right? So basically, these are the things that we think, we kind of, I think it's working for me. But who here, for example, has blood lab data that shows their wellness product is working for them? Does anybody have blood labs? 1 person, 2 people. So this is what we do at Proven. We run clinical trials, often virtually. You could all join a study, we're running them all the time, where right now, for example, we're doing a study on NAD supplementation through NMN. So NAD levels decline as you age, right? They go off a cliff. In fact, NAD and glutathione are 2 things that if you're in your 40s, you should be concerned about because that's part of what they call inflammaging. And so they go down. We're testing a supplemental protocol and product to see how it impacts the blood serum NAD just through fingertip blood tests. We're sending them a Garmin device. They're getting a Garmin smart scale. We're going to measure all of this at home. They're also doing a cardiometabolic blood test. There's a fingertip, and it's all virtual. So we're doing this with participants all over the country. So we do that, and then the study sponsor, which is a supplement company at the end of that study, now can go to market instead of just saying, our product makes you healthier because we think so, because we say so. In an independently run trial, we found that our product increased NAD levels across the study participants by 72%. And that's what we do. So if anyone is interested in that, please reach out to me. And then the other thing is I also run events in the space to sort of educate the public, and I can tell you more about that later. So let's go into our first speaker. I want to make sure John Ashley is in the room. Yes, John, so he's going to make it to the stage. And he is a really tough dude. He already took someone's spine out this morning, so we have him here to show us. So he's going to be talking about Arctis Surgical, and he is going to be, scoliosis. Okay, so this is going to be a medtech portion. So I know we have a lot of investors in the room. If you're interested in medtech, it's going to be a great beginning of your event to get us started. So John, please take us away. You have your mic, you have your clicker, you have your time, and give John a big round of applause as our first speaker, please.
Thanks so much, Josh. Let me see how these slides come up, though. We have slides. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Ashley. I'm the CEO and founder of Arctis Surgical. Our job is to solve the problem of scoliosis in children and adults. You know, this is primarily a female problem. About 8 to 1 girls to boys have surgery. About 4 to 1 women to men have surgery for scoliosis. And we're going to take care of that problem for them. Still no slides. We're a very experienced medical device team. My management group has over 90 years combined experience in this space. That includes 8 startups that have exited. In total, we've generated over $1.7 billion in investor value in our startups. Our recent company called Coaline Innovations was the world's first FDA-approved expandable interbody fusion cage. And the team is coming from that company where after 2 rounds of funding, we sold to Stryker Spine at a 16x multiple. And how do we advance the slides here? Yeah, I'm pushing it. It's always good to go first. There we go. So yeah, that's the team. We all worked at Coaline, and we've been there and done that in the medical device and the implantable spine market. As well, we have a great advisory group. Our outside board member, Tom Afsel, ran Spinal Kinetics for 12 years, sold that to Orthofix, and we have the top docs, both in the pediatric spine world and the adult spine world, guiding our product development and clinical pathway. But I want to take a minute and introduce you to Maya. Maya is the daughter of one of my friends who went through this process as a young girl. At the age of 10, she was diagnosed with scoliosis. You can see the curvature looking at her back. And she went through the process that lots of kids do in this country. Over 1 million kids get diagnosed every year with scoliosis. When it gets to be about 20 degrees, they get a torso brace they have to wear 22 hours a day, just take it off to bathe. Very uncomfortable. You can imagine a prepubescent adolescent girls don't really love wearing those torso braces. Not a lot of fun. And even if they wear the brace as prescribed, the brace just prevents the spine from getting worse. It's successful if their spine doesn't curve another 5 degrees. But unfortunately, for about 40,000 kids every year, just in this country alone, it does get worse, and then they have to have a surgery to straighten their spine out. The gold standard is a fusion where their spine gets opened up from their neck down to their hip. 2 solid titanium rods and dozens of screws get put in. Yes, their spine gets straightened, and Maya went through this and got a straight spine, but that spine doesn't move anymore, and it doesn't grow. So if they're getting that surgery when they're 11, 12 years old, their torso is not going to get any longer. Maya was a very active girl, soccer, ballet, skiing, and all that went away after the surgery. There we go. Recently, a couple of products have come on the market to try to address this problem where these spines are being fused and no longer move. Zimmer brought out the first product. It's been spun out now in a company called High Ridge, called the Tether. And Globus copied that product and came out in the market a couple years ago. That's great because it validates the market interest in these products. But these are static tethers. They get put in through minimally invasive incisions on the side of the spine. They pull the spine straight, and after that's done, it's up to what happens with that child and how they grow, whether that product holds up. The clinical data shows they have about a 35% complication rate, but now the real world evidence is more like 50 plus. We're changing that with our dynamic tethering system. So not only do we preserve the motion of the spine like those static tethers, but we also allow for that spine to grow. After the initial surgery, the patient can come back to the doctor's office and get adjustments non-invasively so that they get a personalized solution for their spine and they can continue all their activity and sport. So this is what the product looks like. I actually have it here and out in the ballroom, so happy to demo it for you. One end of the tether gets attached to this adjuster that gets implanted. That's that inset image. And in the doctor's office, that adjuster can be accessed magnetically and change the length and tension of that tether so the spine can get personally straightened for each person. So if Maya would have had this option when she went through the process, she could have continued all her activities. She would have had a shorter hospital stay, faster recovery, and a more active lifestyle. As she said to me many times, any spine motion would have been nice to have because she doesn't have any. So not only is this a great solution for these patients, but it's a great market as well. There's a huge opportunity here both in the existing market with kids and adults, and with this solution we can expand and bring this product to patients who aren't getting a good solution with those braces. Zimmer, getting into this market first, did a lot of heavy lifting for us. They have existing codes, coverage, and payment, and it's a very attractive market. The ASPs for these products are $30,000 plus, so it's very quick with the low cost of goods to grow this business and get profitability. If you compare our device to the two static tethers on the market as well as all these fusion rod systems that have been used for decades, you can see we have a lot more to offer the patient and the surgeon in terms of getting a better outcome and having a better life. So we've been in discussions with lots of strategic companies, Medtronic, Globus, NuVasive, OrthoPediatrics. They're interested in what we're doing. We have multiple spine surgeons who've invested in the company, separate from our advisory group. We were the 2020 Best New Spine Technology of the Year in orthopedics this week. We have IP coverage for our platform in the US and around the world. And we're got convincing preclinical data. So we're still preclinical. We've implanted our device in pigs, and over a 3-month time period, every few weeks, made adjustments using the external controller to change the tension, confirm that via X-ray. The system worked as intended, and the device remained intact. We have breakthrough device designation from the FDA, which fast tracks our product. We've also de-risked this by talking to the FDA multiple times. They've reviewed our clinical protocol, our preclinical protocol, all our bench testing data, and they like what we're doing. We've got a fast track through the FDA with what's called a humanitarian device exemption method to get on the market. With that, we only need to do 50 patients in our clinical trial, which is relatively cheap and inexpensive compared to most implants. And we expect in 4 years to be selling this and ramp up to profitability 3 years after commercialization. We've got great relationships based on our history and our ongoing efforts in the field. So we're raising a Series seed to complete the product development and all the testing I just described so that we can get approval from the FDA to get into patients. This is about 7 quarters of runway and gives us plenty of buffer there to make it to that milestone. We've already put $650,000 in the bank of this raise, have another $1.5 million verbally committed, and this is how the funds are going to be used. We see the opportunity for this product to exit with an FDA approval. So exit in 4 years with a nice 20x return to investors in this round. That's based on our experience. We've done this before. We've brought a cutting-edge technology to the market previously and sold a company without commercializing it, actually without even having clinical data in the shoulder space. And the market conditions are similar, where you're bringing a cutting-edge technology. There's lots of players who don't want to be left out. You set up an auction, sell your company at a nice return, and get a good exit for investors early on. We've done everything I've shared with you today on a shoestring, $800,000 between our pre-seed friends and family round and non-dilutive grants. We're very capital efficient because we know what we're doing and we don't waste any money or time. So we're going to make a difference for scoliosis, starting with children, but then the platform can be expanded and used in adults as well. We've got great coverage, good proof of principle in animals, and great IP coverage, and an attractive market with high gross margins. I also want to point out that compared to a lot of spine products, orthopedic products, implants, this is a focus market. There's only about 400 pediatric spine surgeons in the country. This is all done in children's hospitals and large academic centers, so the sales effort is very concentrated, reduces that cost to commercialize. It's our mission to ensure that children with scoliosis lead a healthy, active life like their peers without, and we'd love you to join us on that mission. Happy to take questions, and I'll be out in the ballroom later.
All right. That was great, John. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Anybody have any questions for John in the room? You covered it all so thoroughly that they don't have any questions. Yes.
So, thank you. Can you break down your use of the 800 to get where you're at so far?
So, could you just say?
The use of funds so far, the 800,000 so far, how has that been used to get to where you are?
Yeah, so that's all gone to the product development, the regulatory efforts, and the IP, right? The founders, we haven't taken any salaries. We've put in all our own money to date, but at this point we want to expand the investment group so that we have that for the extra backup to get us all the way to commercialization.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it.
All right, thanks everyone.
All right, give John a round of
Happy to
applause.
see
Thank you
you
so much.
outside.
And he looks like he has that demo, and as you can tell, that was obviously, that was something, I didn't know that was that prevalent in childhood either. I'm sure a lot of people who just discovered that for the first time with me, right? I didn't realize the prevalence of that particular concern for adolescent kids, predominantly girls as well, for scoliosis. So I think that's a great project. I'm familiar with that exit strategy, once you go, because we do research. So yeah, a lot of times when a company like his does that FDA clearance, once they get through that, then the big players come in and just end up acquiring them because they want the IP. Okay, so next up is going to be a fireside chat that we're going to have up here. So I'd like to welcome Howard Simon to the stage, the president of Rejuvenation Science, who you're going to learn about in our talk. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Howard to the stage.
Thank you.
You guys are actually pretty good about clapping for an investor conference. A lot of times when I ask for the applause, there's like one lone person. So I really want to thank you for that and acknowledge you. So please grab a seat. Okay, so we've met before, so we've had this conversation. It feels like a deja vu. But let's start first, I guess, since you brought up your book, let's start with your book, Howard. So maybe let's just talk about what this book is covering first as a topic, and then we'll go into how you decided to cover that topic. So first, MMM theory, a new paradigm in medicine. So what is MMM theory?
The book sets out the theory of the underlying cause of inflammation, whereas medical practitioners diagnose inflammation and try and treat the symptoms of inflammation. Inflammation is the body's natural protective reaction to environmental contaminants. So by understanding the cause of the inflammation, one can treat far beyond treating the symptoms.
Right, and that came with the title, right? Because that's the underlying cause is this idea, right? The inflammation treatment book revealing the root cause. And for those of you, maybe you're familiar with the world now of functional medicine, when I mentioned longevity earlier, there's real interest in this idea of root cause disease, right? So we don't just treat symptoms, what's actually causing, how do we treat that, and that's kind of the holy grail right now of health span. So what does this MMM theory refer to? What's the title there?
MMM stands for microbial mucosal milieu. If we wrote that out there, nobody would ever even look at the book. But the book also talks about the way that the microbiome, which exists in every organ and system in the body, protects the body from environmental contaminants, both allowing nutrients to enter the body and waste material to be removed from the body.
Right, and who here has heard of the microbiome, right? Everyone's probably heard that term. It's a pretty popular term, but did you just find out, maybe for the first time, that everything is a microbiome? In fact, I mentioned at the top, your 40 trillion cells, most of those cells are bacteria, as freaky as that is to hear. So you really are a very complicated collection of 40 trillion cells, and a lot of them are bacterial, that part of that microbiome, right? So what did you discover in writing this book, and how does it relate to the work you're doing now?
Well, the microbiome is a very diverse group of bacteria, and it is the reason for one of our products, which is our diversity probiotic, to increase the diversity because every organism operates differently, and in the body there's a different community of bacteria in every organ and system in the body. This came from my health journey where I had colitis and it got bad eventually. The supplements that we sell in our business were able to help improve the symptoms, but I was still at high risk for a fast-moving cancer and had a pancolectomy, my colon removed.
Right, and so you have, in rejuvenation science now, you're currently selling products and supplements, which I don't know if you have any here with you. Do you have samples? Are they in the gift bags, or what's going on? How can people learn more about that?
There are some samples, there's some handouts. I'm signing the book if anybody is
signing the
interested
book.
in that.
Right, just as a gift, you're signing the book and giving it away?
Yes.
Oh, wow, look at that. Take advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. You can learn a thing or two. And then, obviously, this is an investor conference. Are you raising money? And if so, what for?
We are raising money to increase our marketing to and for our practitioner base. Doctors now will have the ability to reach not only their patients, but a community of interested individuals, and that community doesn't necessarily have to be geographic. It can be based on the doctor's specialty and what they enjoy talking about, whether that's sports or it's their particular specialty in medicine.
And how many practitioners do you already have in rejuvenation science in your network?
We have about 300 practitioners. We have about 3,000 on our mailing list. We're getting more frequently as we attend more medical conferences. Those 300 doctors have 300,000 patients, and we're looking at signing up a number of healthcare organizations which have 10 to 15,000 doctors each.
All right, and it looks like we ran out of time here, so looks like Brad has a quick question to finish us off. Well, it's about the cover, so we're running out of time, but one of the big things I know you're also raising money for is the microplastic test, right? So I don't know, I'm sure you've all seen this in the news. It's been headline like everywhere, New York Times, Forbes, everyone's covering it. Tell us, Howard, how much plastic does the average American consume right now?
The average American consumes 5 grams of plastic a week, which is the equivalent to a credit card worth of plastic a week. However, if they drink bottled water, which is typically in plastic bottles, their consumption is double that amount of plastic per week.
So if you, just to reinforce that, that means you're essentially eating like a credit card every week. Like, so what if I handed you your credit card, said eat this, would you do it? No way, but that's what we're doing right now. And it's unfortunately being found in every organ system in the body. They found it in the ovaries of women, the testicles of men, everywhere in the body. So the problem is this is kind of a new phenomena, at least in terms of us recognizing it, but there's not a lot of ways to diagnose how bad it is in an individual. And it could be part of this underlying condition. If you have too much microplastics in your body, maybe that's part of why you're sick. So how are you solving for that? And we'll end on that.
Well, the body does respond to the contaminants, which include microplastics in the body. You see it in arthritis, you see it in Alzheimer's, you see it in heart disease, and we are licensing testing for the microplastics with initially a spot blood test and later a blood draw, which will analyze 6 different types of microplastics so that the physician community can treat and manage or avoid microplastics in the body.
Right, and I'll just end on that because right now in the I work with functional medicine doctors all over the country. There's about, depending who you ask, about 30 to 40,000 functional medicine doctors, all treating concierge patients. All of them will want this test. So if you wanted to learn more about that, make sure you go talk to Howard from Rejuvenation Science and learn about how you can be part of that. So thank you, Howard, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Make sure you go grab a book if he's kind enough to give those away. All right, thank you. So next up, to keep us going, do we have Neil? Neil's in the room. Olfactive biosolutions. I know what the olfactory system is, so I'm curious to hear what you're doing. It says here, replacing pharmaceuticals with food molecules. I'm sorry, I'm stealing your thunder a little bit, but that sounds very exciting. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Niels. There's your microphone, there's your clicker, and it's all you. Give Niels a round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. So make sure I get this. Just quick introduction. So Nils Lamren. I founded Olfactive Biosolutions a little less than 2 years ago. And prior to that, had a long career in large CPG. Started with Kraft, moved to PepsiCo, and then spent over 10 years with Del Monte Foods. Ultimately was Del Monte Foods CEO. At the time was a $4 billion publicly traded company. Left and decided to found this biotech company. And what we do is, what Big Pharma does is they work in a lab and they create synthetic molecules to affect receptors in the body, which trigger physiological responses, whatever that may be, to treat different conditions. Our approach is to get the same result, but not via creating synthetic molecules, but by targeting specific molecules in GRAS-listed food ingredients. So we take specific food molecules and put those in formulations, patent those formulations. Once those are ingested, they trigger either olfactory or ectopic receptors to trigger responses. We've got 5 patents so far, 9 pending. And our first product we're going to take to market is a product that is a gel cap that, once consumed, triggers the release of 3 hormones. Those hormones are GLP-1, GIP, and PYY. So essentially, it is a all-natural gel cap that is made up of 6 different fruit and vegetable molecules. So we target a specific molecule in clove, for example, or cinnamon, which is really the active ingredient within those foods, pack those into a gel cap, and trigger the release of those hormones. So what we have is a food molecule, all natural replacement for a Ozempic, Mounjaro, any one of those prescription pharmaceutical products. So much of the world can't or won't use Ozempic for lots of reasons. whether it's the access, the affordability. I was speaking to someone the other day, and they're very happy with the results they're getting from their Ozempic. Unfortunately, it's costing them $1,400 a month to do. Supply, tolerability, side effects with synthetic molecules can be very, very intense. Obviously, there's needles involved. You've got to go to the doctor, get a prescription, go to a pharmacy. Skip right over this. So what we do is we design formulations of food molecules that cause the same physiological effects as the active pharmaceutical ingredients. Big Food then will incorporate those into their existing brands and trigger those physiological responses. So an example of that is we just recently signed a contract with a $30 billion very large branded food company. We'll be making a press release in the next week or so. And they want to incorporate our weight loss formulation into their branded coffee pod. So you get up in the morning, you put your coffee pod in the machine, have your cup of coffee, which you do every day anyway, and you get both your caffeine and your Ozempic at the same time. We have formulations that cross many different chronic diseases. As I said, 5 patents and 9 pending. However, our focus is on the GLP-1 class as our first beachhead. So you can see, and I think most people understand how Ozempic and those weight loss pharma products work. What we do is we develop these proprietary formulations of food molecules. They're built into products like coffee or cookies or supplements, as I mentioned, a gel cap. Consumers then typically consume those either in a food or via the supplement format, and it increases GLP-1 and insulin secretion, lowering both glucose levels and slowing the gastric emptying process. So we've done some extensive consumer trials. This slide is not updated. We just completed a consumer trial with our product with about 60 trial patients, and in that saw pretty phenomenal results. People reported, lack of reduced food noise, weight loss, loss of interest in sweets, alcohol, significant amount of positive. By myself, I actually lost about 8% of my body weight over the past month. So, pretty amazing results. There are some competitors out there, but none of them are doing what we're doing, where we're actually taking natural food molecules, targeting specific receptors, and triggering physiological responses comparable to pharma replacements. 3 paths to the consumer. One is direct to consumer via a gel cap format. The other is, as I mentioned, just signed an agreement with a very large $30 billion food company to integrate into their products. And we also have IP licensing discussions with other supplement companies. So they would then just license the IP and market the product under their brand. Projections on our revenue through 2027. Very strong team. You can see My co-founder, Chris Hansen, has a tremendous amount of experience in the space. Birgit, our Chief Operating Officer, had started up Patagonia Provisions and has significant experience in both D2C marketing and commercialization of new products and startups. A strong advisory team, currently raising $1 million in safe notes, raised about $400,000 to date. The first raise we did was about $1 million. Most of that was just insider money. So this is kind of the first external. And then we'd look in the next 12 months to do a Series A once the clinical trials are complete. So those are scheduled for results in December of this year. As I mentioned, very positive on the consumer trials, but we are doing IRB clinical trials. We're focused on blood pressure, serotonin, dopamine release, which would address anxiety medications, muscle regeneration. We have an Alzheimer's prevention formulation, inflammation, etc. All of those are patents that we hold. However, the focus is go to market with the GLP-1 product, keep the team focused. So thank you very much, and apologize for running over by a minute or so.
Okay, Niels, it's very interesting. I think we all know, GLP-1s are very hot right now, so I think it's a good place to start. But it looks like you have a really interesting pipeline as well. So if people want to come talk to you more, where do they find you?
The best way is just send me an email at Nils.
Can we put that his last slide back up on the screen for 1 second in case you need to take a?
Right on the slide there.
Yeah, if we could just put that last slide, just if you didn't get a chance to, because it went by real quick. We'll just keep that up there. So if you want to talk to Niels, do you have a booth here today, Niels, or not?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. So look for the guy. Remember, Niels, the guy in the cool shoes and the gray sweater, and then just take a picture of that. Yeah. If anybody wants to reach out to him, we know I'm working with like multiple companies that are all trying to come with non-pharmaceutical GLP-1 alternatives. There's a lot of people doing it, but it looks like you guys have a very evidence-based approach. So congratulations to you.
No, I think we've cracked the code.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. There's his information. Just put the microphone down there, and if you need to talk to Niels, please reach out. You got his information there, and we are going to get ready for next up, Amorta Bio. We're looking for Boris. Are you in the room? Right there. Okay, Mr. Boris, the chairman and CEO of Amorta Bio, and he is going to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart, which is stem cells. So has anyone here actually done stem cell therapy? Maybe you don't want to raise your hand sometimes. A couple people here. So we're going to learn a little bit from Boris. Right there is your clicker and your microphone. Just grab that. You'll see your time come up on the clock. It looks like you have 5 minutes, Boris. So going to be quick. But tell us about how you're using stem cells to deal with aging and cancers. Ladies and gentlemen, give Boris a round of applause.
Thank you, everybody. So actually, my name is Thomas Ickham. Boris couldn't make it. I'm the president and chief scientific officer of Amorta. And how do we start the slides?
It might just take them a second. They're getting ready. Okay. Oh, there it goes.
There we go. Okay, so our company is about something very exciting. It's what we call radical longevity. We want to make you live longer. Not live longer by a year or two, but live longer by decades. We also want to enhance our shareholder value. And we've been there, we've done that. The management of the company, myself and Boris, have had multiple companies where we started, came out with a product, and sometimes we didn't even take the product in the clinic, and we sold the company for big multiples. So to tell you a little bit about what we do, our vision is twofold, two platforms. One is senolytic immunotherapy. Senolytic immunotherapy means to kill the old cells. It is known that if you kill old cells, cells that are senescent, the younger parts of the body start rejuvenating. The other part of what we do is how do we go back? I'm sorry. Here we go. Senolytic immunotherapy and cellular rejuvenation. Cellular rejuvenation, we mean by that to make new cells in the body. Specifically with cellular immunotherapy, we are going after oncology. So there's new discoveries that have shown in the last year and a half, it's been published, that tumor cells surround themselves with senescent cells. The senescent cells are all cells that make different cytokines that make the tumor grow, they make the tumor metastasize, and they allow the tumor to escape the immune system. So what we figured out is we figured out a way how to activate the immune system to kill the senescent cells. And we showed that this works in animal models of lung cancer, breast cancer. So that's the cancer. That's the treated animals, the untreated animals. The tumor grows. The treated animals for lung, breast, glioma, which is incurable brain cancer, and pancreatic. All of these we can cure in mice. So this technology, we're now going into people. We're going to the FDA. Filing was called an IND. And we hope to begin clinical trials this year. The second technology, we call it stem cell revivify. We have successfully taken blood from people in the 70s, made the blood into a pluripotent stem cell that can make any tissue of the body, and then differentiate that into younger cells. We have successfully demonstrated doing this in animal models of liver failure. That's a healthy liver. You can see how it's dark. The white, this is liver failure. When you treat it with the stem cells we generate, you see rejuvenation. So that all of our work is covered by patents. We have 20 patents. We just filed another one in the last week. And I would love to hear any questions that you have. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Okay, that was nice and fast. Well done. Give a round of applause. That's the speed presentation of the day. So good job.
Oh, wow.
And it's Thomas, you said, right?
Yes,
so who has
sir.
questions for Thomas? If not, I'm going to hit him with a couple because I know the space. Okay, so you just mentioned specifically you're not using exogenous stem cells, right? So you're actually
Exactly.
using this is a big deal for those of you who don't know. Exogenous stem cells means basically you're taking them from umbilical cords or another a donor of some kind. You're talking about using the patient's own stem cells, which actually is the holy grail of stem cell therapy. Are you getting it from the bone marrow, or what's your processing?
Thank you so much for listening. Thank you all for listening. So here's the point. The point is we can take old cells from the blood. We take a specific cell, we isolate it, and we de-differentiate it. So we're using genetic modification. We actually can take an old cell, make it into the equivalent of an embryonic stem cell. We have taken, and we've done this for multiple donors. This truly is the fountain of youth. We did not discover this. Yamamaka discovered this and won a Nobel Prize. What we have done is we figured out a way how to commercialize this and to do this in a scalable manner. So right now, according to the world technology, it costs about $500,000 to $1 million per patient. With our technology, we have substantially reduced the cost.
Right, and so, because that was the Nobel Prize 2 years ago now, was it? Yeah, 2 years ago. And so this again is the holy grail of cellular rejuvenation. So you already have a patent because you can't necessarily patent the Yanamaka factor. So tell us a little bit about
those patents are expired. Well, most of them are already expired. What we did is we have patented technologies on how to reduce the cost and how to optimize the same approach. You know what it's like Apple did not invent the computer, but they brought the desktop to everybody. Right. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're not geniuses. All we're trying to do is we're just trying to take technology that exists, take it up a notch, and make it available for the common people, make an actual product out of it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, for those of you, if anyone here is interested in medtech, I haven't done my due diligence. I know about but I know from the scientific principles that you're describing, this is really one of the holy grails. Cellular rejuvenation is something. I mean, who would not sign up for that? If we could just draw your blood and essentially make your existing cells young again, and you would be 50 or 60 years old with essentially the biological energy and cellular functioning of your 30-year-old self, right? Everybody would sign up for that because this would be DNA identical cells. So this is the holy grail of aging right here if anyone's looking.
And we hope to have this in the clinic and clinical trials by the end of the year for liver failure.
All right. And so can we just put, I'm sorry, we're going to probably keep doing this to you guys. Can you just put up his contact information on the screen one last time if we have that? Thank you, Thomas, for your time. And just leave me the microphone. And if you want to see Thomas, just remember this gentleman. You can go talk to him. Do you have a booth here, Thomas? Outside. Okay, so they got a booth here, so you can look for them. That is Amorta Bio, and Thomas, not Boris, was the guy. I'm looking next up for Jeff. Is Jeff here? Okay, Jeff, if you want to make your way to the stage, it's Jeff Meckler. I hope I'm saying that right. In Adaptus Therapeutics, and looks like you guys are actually a public company listed on NASDAQ, if I'm correct. Yes. So this is a public company. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to be doing, but you have a little bit of time to share what you're doing with us, Jeff. They are looking at innate and an adaptive immune response for disease cure. Noticing a bit of a theme here. Everybody just wants to cure all the diseases. They want to make you young again. You know, so this is great. It's a great time we're living in right now. We've never had more potential to cure human aging and disease than we do right now. So tell us about what you're doing. Please give Jeff a round of applause.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for coming. So let's see here. Did I hit the right button? Back it up. There we go. Okay, I will be making forward-looking statements, and because we're a public company, I need to tell you to check out our latest filings. So Indaptus, and I have like 12 minutes, so I'm going to be really quick. It's going to be like a FedEx commercial. But what Indaptus is, we're a clinical immuno-oncology company, and the highlights here in this deck is actually on our website. So I'm not going to go through everything, but essentially we are in the clinic. On Tuesday, we announced that we are starting our phase 1b/2 trial for our lead candidate, and this is really our first proof of concept. And so over the next few months, we're going to dose patients in this, and this is our first time to actually see a signal of efficacy. Everything to date has all been safety. We formed this company 3.5 years ago, so to go from formation to actually being at your proof of concept study is a pretty miraculous timeline. Wow, some of this doesn't translate so well, but basically, what's going to happen, the upcoming milestones are more safety data and data on our combination study. And that last bullet point is really about this technology can be used in a lot of different applications. We're just focused on immuno-oncology. So the thing that we're trying to tackle, the problem we're solving is immuno-oncology today is really built around trying to find that silver bullet, that one magic switch that'll make your body fight the cancer better. And it has really changed a lot of the therapeutic paradigm. And we've seen a lot of successes. Checkpoint inhibitors have been a game changer. The #1 selling drug in the world is Keytruda. It's a checkpoint inhibitor, an anti-PD-1 from Merck. And what it does is it turns off the brakes that cancer turns on in your immune system. But it only works in 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 patients. And across the whole spectrum of immuno-oncology, that's how everything works. Just works in a small subset. Our inventor of our technology and our chief scientific officer, his concept was, what if we could activate the immune system the way it's designed to work? Your immune system is very complicated, and it's actually designed to, synergize on different components. The fear has always been if you tried to do this, the immune system would go out of whack. You get cytokine storm or macrophage activation syndrome, or something that the immune system then attacks the body itself. So what Dr. Newman set out to do was he really set out to turn the paradigm on its head. Current paradigm is an agent that only acts in a very narrow part of the immune system and acts for a long time. They give you an infusion, it's in your body for, say, 21 days, they give you another infusion. So what he did was say, why don't we try to broadly express the immune system, get it upregulated, turn it on, but we're going to do it in a pulse. We're just going to do it in these short bursts, and that way we won't have cytokine storm or macrophage activation syndrome. All the things that could go really awry in the immune system we'll manage by just doing it shortly. So we look to gram-negative bacteria, and the reason for this is gram-negative bacteria does several things that are really important. First of all, it has a naturally occurring set of immune agonists. Our bacteria has a number of toll-like receptors, nod-sting, all of these different agonists. And what also happens with gram-negative bacteria is it's picked up in the immune system very quickly. So our therapy within 2 hours is out of the body. So we give an infusion for an hour, and then it's gone within 2 hours. However, we see the immune response, and it continues for a period of time afterwards. And we think that, in combination with other agents, will actually provide a huge benefit for cancer patients. So what do? It's really simple. We have an engineered bacteria. This is not a bacteria you're going to find out in nature. This bacteria can't replicate in humans, so we really made it safe that way. But what we do is we change the parameters of the immune activators on the bacteria. And the reason is we're managing the toxicity. So the example I always give everyone, it's like being in the recording studio. You turn down that at the mixing box, that level for the synthesizer, and all of a sudden you can hear the drums and the bass and all of the other instruments. So we do that. I apologize for all the back and forth. We do that, and then what you see is you get this lipopolysaccharide, which is the most potent and leading toxicity. We reduce that by about 90%. We kill the bacteria, and then we stabilize it. We process it in a very special way. And that then is the therapy. So this is just in a quick highlight. What we have here is you see it's now 2025. We're in the middle of the year. I mean, it's March, but for us, we think it's the middle of the year. And we are now starting this combination study. And if you go back to our prior studies, this is what we said we would do back 3 years ago. So I'm going to go really quickly, but this is what we've observed in humans. I always get the question, are you in humans? Yes, this is human data. I'm going to show you mouse data in a moment. But in humans, it does what we predicted it to do. This is why we are so enthusiastic about what's going to happen over the next 6 to 12 months. It clears quickly, which is what we expected it to do. We see a transient increase, and we see this in more than 50 cytokines and chemokines. And I know for some of you who aren't science people, what does that mean? These are the precursors that activate your immune cells. Most therapies only do a handful of them. I've never seen a therapy that does 50 or more cytokines and chemokines. The other thing is we do have, and if you read our press releases, we talk about our adverse events. This is not a placebo type of effect. When we give the infusion, people feel like they're having an immune response, which is no different than a flu or a cold. They get a fever, they get aches, they get chills, they may have a little hypotension. All of this resolves normally with just additional fluids, as well as things that antihistamines like Benadryl or NSAIDs like Tylenol or Aleve. This slide just highlights very quickly what happens. And what you see is this is TNF-alpha. This is known to have anti-tumor activity. And what happens is these are 4 patients in the study. All of this stuff is on our website. We published at AACR, ASCO, SITC, all of the scientific conferences. But what it shows you is we dose the patient, we get a spike in their immune response, and then within 24 to 72 hours, all of the different variables come back to baseline. This is that pulse prime. We validated it in humans. We have it for lots of different components within there, and I'm just highlighting one for just illustrative purposes. So I always get asked, why is this different? Well, current cancer therapies are long and narrow. And what I mean by that is they're in the body a long time, they're constantly hitting the immune system in just one place. We are broad and short, the pulse prime hypothesis. So this is comparing the types of things we activate in natural killer cells, those are what NK cells, macrophages, dendritic cells, T cells, B cells. We literally are just priming the immune system to make it work better, make it do what it was designed to do. This is just an example to show you why it does work better. These are single agents, and the lower numbers, those lower numbers tell you how much activity there is. The higher numbers with a decoy therapeutic shows you there's synergy when you combine different activators of your immune system. Now, this is the slide that I think is kind of like the money slide. This is the one that is so exciting, and this is what we're doing in humans today. So this is a mouse study. This is hepatocellular carcinoma. These are mice, healthy mice that we give liver cancer to. And the top bar is what happens if you do nothing. The next bar, you see that it's kind of green, it says anti-PD-1. That's the bar that happens when we give the leading cancer drug that's available. 1 out of 6 respond, and you see a delay in the tumor growth. If you give a decoy therapeutic by itself, it does something similar to what an anti-PD-1 does. But if you look at that bottom bar, we get 100% tumor eradication at, I think it's 60 days, and then 5 out of 6 durable responses at day 91. This is what we're trying to replicate in humans. We will not get this type of replication. I do not expect 80, 90% complete response rates. But as I said earlier, Keytruda works in maybe 1 out of 5, 1 out of 6 patients in a number of cancers. If we get that to 2 out of 5, this is a home run. And we could do better. I have no idea. That's why we do the experiment. And now my sham wow moment is, but wait, there's more. What we also show is if we re-challenge, we take these mice that we basically have a function cure, eliminated all of their tumors, and give them a fresh tumor without any additional therapy, the tumors regress and we have a complete response. This is called immunological memory. This is what the whole concept of vaccines, this is teaching your body that what is there is cancer and it needs to kill those cells and get them out of the body. Our therapy does that. The reason we think it does that, this is gene mapping. It basically shows all the different ways you could combo these things. Blue means that the gene that's an anti-tumor innate gene is off, red means it on, and when you see on the far side, they're all red. That's the combination therapy. This is explaining why what we saw in the last 2 slides happened. So I have 1 minute left. I'm just going to tell you that the reason we're doing this is cancer therapy is still a necessary thing. Most advanced cancers have a low success rate long term. This is what we're going after in our trials right now, and this is why we do what we do. I mentioned before, this has application outside of cancer. We will license this out or find someone else to do it. We've talked to companies, and the real interest is getting safety data, get through this study, and then we can look to see who might else want to take these applications. We also have other candidates that are available, but we're not pursuing them because we're very cash focused. We're not a Pfizer and have lots of resources. We are a very small company focused on a very tight mission. And you can look and check up on who the management, this is not our first rodeo, and this is a little bit of the stock, and then the board of directors. And I have 10 seconds left, so with that, I don't know if there are any questions.
Hey, is there an ask? Guys, is your a public company?
We're a public company. We're always looking for money.
So
we're biotech.
are you looking for investors potentially to
Yes.
help you bring this to market, and more through like direct investment, with you and talking to the company executives directly?
You can talk to us directly. We work with a number of different banks, but we will raise money this year because we have to. We don't have enough money to do this trial.
Okay, so just as a quick, I'm gonna maybe, because I'm in biotech, so I don't know how many people here are in biotech, so I'm gonna take a little bit and take some time because we're ahead of schedule anyway. Who here is already in biotech in some capacity? So pretty small numbers.
Yeah.
So not everybody here knows the difference between, a CAR T cell and a cytokine and a macrophage. So let's just translate this. I'm going to just help you translate that presentation because it was excellent because I know what you're talking about, but not everybody else may be familiar with this. So I'm just going to take a minute to ask you. So the big problem we have, you come in with cancer. I'm sure a lot of you, unfortunately, probably have a loved one who you've experienced this with. You go in, you get chemotherapy. It's brutal, right? People get very sick. They lose their hair. The reaction is rather intense. So now there's a lot of therapies that, like the CAR T cell therapies, which you compare to where they're actually trying to use. They kind of take your own cells, activate them, put them back to kill the cancer so you don't have such a reaction. What is the reaction like with this approach that you're using right now? Is it reducing that? You mentioned like there's an immediate response, but you said it's short duration. So you have an immune response, but the duration, I imagine the intensity is relatively high because you're activating the immune system, but the duration
It's not necessarily so high. I know what you're asking. You feel like you're having a cold or a flu for a few hours. It's your immune system kicking in. It's a little bit of temperature. It's feeling achy. It's having some fluids and taking a Tylenol. That's what we do in it. This is usually, with just a few hours, and then you go home.
Right. And is the amount of time you need to do this treatment compared to standard chemotherapy also reduced, or is it still sort of a window of time?
We don't know yet.
You don't know.
Our expectations are this is a weekly infusion therapy and an hour a week for, I don't know, 8, 10, 12, 16 weeks. That's what we're going to find out with this trial.
So kind of equivalent to what you might go through with regular chemo
Yes.
in terms of duration of
Yeah.
time for treatment.
You're going, like if you go, more so like the Rituxan and
Okay.
antibodies where you go in for an infusion every couple weeks or whatever. Same kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, very interesting. If anybody here, if you're not in biotech, it may be, like you said, it's on your website. You can go into it if you want to talk to Jeff and dive into the science. Sounds like he's very well versed. So very interesting. Thank you for that presentation and for your work, Jeff, to help us cure cancer. Give Jeff a round of applause, please. All right. So, yeah, it's like I said, it's never been a more exciting time. I'm fortunate because I go to these events like this full time. I'm at like 2 to 4 conferences a month, and there's just more and more technologies. This is coming out so fast. It's impossible to keep up with what's happening right now in biotech. And we are just starting to leverage AI. I'm sure you probably heard this, but NVIDIA has just invested a ridiculous amount of money, billions of dollars, to try to build AI that's going to map, kind of everything. And not just, we've probably heard about the Human Genome Project, but looking at every system in the body, those 40 trillion cells that each one of us are, and trying to figure out how do we optimize every component of that. And you can hear today, there's a lot of people already deep into this. So Chip Parker from LabX Ventures, are you here, Chip? Just waiting for Chip. And to be, if Chip is not in the room, I'm just going to go on to the next person. So going once for Chip, going twice. Okay, we'll have to circle back to Chip. That's how much time you have. The UCSD team, are you guys in the room? You are, okay, you have some time, so you can jump on in. So if we can get the UCSD Medtech Accelerator, and so we're gonna have a little bit of time with them. So Rebecca's gonna come in and lead us through meeting some of their founders. And if you don't know who the Medtech Accelerator is, I imagine, Rebecca, you're gonna tell us more about them right now. So. Sure. Why don't you take it away, and I'll get microphones for the rest of you as well, and that's your clicker. Okay, we can get some extra mics, maybe 2, whatever mics we have, let's bring them up to the stage. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be going for a little bit of time right now, so give the UCSD MedTech Accelerator, and led by Rebecca Daller, let's get people outside to hear you. You're going to be so loud on this one, they're going to come running in to find out why it's so exciting in this room, and they're missing out. So be really loud. Give them a huge round of applause. Go.
Thank you very much. Just want to make sure we have our slides, our AV guys, since we're jumping ahead. Thank you very much. So hello, good morning, afternoon, happy first day of spring, everyone. I am Becky Deller. I'm out of UC San Diego, where I manage the MedTech Accelerator, what is that? That is, UC San Diego is a very research-oriented community, very similar to UC Irvine and many of the other UCs. What makes us special is we are run out of the Jacobs School of Engineering, which is a top 10 engineering program. And because we have such a healthy and robust life sciences presence in San Diego, we do a lot of work with the School of Medicine, UC San Diego Health, and our formal partnership with the Rady School of Management. What does the MedTech Accelerator do? Well, thankfully, we are funded by our dean, so staff and our real estate, that covers us. Our program, which supports these amazing scientists and innovators, is funded 100% through philanthropy. We take nothing. We are a gift back to the community to help commercialize this deep tech research that is so important, especially in this era. Let's see, am I challenged here? Okay, so I think I just talked about, I don't see my slide there, that's okay. I can just freeform it here. I think I just described what we do. We have a 3-piece process to our program. Let me go forward here. You can see kind of who our ecosystem is. Like I said, we are deeply connected with all entities on campus, and while we're based in the School of Engineering, We connect throughout all of campus. I always say all roads lead back to engineering because it does, and for the deep tech research piece of it. And so we do a lot with physicians and just amazing PhD candidates. Two are on the stage with me. It starts off with the NSFI core, not to geek out on you guys, but that's the National Science Foundation. It's, especially for researchers, it's really important. It helps them determine who their customers are. It's on the front end of everything we do. So important for researchers to help them understand who they're selling to and who their clients are. Just a little plug for the NSF program. So this is what we look for, and this is how we build our pipeline of teams that are coming through. We start with stage one. This is an application. Everything has to be UC San Diego affiliated. It's deep tech, and we do incubation training and education in stage one, and then they go up to stage two, which is a $100,000 investment by the Institute of the Global Entrepreneur, the Medtech Accelerator, and we provide in-kind checks written on behalf for mentoring, prototyping, a whole assortment of things that needs to help them get to their seed exit from our program. So that's a $5 to $10 million investment. And once they achieve that, then they are out and running. One of our teams on the stage is one of those teams. This is just an example of our portfolio. It's everything from prosthetics to diagnostics to therapeutics. One of our presenters, our first presenter on the stage, is Dr. Mike Yip. He and his co-founder, Dr. Phil Weisbrod, they are co-founders of Channel Robotics, which you'll hear from first. They were named this year to the Chancellor's Innovation Award, and last year they were the Faculty Innovator of the Year Award. So they are, all three of these teams are investing actively. We will also hear from Joshua Pels, who was a postdoc and a PhD candidate at UC San Diego, one of our graduates from stage two. They've already raised a lot of money, but you can see he's got a lot of great credibility behind him and his team. So they were a 2023 San Diego Angel Conference Award winner with an investment. They were UC San Diego's very first investment ever, and that was a $250,000 investment from our chancellor, as well as Joshua Pels on stage with me. Was a Biocom California Life Science Catalyst Award winner. And for those of you that are familiar with San Diego, the San Diego Connect Cool Companies, they were also a recipient of that. And last but not least is CircuCare, and Grace Ching will be presenting. She's one of the co-founders of that startup. And her co-founder and partner, Sai Zhao, he is a Forbes under 30, just recently recognized for that. So we've got a really great community here, and I'm so excited for you to hear from them. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Mike Yip, and he will tell you about his startup, Channel Robotics.
All right, thanks everybody for being here. I'm here to introduce Channel Robotics. I'm Dr. Michael Yip. I've been in the surgical robotics area for 20 years. I've worked with J&J and Intuitive Surgical and many of the major players out there. But today I'm here to talk about the company that I started with my clinical co-founder, and it's in endoscopic robotics. So endoscopy is the largest emerging market for surgery. There's more than 10 million procedures every year in the US, and it's a $20 billion market that's growing. And really, we're talking about flexible endoscopes that pass through orifices, and within those flexible endoscopes, you need to do some form of intervention. And these instruments that pass through these endoscopes are these typically long, flexible graspers, lasers, and dissection tools. And the real challenge today is that once it comes out of that endoscope, you have no control over it. It basically is a straight shot to whatever's in the center of this endoscope, and therefore your ability to maneuver and target things precisely is very limited. Now, robotics has been around to help address this issue, but robots today are very high cost, have a huge clinical footprint, require tons of training, and requires entire surgical teams, meaning that they have a large amount of friction in terms of getting them deployed and accessible. And so that's what Channel Robotics is here to change. We are in the business of building surgical robots at a scale that you can hold in your hand. And the idea is that it will give the doctor single instrument, flexible, robotic access. And you can clip the robot onto any scope that they have in their practice. You don't have to change their clinical workflow. You don't have to retrain them on how to do their practice. You're leveraging all of their years of medical school and experience, and you're just augmenting their capability with now additional dexterity and freedom. This means it's also at a fraction of the cost. It means that they can operate as a solo practitioners and not require a huge team. And it really is the first and only platform of this kind. And really, when you look at it compared to other systems, all the other systems are overbuilding, whereas we have something that's low cost, small, disposable, requires minimum training, and does not replace their existing equipment. We have multiple comprehensive patents on the handheld flexible endoscopy market some are issued and some are well on their way to being issued. And really, we can target any application that involves endoscopy, of which some are shown here. But the major one that we're looking at as a beachhead is colonoscopy. And colonoscopy is one of the major procedures performed in the U.S. And really, a substantial number of patients every year actually go in for a colonoscopy. They have precancerous lesions, and the physician cannot remove it. And that's because of the lack of dexterity of the instruments. And this is a really big problem. The current rate of success for these procedures is around 62% for resection, which is pretty dismal. And new procedures out there called the endoscopic submucosal dissection, they can get 90% resection rates. But the problem is that it takes about 3 to 4 hours because you have to take a tool and you have to dissect under a lot of these flat lesions, and it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of skill, and not many people are able to do it in the US today. And robotics has been shown to drastically reduce the amount of time and the skill to perform these procedures by 3x. The market is substantial for ESD, about $1 billion, of which we think we can capture a quarter of that very quickly, given the cost and the ease to access to this technology. And it really shows up in our pricing strategy. So if we look at our pricing strategy, which is a sub $100,000 robot with disposable instruments, and we compare it to the multi-million-dollar robots today, we can get these systems in the doors, not only to the large ivory tower academic hospitals, but we can get them to smaller hospital networks, to even surgical center, ambulatory surgical centers. And we can do it at a cost that really flies through in terms of their consideration. In terms of reimbursement, there's already CPT codes for ESD. One thing that we're really excited to talk about is that from our leaders in this field that have partnered with us, they submitted a new CPT code just last month, and they're expecting to have a colon-specific ESD code that is 12 to 16 RVU units, which for those who are not that familiar with RVU units, that is equivalent to a major multi-hour surgery. And if we are saying that we can produce this, represent this procedure in an hour, then we can really bring value there. So many cost savings to hospitals, insurance, and patients. We're doing a 510K breakthrough that we're going to be in the process of submitting next year. Our team has many years of experience in this field, and we've partnered with a venture firm that has gone through this process many times before. And our timeline really is we're in the middle of a seed round, $2 million raise, pre-sub in terms of Q3, and we're hoping to end that in the next few months. And we're looking at raising this on a convertible note. This is our journey. We've taken years to get here, and this is the time we're pushing it out. So thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Pels, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Limber Prosthetics. Limber is the first medical device manufacturer to embrace end-to-end digital design and 3D printing to create the world's very first fully 3D printed prosthetic leg. Okay. So why should you care? Well, I always like to start off with a case study, talking to you about people that we have changed their life. This is Heather. Heather was one of our very first paying US patient customers. And about 3 days after she purchased her Limber Unileg, she had scheduled a $25,000 bathroom remodel because she couldn't shower with her traditional prosthetic leg. And this is a story that the 1 million baloney amputees all face. How many of you wake up in the morning and enjoy a warm shower? Imagine not being able to do that. And so we were able to change Heather's life, and there's a massive need for this technology. We were founded in 2020, and we commercialized the technology. That means all regulatory hurdles have been cleared in 2024 last year. We've got patents on both the methods as well as the device. We have worldwide protection filed. Like I said, all of the regulatory hurdles are already cleared. We have today US patients whose lives have been changed with this technology walking, and we're headquartered in San Diego, California. So this is the world's very first 3D printed prosthetic limb. We're the only one in the world, and we're first to market with it. It has incredible value props for the patient as well as for the clinic. We sell to the clinic handles the patient care. We're a device manufacturer. So investing in Limber is investing in a proven strategy. The life-changing tech is already been developed, and now it's about scale. We're in about 14 US clinics with 2 big international partners today, and we're looking to get into 75 clinics by the end of 2025. And the clinics cannot stop talking about it. They're posting on LinkedIn, they're talking to their networks. We're already starting to see network effects in this small industry, but billion-dollar industry just in the US market. People talk, they love the technology, they see the benefits to the clinic, and they see the benefits to their patients. Limber is the only solution to the shower leg problem. And the reason why we call it the shower leg problem is that our users and our customers know it's so much more than a shower leg. But every single person needs a shower. And so it's an easy way to enter the door of a clinic is offer them an option that's not out there. There is not today a prosthetic solution that a patient can afford and a clinic can do economically to provide their patient with a prosthesis that they can use in wet environments. So this is a billion-dollar industry just here in the US, and the US takes up about 20% of the global market share, while the US is only a couple percent of the total global amputee population. Limber's technology is scalable. That means that as we start tapping into global markets, we've got patents filed, protection filed in 11 jurisdictions. We can actually start growing the global industry size due to the fact that our technology is scalable and accessible and affordable. So we've got a team that bridges the gap between engineering, clinical, and business, and that's how we're tackling this industry. Our advisory board has individuals that know how to bring disruptive medical technologies to the industry, and we've got industry experts with names like Hammondtree, one of the godfathers in the prosthetic industry. So we've raised about 2.3 million on a convertible note. That's been closed, and today we're raising a Series Seed selling preferred shares. We're looking at a 11 to 12 million pre-money valuation. Use of funds is entire scaling. This is a scale round. We're going to get into more clinics, but we need these funds to hire the key personnel and accelerate our demand gen engine. Growth capital opportunities. We've already submitted a phase 2 SBIR, $2.3 million value, and that'll help us bring new things like AI tooling and others. Exit projection. I'll leave you with this. There are 5 big strategics in this market. We are piloting our technology with 2 of them already. So we are on the radar of the big players. They eat up small companies, even in single-digit million revenue numbers, and we are on their radar, and they are excited about our technology. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Grace, co-founder and CEO of SecureCare. Today, I'm excited to share with you a disruptive technology that may save millions of lives. At CircuitCare, our vision is to provide next-generation cardiac ultrasound, and we have developed an ultrasound patch for hands-free AI-powered continuous imaging. The problem we want to solve is sonographer shortage. Echo is considered as a gold standard for non-invasive assessment of the cardiovascular system. However, since the pandemic, the vacancy rate of sonographers have about reached to 70%, and this problem is even worse in rural areas. If we take a deeper look of the sonographer shortage, we notice that the root cause of this problem is we need a much larger echo volume than the current device can handle. Currently, sonographers use handheld ultrasound probes to do the scanning. However, there are three major problems. The first is labor intensive, which means sonographers must present in the exam and use their hand to do the scanning. Second is high operational cost. The last one is the results are always snapshots only, which means sonographers must repeat it in an hourly or daily basis. And the solution we provide is Cardiacs. It has hands-free AI-powered functions, which means can lower down the cost per test and dramatically increase the number of the sonographers can handle every day. So therefore, it can increase the hospital's revenue while decreasing the operational cost. And we can provide 24/7 continuous monitoring even during daily activities. This idea came from our CEO's PhD research. As a pioneer in this field, his work has published in Nature and received global attention. Based on our over 200 stakeholder interviews, we reinvented the wearable ultrasound device, and this invention has been covered by 3 provisional patents filed by CircuitCare. Nowadays, we already have our working prototype and actively doing clinical studies at UC San Diego with Columbia University and Stanford coming soon. At CircuitCare, we have a strong and growing team with technology inventors, medical KOLs, industry veterans, and commercial experts. Together, we confident CircuitCare will redefine how cardiovascular management is delivered. We are targeting on over 66 billion cardiovascular device market, and with Cardiacs, we will capture a market opportunity over $450 million, spanning multiple hospital indications and at-home monitoring. Through our comprehensive market research, CircuitCare have analyzed the existing ultrasound solutions such as the trolley-based ultrasound machines, robotic ultrasound systems, and handheld ultrasound probes. Compared to them, CircuitCare will be the only company can provide turnkey echocardiograms anytime, anywhere. CircuitCare is making progress every single day. We have finished our prototype in 2024, and we are doing our pre-seed round for $1.5 million with $200K committed. This will bring us to our next milestone, which is the FDA 510K preliminary submission. The go-to-market strategy has been divided into 2 stages. We will start with B2B in hospitals and clinical centers, and then expand to B2C, targeting on cardiovascular patients. And this will bring us to more than $100 million revenue by 2030. At CircuitCare, we believe the future of cardiovascular management is continuous, autonomous, anytime, anywhere. I'm Grace. Thank you for considering CircuitCare in your portfolio and bring continuous technology in your daily life. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I hope we have a few more minutes left in case there's any questions that anybody in the audience, investors I hope, are interested.
Yeah, any investor questions for any of our presenters as part of this group? Drew, I guess you covered everything so thoroughly. Okay, we got one over here. I don't think I have a mic runner, so I'll be the mic runner. Here you go.
This question is for Josh and his company. For the prosthetics, is it only for the knee down, or do you have a pipeline to open that up?
Great question. Great question. Great question. Right now, our technology stack is applicable to both the lower knee, below knee prosthesis, as well as other load-bearing prostheses, as well as the orthotic market, which is about 4 times larger. Our key workflow right now is focused on below knee. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry, but it is applicable, the more general tech stack, to other load-bearing medical devices.
Okay, great. Maybe 1 or 2 more questions for our group here. Do we have any other ones? Yes, no? Okay. Is there a question here? No, I don't think so. So if they want to find out more, and there's also people on the Zoom as well, where do they go? Let's just be 100% clear. Where do they, I know it was in their presentations, but it also happened quick. Is there a catch-all that people can find through UC San Diego, maybe?
Absolutely. If for those that are here in the audience, if they want to learn more, all of these teams and more are from UC San Diego are located in the next room. I think we have 9 of our raising capital teams here today. So you can learn, and everybody has a QR code in front of their space. If not, you can reach out to me directly at rdeller@ucsd.edu, or you can go to our website, UCSD's Institute for the Global Entrepreneur Medtech. It's a mouthful. It's probably better just rdeller@ucsd.edu, and I can put you in touch with any of these amazing founders and their innovations.
Okay, perfect. And if you're here, go see them. Give them a round of applause. That's great. Thank you for starting that already. And yeah, just leave the microphone on the podium if you don't mind. And so, because as I said, I don't know if you haven't noticed already, of course, there's when you came in, there's obviously some booths and presentations here, but if you didn't know, on the other side of this wall, right over here, is also a room with a lot of our presenters, brands, companies. So make sure you do go check that area at some point. One other thing, I'm just going to make a quick little mention. There's a couple things. We also have gift bags for people who have VIP tickets, and there's also, but you need like you need these tickets to when you registered. So when you registered, if you were, depending on what type of registration you had, you might have had a VIP gift bag that would be coming to you that you need to turn in to pick it up. And there's also lunch tickets as well. So food, I don't think the food has started yet, but I'll double check after our presentation. But if you don't have a lunch ticket, you can always buy them at the entry table, the general table upon entrance. Okay, speed round. Mr. Kyle Christopher from MRG Health, you are tasked with one of the shortest presentations of the day. So hopefully this man is a fast talker, because Kyle Christopher is the founder and CEO of MRG Health, which is a leader in a 360 digital healthcare solution. From telemedicine to clinical calls, we know telemedicine got big during COVID, but it's not going away anytime soon. People love their telemedicine doctors, so tell us what you're doing. Oop, so he has, once we start the clock here, it's only a 3-minute presentation. So here you go, Kyle, grab your presenter, grab your micro, that's it, and that's your microphone. And off you go. Give Kyle a round of applause. Speed round, here we go.
All right, so my name's Kyle. I'm from Houston, Texas. I have a formal degree in vascular general obstetrical and cardiac sonography, but this is something that we've been working on for quite some time. A few years now. A lot of you probably know what some of the major, I guess, statistics are in healthcare, but here are some of them. There's 10,000 people a day turning 65. 7 out of deaths come from chronic issues. And you have over 133 million people affected by chronic disease. We built an amazing team of subject matter experts. Our medical director was the medical director of the U.S. Army and took Oscar Health public. And one of our investors is the medical director for the MD Anderson Cancer Hospital. These are some of the main issues with healthcare in general, EMR systems, and all the IT tools that healthcare organizations use are very fragmented. So we've built basically an EMR system that's a population health management platform that integrates with every electronic medical record system, and we integrate with over 250 FDA-approved devices. So this is built around reimbursement guidelines, with over 50 different CPT codes that is all virtual or digital healthcare models that are done outside of the clinic walls. So any patient with one or more chronic issue will qualify for this. We have devices that have cellular chips with the AT&T FirstNet, and we can track blood pressure, glucose, all of the different major vitals to really take a proactive, preventative approach on healthcare instead of a reactive treatment-based approach. This is covered by Medicare, Medicaid, and most commercial insurances. We're in network with over 100 insurances, and we're licensed in 17 states to practice medicine. So you have multiple different user experiences. There's a Google Android app, but it's also web-based. Or if you have a senior, individual that maybe not have a smartphone, or they might not have internet, we can have someone with a flip phone with no Wi-Fi, no internet. We can take them through the entire program. There's gamification, loyalty, rewards programs to really drive behavior change. We have the ability to connect family members and all other kinds of different ways to really take a more of a holistic and personalized approach on these people's healthcare. There's all kinds of analytics and ways to manage the staff that delivers the care. We have our platform directly integrated to a clearinghouse, so we're able to process all of the insurance claims and collect the revenue on the care that we're delivering. And there's a lot of, solutions out there that kind of are doing bits and pieces of what we do, but we've really consolidated a very, very fragmented industry. It's a reoccurring revenue model. We make an average of about $175 per patient per month. Out of the clinics or the healthcare organizations, we have a managed care contracting model where they make 30 to 40 cents on the dollar, so they're making a net profit of $75 to $100 per patient per month. And then there's also a direct type of care or cash pay model where we can serve those individuals that don't have insurance. We've had a lot of traction. We're sitting on about 12,000 patients right now that we need to enroll. That'll get the company where we're doing over $1 million a month in recurring revenue. It's a huge market. Think there's 10,000 people a day turning 65, and anyone with one or more chronic issue will qualify for this. So it's a giant market. I tell people this is like the dot-com boom of healthcare. We're raising a $2 million seed round. We've closed 800 of it. It was led by a Capital Factory, which is a venture fund in Texas, and then the medical director of MD Anderson. But the money is really used to execute on signed contracts and enroll, the 10+ thousand patients that we have. We have a 3 to 5 year exit strategy. There's lots of different options that we can sell to. We're looking at over $1 billion exit within 3 to 5 years just on revenue. If you multiply $175 times 50,000 patients and do a 12 month and a 7x multiple, it's already in that category. So we're looking to help capitalize the company. Thank you. I appreciate y'all's time.
Oh wow, that's a winning. He basically did that. That was good. We're ahead of schedule though, so I'm going to give you another minute.
Hopefully I wasn't too fast.
No, that was good. I'm going to give you another minute. Is MC's choice. So does anybody have any questions? Telehealth is big. It looks like you guys have a great solution. Any investors have any more specific questions for Kyle? Maybe just keep that last slide up there. If you need to take a picture of that, reach out to Kyle, find out what he's doing. I have time for one question if anyone's just dying to ask one. Going once? One question going twice. Okay, no questions. It looks like you hit it in such a short time. Thank you, Kyle. Go ahead if you want to reach out to him. And as I said, telehealth is actually, I'm gonna sort of pick up on what you just said, though, Kyle, and take it a little bit further. It's not just telehealth, I think, that is the .com. I think the whole healthcare, preventative, treatment, management scenario right now is the .com, except it's not gonna bust, right? Because it's a little more stable. Longevity is very complicated. Health is very complicated. So I think you're absolutely right. I think this is the moment to get involved. So. Good on you there, and if you want to reach, are you here, Kyle? If people want to, are you hanging around for a bit? So if you want to talk to Kyle privately, he's going to be around for a little bit, and we are going to bring up our next presenter. Actually, I'm going to just take a minute here to mention something. I had somebody just go around a moment ago on your tables, and Kyle, actually, if you're still here, I'd like you to know this. I have this event coming up in June called the Longevity Leadership Conference. This is our industry-only conference. This is 200 people who are either doctors, clinic owners, researchers, healthcare professionals, and a select group of founders. And we also have investor spaces left. So if you scan this QR code and go to, it's actually taking you to the ticketing page. You're welcome to grab a ticket. But anybody in this room who's an investor who does want to attend that, you can apply to attend as an investor. We'll comp you. It's 2 days. We're including lunches. It's at the Verizon Innovation Lab in Playa Vista. So we partner with Verizon for this. We're doing a lot on biotech. Telehealth is one of the areas we're looking into. So if anyone wants to participate in this event, their cards are on the table. That's our Longevity Leadership Conference. And on the other side is our big public conference in October. It's called the HealthSpan Summit. So that's where we're going to have like hyperbaric oxygen therapy chambers and red light bed and cold plunge. And we open this up to the public to come learn about. We have some of the biggest names. It's actually becoming one of the biggest longevity conferences in Southern California. And this will be our 3rd year. We're expanding. We're doubling in size every year. And so it's a very rapidly moving space. So hopefully you can join us for those events. And if you have any questions about that, I will be around. But obviously I'm emceeing the stage right now, so I can talk after when I'm done around 3 o'clock or so. Okay, Tyler, if you have the schedule, Tyler is being replaced here by John. And I'm sure nobody can replace Tyler, but you're going to do your best. So John is going to come from J3 Biosciences and tell us about. Come on up. This is your microphone and this is your clicker, and you do have some time to tell us about what you're doing. And you are commercializing a FDA cleared and patented ring here. So I will let you take us away. Ladies and gentlemen, give John a round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate that. And yeah, no one can replace Tyler, by the way. He's sitting right there. So thank you for your time and attention. I'm John Fair, incoming president and CEO of J3 Bioscience, and we're here today to talk to you about LiveRing. It's something completely different, but I think from an investor profile standpoint, it's going to be very interesting to you. This is very near term. This is very consumer friendly. It's very women's health friendly, all things that are really important and I think are going to drive a lot of value. So before I tell you about LiveRing, before I tell you about the solution, let me tell you about the problem. Menopause is a problem. I think we'd all agree with that. And there's 30 million women in this country that would agree with that. And women are spending about 1/3 of their lives in menopause. And menopause is really like a constellation of symptoms, right? So genitourinary symptoms of menopause include hot flashing or hot flushing, vaginal dryness. There's a number of concerns around menopause that need to be addressed. And if you think about what's happening in our country right now, we've got a lot of surround sound and a lot of publicity going against the category. So this is the right place at the right time. In terms of what vaginal dryness is, there are really 2 prevalent conditions associated with menopause. One is the vasomotor symptoms, which I talked about, which is that hot flashing or hot flushing if she's waking up in the middle of the night. She can't get back to sleep, the sheets are wet. That's vasomotor symptoms associated with menopause. We're talking about vaginal dryness. That's going to affect about 50% of the population, and it's a persistent and onerous condition, and it doesn't really have a lot of good solutions right now, so we think we've got one. So vaginal dryness, as we talked about, persistent vaginal dryness, discomfort, itching, burning sensation, pain during intercourse, increased risk of urinary tract infections, and also irritation. The key word there, though, is persistent, right? So it's going to happen every day. It's something that she's going to have to live with on an ongoing basis. So that's what becomes really challenging. And in terms of the products available, we had a conversation last night actually with someone who said, who's your competitor? Like who's your biggest competitor? Tyler and I had a quick response, but this person said, well, no, it's actually bioidentical hormones. I said, well, maybe, but probably not. And here's why. Not that we're really against hormones. We don't really take a position on hormones. If hormone therapy makes sense for you, that's totally fine and your provider. But what we're looking at in the marketplace is we know that women are not really interested in using hormones to address these kinds of conditions. Many women have these symptoms, and only 5% are using hormones to address these issues. So that means the category is talking to us. It's telling us the hormones are not going to be the solution, right? That's not what women are looking for. They're looking for consumer-based solutions, which means non-prescription-based solutions. It means they're going to be going OTC or over the counter, which, if all of you know, it doesn't necessarily mean you go into a pharmacy. It means you can get it online. You can buy it yourself. You can self-diagnose and self-purchase the product and use the product yourself. So you don't need a prescription for that. So what do we exactly have? We have, we think, a game-changing product for this category that will disrupt the category. Why? It'll be a first-in-category opportunity. I'll talk about that in a second. It's FDA cleared, which is extremely important. That's clinical validation. That shows you that this product has gone through rigorous clinical testing and has performed well. We have statistically significant improvement in the key domains of lubrication and the FSFI, which is a very well accepted and notable endpoint, or primary endpoint. We no serious adverse events, and we have a 7-day benefit. So if you think about our next closest competitor, which I'll talk about in a second, they're basically a 2 to 3 day use case where we're actually out at 7 days. So again, much more convenient for the consumer, and we have no hormones. It's hormone free. So why is menopause a big thing? Well, it's a big thing. I mean, if you look at the market, it's becoming its own category. It's getting a lot of news from Halle Berry to Gwyneth Paltrow to Oprah Winfrey. It is all over the place, and it is an important category now. And now that women are looking for solutions, and especially women who are of the digital age and taking charge of their healthcare, they are actually proactively looking into the space, trying to find solutions. So these are active consumers and motivated consumers. Most women are going to be spending their money over the counter on menopause products or fertility-related products. That is an important consumer insight. So they're going to be spending money either trying to get pregnant or trying to deal with the symptoms of menopause. We're going to be on the other side, the menopause end of that spectrum. And if you look about, in this category particularly, in the menopause category particularly, women are looking for clinically validated solutions. So it's not enough to be natural and organic. They want a clinically validated solution, and that's exactly what we are. So when you look at the total market opportunity, it's a huge market, right? It's 33 million women. 1 million women are entering the category every single year. If you look at the women who are going to suffer from vaginal dryness, it's 50% of the category. It's not an if, they will. They will experience vaginal dryness as part of their life cycle through menopause. So that's about 16 million women. If we get 10% share in that market, that's about a $50 million top line peak opportunity. And that's where things get interesting, because I think all the investors in this room will appreciate, you know, you want to be taken out by somebody who's got the marketing muscle to really maximize the value of the brand. And so if you look at to the right side in the deal flow, Church & Dwight or PharmaVitae, they're looking for products like this that can add incremental value, that they can add into their commercial machine and continue to maximize revenue. So we believe that we are a very viable exit opportunity is an acquisition by a large consumer player. Give you a sample of what we think the projected run rate looks like. These are very attainable numbers, because if you look at our units sold, it's actually not a huge proportion of women in the category. So we believe we have an opportunity to get to that number. Certainly, we're going to require marketing and sales efforts, which is why we're raising capital, but not unrealistic at all, in my opinion. How are we going to market? This is basically an e-commerce play, right? That's how we're going out the door, because that's where we can reach women where they live. So we're gonna, if you look at our sort of marketing stack, if you will, it starts at e-commerce. We're gonna have influencers, we're gonna have social media and PR, we're obviously doing SEO optimization, all the things that you would do to reach consumers where they are. Eventually, we think we'll have a retail option, but if anyone has worked with retail, they know it can be a nightmare. So CVS and Walmart, that's gonna be a while. But we can reach our consumers where they live online, so we're not worried about that at all. And right now, there's a lot of benchmarking in this category for us to rely on, and there's a lot of AI tools in the background that we can use to reach our consumers. So just give you a sense of what our category looks like. Again, we are not making any comments or assertions around whether or not she needs hormone therapy or hormones are good or bad. This is our category. This is an OTC category where consumers can self-diagnose and go get their own products. This basically bifurcates into value brands, which are kind of the brands on the left. You probably recognize them as KY and Replens. So these are sort of incidental opportunities. I don't think they're taking care of the solution. They're basically probably providing some temporary relief. On the right-hand side are really the premium brands. And if you look at the top, there's a product up there called Reverie. That is really the benchmark in our category. That's a product that has done extraordinarily well in penetrating the market and really creating a market opportunity. We believe we're going to be on that side of the line, and we're going to be taking on Reverie directly. We have some benefits that they don't, so we'll be able to detail against them very effectively. And again, I think we're going to drive a tremendous amount of value. When you look at stated consumer preferences and what they're looking for from vaginal OTC products, we check all the boxes. So we've got an effective, long-lasting solution. That is really key. You don't have to, if you think back to the slide I just showed you, those value brands and even some of the premium brands, those are either daily or every couple of days that she's gonna have to reinsert that product. We're gonna be at a 7-day, so definitely a long-lasting benefit, effective. We capture that with our FDA-cleared label. No irritating, hormone-free. Again, this is not something that we're saying as a company. This is something that the market's telling us. 80% of women are experiencing symptoms, but only 5% of women are using hormones to address them. So we know that hormone-free is going to be critical. And then the last one is really affordable and easily available. Affordable, so what's great about Bonafide and the product Reverie, they've set a nice price point, a premium price point in the marketplace that we can mirror. Easily available for us is no prescription required. Right? They don't have to go to the doctor, they don't have to get labs, they don't have to do a whole bunch of things in order to get their product. They can actually go online, self-diagnose, and get their product. These are some verbatims from our users, and if you think about the way they break out, they kind of bifurcate between a sexual benefit and a non-sexual benefit. So clearly there are women who are very excited that sex is much more enjoyable, much more pleasurable. I can sort of return to my sexual habits without having to worry about pain, discomfort, irritation. But there's also those non-sexual benefits, which are about itch and irritation. And again, remember I mentioned it's a persistent condition. So if you can address this and reduce that and remove or eliminate itch and irritation, you've really satisfied or solved a big problem for her when it comes to her condition. So here's our team. We're at essentially a commercial scale. We are raising capital in a Series B. All that money is going to be driven towards commercialization and scaling. And we think we have a tremendous opportunity. So I have got 2 minutes left. I've got plenty of time for questions. I know you're just dying to ask, so let's have it.
All right, any questions for John? About the category, about what they're doing? Investor questions? They're not a questioning group, these guys. They understand everything initially, and they absorb it all, and they know everything.
Using an AI note taker.
Yeah, that's right.
Go home and
So,
yeah. Well, no, thanks everyone. Really, thanks for your time and attention. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. If you could just leave that on the podium, please, John, that would be great. And we are moving through. We actually are ahead of schedule for anybody who's following along, which is great. And so next up, I have, hopefully they're in the room because we're so far ahead of schedule. I'm worried that people won't be here. So Tyrone Lamb. Tyrone, are you here in the room? You are. Okay, perfect. So that's great news. I'm probably going to actually throw somebody in here because we did have a no-show, so we'll probably have someone fill it up. But Tyrone, if you're ready to go. You had people who specifically were coming for you, you mean? I don't know. I don't really have anybody else to fill in. And if we do I don't think lunch is served, else we could do a break. I mean, the other choice, you guys want a break? Yeah? Will you come back, though? Will you promise to come back if I give you a break? Yes or no? Everyone say yes. I don't believe you. That was a very weak yes. Is everyone going to come back if I give you a break? Say yes. That's... All right, at 2 o'clock, it's going to be about AI, drug discovery, and he's giving away $10,000 to someone who's present. Is that going to make them all come back? Maybe. Okay. I'm going to give you guys, actually, quick little updates around lunch. I know some of you maybe your stomach's grumbling a little bit. Lunch will be coming slightly delayed. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but with the hotel, they are preparing the lunch. They're going to have the whole thing on display. But it's coming at 2:30. So I know that's late for lunch, but we started at noon. So I guess that's kind of like a mid-afternoon lunch. So I'm going to give us, just because we can, a 10-minute breather. So if you want to go outside, feel the sun on your skin, that's good for your health span. Take a breather, get a drink, bathroom break. If you want to stay in the room, you're welcome to. We're going to reconvene at 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. So break time. Let's just play some music over the speakers, and you will come back for the Medtech Investing Forum in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes. All right, I guess we could bring the music down. We have a last-minute addition to the presentation, so we are still going to continue with our next speaker at 2 o'clock, but we do have a short break here before Tyrone takes the stage, and Hadari is going to come and tell us a little bit about her product. She has a booth out here, and Hadari, come on up. This is your moment. So this is your moment. So tell us, come on up and tell us about what you have going on. I know you have your product here. I know you're doing lots of different things. So the Mind Master, great name. So Hadari, please take it away. Tell us what we have.
Hi, my name is Hadari Osher. I'm the CEO and founder of Gula World. Gula World is a company that leading individuals to launch their vision, and we're doing it through a few ways. We created this product. It's called Mind Master. It's a mushroom mix. It's promote growth of brain cells, reducing brain fog, supports your memory, reducing inflammation. There is lion manes, cordyceps, reishi, maca, shitaba, cinnamon, and ginger in it. There is no caffeine and no sugar. You can drink it any time a day. And it's a powder, so you can mix it up with coffee, tea, acai bowl, basically anything you want. And besides that, Mind Master is a concept. So we did build a community where we meet a few times. Is everyone can shut up? Thank you. Can you please close the doors or something? Okay, great. So I'm going to start again. All right. So my name is Hadari Oshri. I'm the CEO and founder of Gula World. Gula World is a company that leading individuals to launch their vision today, and we're doing it through a few ways. The first one is Mind Master. It's a mushroom mix. The product is here. We have plenty of samples outside. It's a powder. There is lion manes, cordyceps, reishi, maca, shitaba. There is cinnamon and ginger. There's no coffee and no sugar in it, so you can drink it anytime a day. You can mix it up with coffee, tea, acai bowl, basically anything you want. And with that, we build a beautiful community where we meet a few times a month in Malibu on the beach for meditation, yoga, sound bath, because once you take Mind Master, your mind gets clear, flow information can come through, and you need that support system to lead you to launch your vision. Besides that, we launched a company about 7 months ago. Since then, our community has about 10,000 people on it. We launched in TJ Maxx and Home Goods. We shipped out our first 1,000 units. We got a repeat order about 5,000 units a month. We closed the deal with Walmart Mexico. We are launching on Amazon right now. And yeah, there is a lot of other stuff that currently we are working on, such distributor deals with Mexico. We have Japan, we have Vietnam and Ecuador, and it's not just about to bring Mind Master to the market. It's about to bring Mind Master concept, which is the powder, the product, and the events into it. I'm outside. If you have more questions, come and try Mind Master. I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Okay, great, Hadari. Thank you so much. And you said you're giving away samples. How are people getting samples? Is it
yeah, we
a
have.
Capsule? Is it a powder? Is it in a drink? What are they getting?
Yeah, it's a powder. So there is. We have the drink outside. So we'll step outside and gonna get to try Mind Master. It's actually very tasty. Is anyone familiar with mushroom drinks? Is it tasty? You like it? You're the first one saying tasty. Mushrooms are not tasty.
Yeah, a lot of times functional mushrooms are not the tastiest
They're not
things.
tasty. This is really tasty. It actually tastes really good. All right, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Hadari. All right, give a round of applause. Fill-in speaker came in at the last minute to just keep our stage alive, so thank you for that, Hadari. So Tyler, are you back here in the room? Because it is now 2 o'clock, and you are on, and you got your adoring crowds. They all swarmed in at 2 o'clock on the nose specifically to hear you speak. So that's your microphone, and that's your clicker, the large green button.
Thank you.
And so we are going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. The Medtech and longevity portion of today's program continues until 3:45. So we have a little bit of time here. So we have it's another hour and 45 minutes of these particular format speakers before we move on to other categories. So next up, we are going with GATC Health. I know what that stands for, so I will let you take it away. That's suggestive of something, but I don't want to steal your thunder. So you go ahead.
That shows you attended your chemistry class.
Yes, I'm in biotech, I told you. So yeah, I'm in the biosciences. So take it away, Tyrone.
Great. So how do I forward this? I guess somebody's clicking on it right now. Awesome. Yeah, so thanks for being here. Tyrone Lamb, GATC Health. GATC, for those who didn't take early biology, GATC is a acronym for the human genome building block. So I can't pronounce all four, maybe you can, but GATC actually has a meaning within the biotech community. While they're setting this up, GATC is a technology company. We're actually headquartered across the street. We have offices across the country. We're obviously a privately held company. We are an AI platform that predicts the source of a disease in the body, any disease, and we discover new drugs. And we have about $20 billion worth of assets in our portfolio today. And I'll go through why that's all valid. Who's setting up the presentation? I'll just keep going while
just keep going. Okay, there we go. What's up?
Beautiful. Awesome. That's us. Okay, so AI platform, it's been in development for about 12 years. GATC Health was formed about 5 years ago. We are an AI platform that mimics human physiology in great detail, and I'll tell you a couple of validation points why that's been proven by some very big names. The business model of the company is we discover safer, more effective drugs with less side effects in a very short period of time with less time, less money, and then we partner with pharma or biotech companies to take those into clinical trials. We have a couple of examples of that. So if you're not familiar with the biotech industry, it sucks. You've got about 50 new drugs that are making it through FDA clinical trials every year. There's literally thousands of diseases that are untreated because the economics don't make sense. As you know, it's a massive risk to invest in a biotech company because you've got a 90% failure rate of a drug once it enters a clinical trial. That's after 4 to 6 years of discovery and development. To get into a clinical trial, over 90% fail. And that's spending $1 to $2 billion for that failure rate. So not only is the science terrible, the financial investment opportunity is just as bad. So with these three metrics, we have directly affected all three of these metrics, which I'll go into. So what do? So we discover better drugs faster. We can understand that they're safer, they're more effective, and have less side effects, and I'll tell you quickly why. We can predict the outcome of a clinical trial prior to the clinical trial happening, and I'll tell you why Lloyd's of London signed a deal with us for insurance coverage, which has never been done before because of that ability. And we are creating billions of dollars in drug assets. Of course, they have to go clinical trials, but Ernst & Young has valued our current inventory at over $20 billion based on a 12.5% royalty, which we believe we could even command more. So I'm going to give you 4 quick highlights. One is, if you go to our booth right outside the door there, you can get a copy of the Newsweek article. We were in Newsweek, I think it was maybe 3 weeks ago now, where they basically said that, this is the platform that's going to slash the prices of drugs and make drugs more effective. 2-page article, tells everything you need to know about our company. Secondly, we did a study right across the street with UC Irvine a couple of years ago where they came up with their own data. We unbiased the whole study, double-blinded study. They took thousands of diseases, thousands of compounds that have different levels of safety, efficacy, and off-target effects. They blinded that to our platform. We were able to predict successfully 90% of the time was that if that drug was going to pass or fail in terms of safety, efficacy, and off-target effects. That's 90% prediction rate versus a 90% failure rate after spending 4 to 6 years in a clinical trial and billions of dollars. That led to our agreement with Lloyd's of London MCI. Lloyd's of London has been wanting to ensure the outcome of clinical trials for years, but they couldn't find a way to predict the outcome of the endpoints of the clinical trial. So after about 9 months of due diligence, they selected us not only as their partner, but the exclusive AI platform to provide the first ever insurance policy to underwrite the outcome of a clinical trial. So what does this mean? It now means that a biotech company, rather than giving up equity or going out of business, they can actually get an insurance policy and then take a loan against that insurance policy. If the clinical trial fails, the lender will get all of their money back from Lloyd's of London. There are 74 biotech companies that are right now applying for the insurance policy through Acrisure, which is the world's largest reinsurance company. So think of this as our funnel that's going to feed us biotech clients. The last piece is we just recently were fortunate enough to bring Dr. Rahul Gupta, the former drug czar in the White House, on as our president. That's just happened in the last week or so. It hasn't even been officially announced. It's out there, but we're going to do a bigger splash later. But there's a couple of cool interviews why he's stepping from his role as the first medical doctor as a drug czar in the White House to AI, because it's going to transform drug discovery. So what is the pipeline that we have thus far? So these were all developed in-house. We did this to prove prospectively that our platform could discover new drugs for many different therapeutic areas before we even went out to partner with biotech companies. So you can see we have drugs across many areas. Our first drug, we probably took the most difficult therapeutic area, which is opioid overdose. So another reason Dr. Gupta is coming on board with us. So as you know, fentanyl and opioids are a leading cause of death in the United States. It's actually the leading cause of death, I think, between the ages of 24 and 49 in this country. So we had some biosamples from a brain sample from an opioid addict. We were able to find a novel set of 3 biomarkers in the brain associated with opioid addiction. From that, the AI platform discovered a compound, actually several, that connected to all 3 of those therapeutic targets. For the very first time, there is a non-opioid treatment for opioid use disorder, which is safe and effective, and based on the animal study we did with UC Irvine, returns the brain back to homeostasis, which is a complete flip. Dr. Stephen Lloyd, who's the drug czar in West Virginia and the drug czar in Tennessee, said this is going to be a game changer. The business model. Love our business model. So through the Lloyd's of London relationship, we have a master services agreement. They're working with all the biotech companies. So we get paid a substantial amount of money for running those analysis for Lloyd's of London and MCI. That biotech company, if they pass the insurance, that's great. They could be a potential client. If they fail the underwriting, MCI Lloyd's of London is incented to put that client over in our basket. We'll work with them directly to figure out how to fix their drug. That's the next layer. So we can collaborate, fix their drug, make it safer, more effective. Maybe it's going after the wrong targets. Maybe it's the wrong compound combination. We can adjust that. The third, but the largest part of our business model is where we collaborate with biotech companies to discover new drugs. And that's where GATC would own, say, double digit is the range of royalties on every single one of those drugs. We develop these dozens of times a year. We own double-digit percentage of billion-dollar drugs, 90% success of going through a clinical trial successfully. The biotech company has the burden of getting it through clinical trials, so we're a technology company. We have 40 employees. The AI does most of the work. So in summary, we've proven our technology both retrospectively, now prospectively, and through this agreement with Lloyd's of London and the data from UC Irvine. We partner with Lloyd's of London and soon to be announced some major financial partners. We partnered with states. The state of West Virginia, because they're the worst state for opioid use disorder, invested $5 million into GATC and gave us heavily subsidized lab space adjacent to West Virginia University. So you're going to hear more announcements about that with other states. We are a revenue producing company. That started the fourth quarter of last year, so we are producing revenue. Based on the track that we have right now, we should be cash flow break even based on the current expenditure within 12 months. But of course, our goal is to grow rapidly. We have a proven management team. We talked about Dr. Gupta. Advisory board. So some key people on our advisory board. So Herb Boyer, who is the co-founder of Genentech. You know, Genentech was sold for Roche for, I think, $25 billion. He's an advisory on our science advisory board. He's told us it's the only outside advisory position he's taken. He's very excited about our technology. And then, of course, we have this expanded portfolio of drug assets with commercial value going out. So I know that's a lot of information in 12 minutes, but if you have any questions, we're right outside the table.
Okay. I know we don't have a lot of biotech people here, so it may be, that might have been a little bit too hard to figure out what questions you want to ask, but does anybody have a quick question? We do have time for one or two.
I've got one that somebody may be thinking is, because I've left this off, is not only do we de-risk the science, we de-risk the financing. So everyone in this room is a finance person. Who wants to invest in biotech with a 90% risk?
Right.
But who wants to invest in biotech with a 10% risk? So what we're doing is we're going to be able to move investment decisions up earlier in the preclinical phase. So you're going to hear a lot of announcements on how investors can participate in this.
So I'm going to throw in a comment for you to kind of something I went through recently. So I recently, a couple years ago, I worked with a group that they were doing what you're talking about, like essentially using AI to discover compounds that they thought would have therapeutic value. And so the first area, and they were looking at pure commercialization. So they looked at what was the thing that would make the most money selling direct to consumer. And the first thing they hit was hair growth. So they decided to find a compound. They created through AI their own compound. And they started with, billions of parameters of things they thought would stimulate hair growth. And then using the AI, they brought it down to, thousands, then dozens. And then I think, and this is where I'd love you to comment, I think they ended up coming with like 12 examples that they said, let's do preclinicals on. So let's see if these actually grow hair in the Petri type dish approach. And then from that, they took those 12 and they narrowed it down to maybe 4 or 5, and they actually then tested them in humans. And then they were able to identify the one compound that would grow hair, put it in a bottle, and sold it to consumers. Is that kind of what you're doing? Is that one way to look at it?
It's a great example. So using the hair, using our opioid use disorder drug. So our AI, think of it as like a Google search. Our AI basically came up with, tens of thousands of iterations of compounds that could affect all 3 of those targets. Now, I don't know about the hair growth, if it was multiple targets or not.
Right. Or if
that's
it's just,
a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Because the reason most drugs are half efficacious side effects is because they focus on one target, one drug. We go to multiple targets, one drug.
So you're looking at synergistic properties that you can actually use like a multi-molecule approach to
polypharma approach,
yeah.
Exactly. The reason that's key, it's like trying to get out of this room with one key, but there's 6 locks. So it's finding all the locks in the body that are associated with the cause of that disease, finding one compound. So the answer to your question, we came up with, tons of compounds, but there were 3 out of the whole AI process we came up with. And then all 3 were very safe and efficacious, but one was better than the other. We knew it was going to be the AI literally, but we added 2 others just to have some comparative data.
Right.
So that whole process, in about 2 years, we went from a list of biomarkers, target discovery, compound discovery, safety, efficacy, off-target effects in AI, and then synthesizing the drug, and then going through the in vitro and then the animal testing in a little over 2 years.
Right. Yeah, and that's, like you said, 10 years. This is why the reason I do a lot of biotech events, and a lot of people are saying, and I heard this, I was at an event, he was off camera, but it was one of the heads of one of the biggest pharmaceutical drug companies in the world said privately to a group of people, because a lot of them were students and biotech people learning about the future, and he said it just was not viable to create drugs anymore, just because of the time. By time you go through that 10 to 12 year process and spend $2 billion, it's possible that you're almost like, it's no longer even a need in the marketplace in the way you started. So if you can, people don't realize, if you're not in biotech, how important it is to compress that timeline. I think we did get a question here after this in the back. So I'll take the one question and then we'll move on to our next speaker. So let me.
No, that's a great question.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah, the question is what intellectual property, what's preventing somebody else in a garage from rapidly duplicating what we're doing? So one is everything we developed is proprietary in-house. What ChatGPT and other engines, AI engines like that, they're called large language modules. So they're basically taking all the data out there and they're basically doing an advanced search and give you an answer based on the question you asked. Very powerful, great stuff. Ours is completely different technology. taking multiple layers of human data, everything from genomic to proteomic to epigenetic, all kinds of data layers, simultaneously up, down, going through the body, look a cellular, everything to find out the non-obvious cascading effects.
That mic's cutting out.
Yeah, so basically our platform is different than what you're describing. So are there others out there? We're aware of them. They're multiple billion-dollar valuations. I mean, some are even higher. We firmly believe that what we're developing and what we've developed is better. They're better in some things or maybe the same as us, but in an aggregate, we've had big pharma companies saying we found people that look at efficacy, but we've never found out anybody that looks at safety like you guys look at. And that's one of the biggest reasons drugs fail. And no one is looking at off-target effects. And that's why some people have to take 3 drugs to affect the off-target effects of the drug you should be taking for your disease. So this polypharma approach, one compound that affects multiple targets in the body, that's going to give us a safer, more effective, less off-target effects, different than ChatGPT. Great question.
Yeah, it's a good question. Okay, thank you so much. All right, thank you. And yeah, give a round of applause. That'd be great. Thank you so much. And just to add to that comment, I'll just let you know, it's a very good question. Something I think I should just maybe mention for all of our biotech presenters. Because the human body, like I said at the start, is 40 trillion cells and incredibly complex, people don't understand the difference between a complicated system and a complex system. A complex system is like our planet, right? Like you can't necessarily, they try to predict the weather, but all these parameters can happen, and a hurricane in hours can go from category 4 to category 5, and nobody could predict that that was going to happen until it happened. Our bodies are very similar. They're incredibly complicated systems. Complex systems, not complicated, complex. There's a difference. It's like an exponential change. So what this means for companies, and at least in my experience of biotech, is no one company will be like the ChatGPT of biotech. There's not going to be one company that owns the whole thing, because there's just too many different variables, and different people will have to approach it in different ways. So, you know, there is definitely risk that there may be leaders, but I think there's a lot of room. And this is one of the things that's interesting, because longevity is going to be the largest, most complicated industry humanity has ever known. And that is sort of one of the reasons why you know, there's not going to just be one solution that ends up taking over the whole industry. Okay, so next up we have university lab partners. So Stacy, you're coming up. And I think I may need to change out, can we get a fresh microphone up here? Because I think we might need to change out the battery on one of these. And Stacy is going to introduce her presenters, I believe. So take it away, Stacy, here you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Great to be here again. I wanted to introduce myself and a little bit about what we do at University Lab Partners. We are a nonprofit organization that supports life science, so supporting biotech like you just heard, as well as drug development, medical devices, lots of different things. And we exist to help, sorry, I hit the wrong button. How do I get that back up? Okay, so we exist to help the life science ecosystem, really, and we do that through 3 different ways. Here we go. We have actually a wet lab incubator, so we have laboratory space that we rent out to companies, very early stage, usually pre-seed and seed stage companies, who use a shared workspace altogether. It really reduces their costs so that they can put all their money into research and development. That space allows flexibility, so they can start as low as just a small 6-foot lab bench and grow all the way into private offices. We also have access to a lot of scientific and mentors to help them. I'm going to go quickly just so we can get through this quick to get the people up here. We also do accelerator programs. So an accelerator program is just the wraparound of support that a new business might need to be successful. And we have 2 different programs that we run accelerator through. One is called iCreate. This is a government program that we have funding for, where we are working with currently 10 companies who are working with really innovative technology that could be used in the event of the next global medical emergency, i.e. COVID, like we had a couple years ago. And we don't know what that's going to look like, but some very cool technology that we are able to invest into. And then secondly, we have an accelerator program called Realize. And the Realize program is for Southern California medical device diagnostics and medical device and diagnostics. And that is open now for applications. It's a 12-week program. And we encourage, if you have a medical device or a diagnostic that you would like to apply for, please check out our website. You can connect with us here, and that is it. I wanted to introduce, we have a couple companies that are here today. The first one that I wanted to bring up is Damian Wheeler. Damian is with a company called Translucence. And then secondly, after Damian, we have another company here, Louis Facro from Omaroon is here also. We also have a third company who's not presenting that's out at the table, and I encourage you to visit McConney Science. So they are one of our 40 companies that are incubating in our incubator right now and doing some really cool stuff. So Damian, come on up.
Thank you. I'll just make sure I know how to do this. Okay. Whoops, I went to the first slide. Anyway, I'm Damian Wheeler, CEO of Translucence. Thanks for the introduction. So this is going to be a quick presentation. So where did it go? There we go. So since microscopes were invented hundreds of years ago, we've been looking deep inside tissues. And to do that, because we're not invisible, to look inside, you have to slice the tissue very thin and put it on a microscope slide. And whether you're using 100-year-old histological stains or you're using modern spatial genomics techniques, this has always been the case. Until recently, where we've had a sort of big breakthrough where we can now make tissues optically clear. And what this means is that we can see inside them. We can use a specialized microscope to look inside and see the entire tissue without slicing it. And this technology is something that we use at Translucence. Here you can see individual neurons and even individual axon fibers coursing through a mouse brain. So this is our platform. We do a full platform of services where we take brains or other organs out of rodents or even human samples, and we take them from scientists in drug discovery and academia, make them optically clear, stain them, use a light sheet microscope, and then we get terabyte scale images where we get 10,000 images or so that we need to stitch together, piece together to make these 3D volumes. And then we do the hard part, which is extracting actionable data out of this using our advanced AI tools to scan through the brains. We also have Brain Initiative funding that's created a series of products to disseminate the technology to researchers, and we sell most of these products, but for quantification, we do this as software as a service for people that do this kind of work. So I'm just going to give you a couple of examples here, if these videos will play, of the types of data that you can get with this technology. So on the left, these are dopaminergic neurons in a mouse brain. These are the neurons that are affected in Parkinson's disease, and this type of assay can really enable Parkinson's disease research and drug discovery. And on the right, that's a mouse embryo looking at the nervous system. And then in this slide here, I'm showing you smooth muscle cells that wrap around arteries. And on the left, this is a mouse brain. And on the right, that's actually a segment of a human spinal cord where we can see where the blood vessels are there. I'm going to give you one little vignette of the type of work we do for drug discovery companies. And this is in the area of Alzheimer's disease. So you may know that there have been recently 3 approved antibody therapeutics for Alzheimer's disease. These don't get into the brain very easily, so you need to give very high doses that make the brain bleed, but they're still effective. But there's a new generation of these that are in clinical trials that use these mechanisms called brain shuttles, and a brain shuttle can help get the antibody out of the blood vessels and into the brain, shuttling it across the blood-brain barrier. And we work with drug companies to look at this, and this is the video plays there. Let's just go back. Whoops. anyway, it doesn't matter. We can look inside the brain and see these things and measure this brain wide. And this just shows an example of this from Roche. Roche has the most advanced clinical trials with brain shuttles right now, and that's showing their antibody therapeutic hitting the amyloid plaques in an Alzheimer's disease brain on the right, and you don't see it in the healthy mouse. So we can quantify this across the entire brain and really help enable the drug discovery process for these. So I just wanted to point out that this is a really hot area doing this tissue clearing. Without any kind of commercial team, we're a self-funded company. We've had many pharma clients, and it's really taking off dramatically, helping enable the drug discovery process. And we're now at the point where we're raising additional funds to support the growth of our company, both on the commercial side and on the operational side. So just to summarize, we're a de-risked, profitable biotech company, and we're self-funded, and we're raising minority share capital to grow the company and become the leader in AI analysis of preclinical histology samples for the CNS. So thank you. I'll just stop there.
Hey guys. This is a very cryptic remote. I'm just going to start. All right. So my son was born with a rare disease. Okay. At the time, we didn't know it because the doctors told us it was failure to thrive. You know, it was difficult to watch on, you know, your baby dying and not knowing what to do, and it was a challenging situation for us. Thankfully, they took him to Chalk Hospital, and within a month or so, they put him on life-sustaining measures, and they told us what was wrong. He only needed to take some vitamins. You know, that's it. Vitamins. Imagine that. Just some extra vitamins. But that isn't the full story. How do you know that he's actually taking the right amount? Those were the thoughts in my mind. How do I know that I'm actually giving him enough? Because the vitamins were so repulsive that he would spit them out, and then we gotta scoop it up and put it back in his mouth, and it's just such a draining thing. You know, introducing why I'm here. You know, my name is Loay. I started working towards a medical device that can help monitor his blood, because the compliance aspect of this particular rare disease is that you need to monitor their blood for the trend, for the blood chemistry to trend in the right direction, okay? So the people who have phenylketonuria, which is one of the more common diseases in the United States on the metabolic front, rare diseases, is that they have to struggle beyond just taking simple vitamins, okay? They've got a severely restricted diet, okay? Imagine telling a child they can't have that last piece of cake, or they cannot have that steak that everyone else around them is having, or that burger or that hot dog, okay? These are real life scenarios. And the situation is, if they do have those things, they end up severely degrading their brain health. Mental retardation takes effect, and it's just downhill from there, right? Long-term economic burden on the family, on the society. They're least productive if they're not trending, if they're not following properly. Thankfully, there are methods today that exist to help with this treatment, but it's still lacking. The infrastructure is so lacking, okay? In order to maintain compliance, they have to send blood to clinics or visit clinics and get this feedback in weeks to, several days to weeks, when they actually need it real time, okay? Think glucose monitoring. Those who are diabetic, they need that data right away. They cannot wait a day. They're eating food on a constantly basis. Their food affects their blood chemistry to a degree where it will severely impact their health. And we don't have this today. There's nothing currently today that can achieve this. Now, I'm having trouble going through my slides, but I just described some of this. So our solution is to be that for them, right? To have that at-home device that can monitor their blood, similar to how diabetics have a glucose monitor at home, okay? This is like the holy grail of treatment, right? Having that frequent monitoring. And, just to get into some of the business statistics here, market opportunity. For PKU in general, there's a 9.4% CAGR, and those red dots across the United States are all the areas that currently have clinics where people can actually go and get their blood tested, okay? Imagine the logistics behind that. So the alternative to visiting a clinic would be to mail in a blood paper, filter paper, similar to if you've ever had a child, they would filter, they put like blood spots on paper and just send it to some lab. That's what they have to do now at home, right? Let alone whether they're doing it correctly or not, right? It still takes time on data they need right then and there. Okay. In our proposal, we have a cartridge system in which they've got the reader, and based off of, we have no revenue or sales at this time, but based off of our understanding of the market, the numbers, and what our expected price are, we've got a local sum of 1 million. There's about 16 to 30,000 people who have this disease today. There's effectively two verticals that we're looking to target. The first vertical is those that we already know they have the disease. And this is a can of worms I don't want to get into, because diagnosing this is also a challenge, which leads us to our second vertical, being that gold standard of care for newborns across the United States. There's about 4 million newborns approximately, it's constantly growing up, where they could, right when they're born at the hospital, instead of waiting for a couple of weeks to get their screening results to let them know whether they may have it, it's not even certain that they have it. It's like, you may have it, so you have to do some follow-up. We can right then and there tell them, hey, you've got an issue, let's solve it right now, right? You're already at the hospital, why not take care of it? That would be our SAM. That's our 1.6 billion approximation. And then globally, if, the United States, I would like to think of it as being the top in the line in healthcare, right? If we're failing here, it's much worse outside the United States. There's a strong market, especially in areas where they just don't have that infrastructure. And that would be our $14 billion valuation, or excuse me, TAM market if we reach out globally. As far as competitive landscape, I would like to position ourselves, in the more portable and simplistic side of things, and on the more rapid meaning minutes as opposed to days, weeks, months even. We currently have a competitor out there that has released a product, but the infrastructure is not suitable for everyday use. They need like -20°C storage, which is not a fridge I have in my home, I can tell you that, and I'm an engineer. And just to fast forward through our traction timeline, effectively that's when my son was born, 2017, okay? 2 years, collaboration with Chalk Hospital and the National PKU Association, which is the advocacy group for PKU. We de-risked some of the technology, got phase 1 from NSF, and then shortly thereafter, we de-risked the technology even further, got phase 2, so we're currently operating in a phase 2 grant. We were kind of bootstrapped between ourselves and the funding of 1.4 million overall. And we're slated to release our first MVP for our company, minimal viable product. We've got a pathway for a breakthrough designation, and we've got 3 patents, 1 pending, in the works, okay? I ran out of time, so I apologize, but this is, pushing the laser button. This is my final slide. We're asking, for 500,000 for about 5%, and we're targeting hopefully a 3 to 5 year 10x exit if we're lucky to do so. And that's it. So I've got a booth. Feel free to come out and ask questions. I apologize, I'm a minute over. So thank you.
Okay, great. There's the information. If you want to put that on the chair here. That's great. So if you have any, where's your booth in the room over here? Right there. Right there, on this side. Okay, so if you need to talk, the booth is right there. I'm just going to keep it going because we just ran, like you said, a minute over. So next one, molecular U. So Jim, if you're going to come on up and tell us how you're going to analyze 250 blood-based biomarkers at once. I'm excited to hear this because I do biomarker testing for a living. So I'm curious to hear what you're doing. So I know the energy room's a little bit low, so why don't you guys just sit on up in your chairs for a minute, look up at the stage and give, yes, that's right, if you want to get up and stretch, but do some jumping jacks, but give our next speaker, Jim, a big round of applause. That means you clap.
All right, good afternoon. So,
I'll get the slides up in a minute.
all right. So my name is Jim Keene. I'm CEO of Molecular U, and I'm going to start out with a really big healthcare statistic. In the coming year, 25% of the U.S. population will generate, or excuse me, a portion of the U.S. population will generate 25% of our total healthcare spend for the year. The biggest thing about that is that it will be unexpected. So what's the answer here? Well, it's predictive analytics. I could probably tap dance or do interpretive dance, but that probably is not why we're here. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I could do shadow puppets or.
They're going to get it up in a second. I think it's just a tech problem. Hold on.
All right, well, a little bit about my background. I've done 7 digital health startups. My biggest hit was the consumer-facing business of WebMD, and my investors got 27 times money. It was a venture-backed investment when we were purchased by WebMD. And, okay, a little bit ahead. All right, so we have liftoff. So I gave you the stat. The answer is the predictive health revolution. And the way you can, the biggest blocker to making that happen right now is that doctors do not know how to approach molecular medicine. And so we make molecular medicine simple. So I'm going to start out with a patient story. So this has been a longtime customer of ours. She came in for concierge medicine and she ran our test and was pretty diligent every year. In 2022, when we got her results, they were so different than prior periods. We sent them to her doctor. He ordered imaging, and they found 3 really small pinprick tumors on the tail of her pancreas. It was so early, she was eligible for minimally invasive surgery. As you can see, her hero's journey from a molecular standpoint, the following year, she's mostly cleared up, and by 2024, it's pretty cleared up. So this is just one of many conditions that we can cover. And what it says is that all disease is progressive. So Diane's asymptomatic, and most pancreatic cancers are. That's why there's a high death rate. But the other people you see up here are consumers that are in our service, and they are all from diabetics to cardiovascular disease to Alzheimer's. So what's the concierge medicine doctor to do in longevity? Well, it's a pretty confusing market. They get fragmented testing. We can cover all this with one test. It's not to be Elizabeth Holmesy, but it's a tube of blood about this big, and we run 280 biomarkers. We're world's experts at running those on a single tube of blood using mass spec. And you can see the abrasion with the consumer. It's 17 tubes versus 1 tube for us. We have a 2-sided solution. So one side is our assay. Our current version is 280 biomarkers, proteins, and metabolites. That's going to go to version 2 later this year of 825. It's not data for data's sake. We then take that and put it to the second half of our platform, which is the SaaS platform in a clinical environment. And we assemble those into 2 things. Risk signatures, so the doctor needs to know and can know what the risk stratification for a patient is, what's coming up for them. And then secondly, biological pathways. How do you fix what is going on? So to date, we've done over 26 different signatures, both biological pathways and conditions. We're particularly good at neurology. Our Alzheimer's signature, for example, is 98% accurate, area under the curve. But on average, we're at 88%. Conventional diagnostics are 70% accuracy with wide variation. So we support concierge medicine, and the other thing we allow doctors to do, this is from a Medicare client of ours in Florida that specializes in Alzheimer's. We ran a cohort of their patients. We were able to separate, not only confirm the diagnosis in polymorbid patients, but we were able to actually say, you know, these got to Alzheimer's in a completely different way. They all have the same diagnosis, but the one on the left side of the slide had neurotransmitter and beta oxidation of fatty acid problems that caused the problem. And then the middle one is metabolic aberrations and then dyslipidemia. This is a snapshot of what our doctor's user experience looks like. So on the left, you can see stacked ranked. In the middle, you can see the pathways that are impaired. You can then go down into the biomarkers that make up that pathway, and then individual biomarkers plus trend line analysis. So the way we're making money on this is we've spent the past year and a half getting this ready for market. We transferred the technology to our lab partner. Our lab partner's here in Irvine, California, HQE, so we're excited about that. It's going to be up in the next 2 weeks. We have a backlog of about 1,500 individuals that want to get tested and introduce us to their doctor. We also have 10 different clinics, so we have a pretty good pipeline going on. We're going after concierge longevity medicine, plus the ones that are doing GLPs as far as weight loss, and we're particularly good, as I said, at neurology. That's a booming market. It's about a 15% compounded annual growth rate is estimated over the next 10 years. And then that sets us up to capitalize on my background from Blue Cross Blue Shield as a senior exec in an insurance company. Is about a third of our markers are reimbursable, so we will also begin doing reimbursement and billing this year. And then a follow-on market that we have thereafter, once we do that, is that we can predict course of therapy on really complex therapeutic regimens. The other thing, if you're going to do this business and do it right, is this is an incredibly technical, from the time you do the phlebotomy to how you treat the sample to how you transport it. So I'm pleased to announce that we have a full logistical chain with contracts in place. With phlebotomy, we have Get Labs and Exam 1. We can do both white glove in the consumer's home, as well as support the doctor in clinic. Then when we have the sample transport, we have deals with UPS Cold Logistics as well as FedEx. And then, as I said, our partner for labs is here in Los Angeles, and they can deliver that to us for about $205, where we sell the test for $700. And then lastly, we control our data model. So that's our IP, and we sell that into clinic. And during the time that we've been bringing up our lab, we've had a limited pipeline to fulfill our market, but we have 10 signed clinics with 365,000 patients. We also have the backlog of individuals who've come to us, and we found that it's particularly easy to acquire doctor practices at precision medicine, longevity, et cetera. Based on our backlog, we're going to have $3.8 million in revenue. We'll lose money, but we'll continue to expand our footprint within our signed contracts next year, and that will put us near to break even. I would mention, even though I advanced the slide, that we are also doing an active reseller program. So we're in talks with, for example, Function Health, who just closed a $2.5 billion post-money financing, and we also have inbound from Europe and India. It's a really experienced management team, and so I've worked with Gene in 2 different occasions. He's a fantastic healthcare CEO or CTO. Rob is the founder and chief scientific officer, and the 2 guys on the left, David Wishart and Christophe Borgiers, are the world's experts, respectively, in the proteome and metabolome. And then Murdoch Kalehi is our chief medical officer. He's done that 3 times for me. He's also had 5 exits, and he's considered the authority in the consumer diagnostics category. He's done things like Everlywell, Orders, Rupa, et cetera. So the team and I have a long history together. And then lastly, let's talk about why you should be interested in this if you're an investor. So I've already talked about the things on the left, but let's talk about how we position the company to have an exit strategy in the next 24 to 48 months. So we're at the crossroads of three really valuable areas that have tens of billions of dollars of value and are growing rapidly. The top one, Olink, was just acquired. They're a proteomic platform. They're less accurate than we are. They don't do the metabolome, and they're only focused on cancer. But they attracted Thermo Fisher for $3.1 billion. Danaher bought Abcam for $5.7. Both of those acquire something at least once a year for the last 15 years for $1 to $6 billion. Not saying we'll be there, but we'll be in that conversation if we execute on our business plan in the next 24 to 48 months. I mentioned Function Health at $2.5 billion. There's kind of almost a mini, I'd say, buzz going around longevity. There's been a ton of financings in that area, and everybody's getting into that. We are the picks and shovel for the longevity gold rush. And then lastly, my background in insurance and value-based care, we're ideal with our data set. They use for value-based care, they use claims data. It's a terrible data set. Proteome metabolomic data is the best. And that's my drop the mic. Lastly, not to do the victory lap, but we recently won at Health the Rising Star Digital Award out of 1,200 companies for human longevity, and we consistently get raves at different conferences. Our booth is over there. Come by, and if you want to get tested, let me know. I have a QR code at my booth. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right, first immediate hand went up here. That's the first time I've seen that. That's great. Okay, here we go. Tell us what we got.
Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing this. Steve worked with Sapient Mode over there. One of the problems that we have is when you're planning clinical trials, it's really hard to predict like Alzheimer's patient progression and speed progression. You want them all to be kind of homogeneous.
Yes.
Look into that using different pathways.
You know, it's interesting. On my demo, I have patient profiles from our Alzheimer's clinic. So that was an interesting deal. They sent us 74 samples of patients and asked us to run those. And then they told us it was about 5 severe Alzheimer's patients, 14 mild cognitive impairment patients, and then the rest were high risk in their practice. And they said, all right, find them. So we found the 5. Little interesting thing though, we said, we found these 5, they confirmed it, but one of those 5 has vascular dementia, we think. They don't have the classic underlying molecular tau structure of a classic Alzheimer's patients. So that was informative to them. They said, we said we found 31 MCIs. They said, no, there's only 14. And we said, well, the 31 we have all have the same underlying molecular patterns. So these 17 that you didn't see that aren't on your list are actually high risk because they're asymptomatic and they'll probably progress there. So needless to say, it altered their practice on that. And the thing that's interesting about Alzheimer's patients, having done all this work, my scientists are convinced it's the natural output of actions that have happened to you in your biological history in the past 5 or 10 years. So some of those patients that I mentioned up there, they got to Alzheimer's because of something in their neurotransmitters. Others got there with metabolic disorders, and then others had cardiovascular. It means that it is imminently avoidable, I think, with lifestyle and other treatments, if you can look at the biological pathway in time. It did, and you do see a lot. They're very polymorbid patients, so it leads you to think it's the comorbidities that are causing the deterioration, and then the output of that is the Alzheimer's. Yeah, thanks, team.
That's great. So, I'm very active in this space. I work with all the functions and doctors, so we need to talk. But I'm just curious, because on your slide, I heard something different than I saw, so I just want to check and verify,
Sure.
just out of curiosity. I think you said the test was 1,700, but on your slide it said 700. Did I mishear you?
No, it's 700.
It's 700.
Yeah.
So it's 700 tests, but you said your cost of COGS 205.
205.
So that's really good, by the way, for
Well,
what he's running. I mean, I know a lot of, I run lab tests for a living, and I can tell you, if you got a comprehensive, preventative, predictive, list of how many 250 blood based, you already have 250, or is that the pipeline?
No, it's 280 is our version 1. Now, the other interesting thing is, it's kind of boring, unless you're in the science, is that we can multiplex 280 on a half tube. Our next version is going to be 825, and we can use the same amount. So we can increase the multiplexing, meaning that we just need that same tube of blood to do ever-increasing amounts. We're forecasting our version 3.0 next year will be about 1,500.
Wow, like that's just astounding. If you know anything about blood testing, what you just described about the way you have to run the assays and separate the blood, a lot in the past, I mean, you could do one, like high sensitivity CRP, that was like one full vial of blood.
Well, you do send out, right?
And so, you know, just to get that one marker back in the day, and it's just amazing, yeah. So I mean, like you referenced Elizabeth Holmes, right? Because this is what Theranos claimed that we would do, unfortunately didn't happen. But we knew it was possible. That was one of the things too that was really horrible about the crash of Theranos, is that we knew this was actually going to happen, and then they created this buzz, but then they didn't deliver. So now people think, oh, it's not possible. But you know, now we're seeing it.
You know, I have a great analogy on that. Somebody, because we get hit with that a lot, and to me, it's like somebody built a magnificent mansion on a hill, and then some really horrible thing happened. It's a horror movie, and it's haunted, so nobody wants to go in the house, except for us.
Right. Yeah. That is a good analogy. Oh, great, Jim. I want to follow up with you. Thank you for that.
Thank you all.
Jim, round of applause. That was great. Don't take the next presenter will need that. Thank you so much. Okay. So next up, we have, I see telehealth meets biohacking. That's a term that I haven't seen at this event yet, but I deal with biohacking a lot in my world. I'm actually speaking at Biohackers World next week. I don't know if you should be there. I'm emceeing Saturday next week. If you want to look it up, quick plug for my friends at Biohackers World. We're going to be in North Hollywood next week for the Biohackers World Conference, Saturday, Sunday. If anybody wants to join us. So, did he just leave? Are you the quick AV thing? Okay. So, for those of you not familiar with the term biohacking, actually, who here has heard the term biohacking before? Show of hands. Okay. You guys tell me, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does biohacking mean to you? So to access your body's own healing processes to expand your lifetime. So it's a great definition, but a lot of times the thing that's interesting about biohacking is a lot of it is about accessing tools, technologies, resources that actually come from outside the body, right? Exogenous sourcing, right? So for example, you can get a natural hit of light therapy just by going outside in the sun. But you can also then lay in the red light therapy bed, which is an artificial tool, but it has a different effect on the body because the light is signaling the cells, right? So biohacking is kind of an interesting idea. It's almost like, because humans have become so unnatural in our lifestyle, we almost need all these technologies and tools to bring us back to where we would have been if we just stayed hunter-gatherers, you know? So it's kind of a funny dichotomy there. So anyway, that was my quick little intro to biohacking for everybody. But I'll let you take it away. And your clicker is on the podium here. So ladies and gentlemen, give Jason a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Take it away, Jason.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Thanks for the intro, perfect segue. My name's Jason Herman, and I'm here today for the brand launch of Impact Health. We're gonna take the really cool technologies that we found in the biohacking world and make them more accessible through telehealth. So there's a lot that I want to go over today, but I want to start with 4 key main points so that they can really land. First, there are game-changing breakthrough technologies in the biohacking world that we're aware of. And there's research behind them. They're safe, they're effective, they work, but they can be really hard to access, especially if you need a prescription. So that's the whole point of Impact Health. We're trying to take these breakthrough technologies and bridge that gap using telehealth. And we know exactly where we want to start. We want to use the momentum of methylene blue. It's perfect timing. So a little bit about me. I started off my career working at Microsoft in information security, a computer hacker, if you will. And I have formal training in artificial intelligence. But then I got sick, like really sick. I got Epstein-Barr virus. I was in bed for a year. So I took that hacking mentality that I had, and I had to apply it to my own biology. I became a biohacker. I started looking at things a little bit differently. I'm looking at an optimization problem of my own biology. How can I get more performance, more health, better focus, mental and physical? So we started off with the foundations: clean eating, exercising, getting good sleep. I've tried over 100 different supplements. Currently, I'm trying to reduce my lactic acid buildup like Michael Phelps. And I've tried a ton of tools. I'm wearing blue light blockers, which help keep me calm because of the different light coming into my eyes. I start off every day with that red light therapy like we were talking about earlier, and that gets all my mitochondria up and running. And one of my favorites, if you haven't tried it, it's called hyperbaric chambers. When you go into that for an hour, your circulating stem cells can increase 80%. And I'll tell you something else. It feels a lot like taking a Xanax without taking a Xanax. It's pretty nice. And I'm measuring everything. I'm measuring my VO2 max because that's the best indication of how long you're gonna live. I'm measuring my brain waves with a Muse headband to figure out just how fast I can get into a flow state for better work. And it's part of being a community. I'm doing my own research. I'm going to all these different conventions to find out about these new technologies and breakthrough medicines. And I've even spent a year living in a 2 months last year living in a longevity house on Venice Beach with other biohackers, trying to figure out who could slow down their aging the fastest. So in this community, I've found out about a lot of really cool treatments. We've got healing factors like BPC 157, which can increase the healing of your tendons by 50%. Imagine what kind of impact that could have for an athlete who's on the bench. We've also got stem cell mobilizers, which can increase the amount of circulating stem cells in your blood by 10 to 15 times, which is 2 pills. You can increase your stem cells by that much. We've got longevity protocols, like using metformin and HGH in the TRIM study in 2015 through 2017. That reduced epigenetic age by 2.5 years. And we've got cognitive increasers like nootropics. Methylene blue, super neuroprotective. Memantine can reset tolerance to opiates and stimulants. And racetams to increase your memory and general intelligence. And one of a biohacker's favorites, you can increase your muscle mass by 30% with a myostatin inhibitor. In your muscles, myostatin tells them to break down. With a myostatin inhibitor, it tells them stop breaking down. So there's a lot of really cool things here, but access is difficult. When you go to a traditional primary care physician, it's almost as if you are dealing with the cable installer, the cable guy coming to your house and trying to talk about video compression algorithms with them. It's not on the same level of what they're dealing with on the day-to-day. They're focused on treating different symptoms for disease, not health optimization through biohacking. So there's a gap here, and we're looking to bridge this gap with Impact Health. Telehealth is a proven model. We know it's a way to get prescriptions into people's hands almost as easily as going on Amazon and hitting buy now. Companies like Hims, Hers, and Roman are massive successes since 2017. This technology works. But we really want to unleash the potential by taking these cool breakthrough technologies and prescription medications in the biohacking world and making them more available through telehealth. So where do we start? Well, to me, it's obvious. We start with the very first drug ever invented in 1876. That's methylene blue. Before methylene blue, there literally wasn't such a thing as a synthetic drug. This is the first one. And it works in a very special way, a way that no other compound on the world works. Methylene blue helps shuttle electrons through the electron transport chain. That's how your body is making energy in mitochondria for every single action in your body. It's almost like opening up a new lane on the highway when things get congested. And the results are really impressive. It boosts mitochondrial function, energy, focus, mood, memory. And we know that it's safe. It's been used for decades. It was actually the first treatment for malaria, believe it or not. So there's a wide array of applications here. And every single hospital in the world, every single one has to already carry methylene blue, because if you get carbon monoxide poisoning or cyanide poisoning, 2 things that impact the electron transport chain, you have to have methylene blue. It is the only thing that will save your life. But what's most impressive to me are the studies on how it can slow down neurodegeneration. We're talking about dementia and Alzheimer's. The worst studies I found, 40% reduction. And the best studies, including one in 2019, an 85% reduction and slowdown in the progression of neurodegeneration. And at Impact Health, we're not new to methylene blue. In the biohacking scene, we've known about methylene blue for a long time. In fact, 3 years ago, I started a brand called Live, where we've been selling liquid dropper bottles of methylene blue solution. We've been able to set the standards in purity and transparency. So currently, when doctors want to prescribe it off-label for depression or to reduce cognitive decline, they come to us. And for the longest time, I felt like I was screaming into the void. I was telling people about how powerful methylene blue was, but they weren't listening. And finally, that's starting to change. Just a month ago, RFK Jr. was spotted using our Live brand on an airplane. Within 4 hours, it hit 20 million views on Twitter. The next day, it was in the India Times. It hit the international news cycle. 2 weeks ago, Joe Rogan's talking about methylene blue and how it can, thumbs up to you as well. 2 weeks ago, Joe Rogan was talking with a guest, and they're talking about methylene blue and how it's helping with seizures. And just a week ago, Brian Johnson, the leading figurehead in the biohacking movement, a celebrity biohacker, if you will, he just started using methylene blue. And the numbers are really working for us too. We just had $10,000 in revenue in the month of January. This ballooned in February to triple. Things are really taking off. So that's all good, right? It's starting to pick up. We've got more traction. It's growing. Well, wait a minute. This is a prescription drug that we're talking about. At this scale, this is not going to keep going. This is going to get shut down. It needs to go through doctors safely and accessibly. So we are sprinting to bridge this gap with telehealth and doctor-prescribed solutions. We need to ensure safe, legal, and most of all, sustainable access for this very powerful medication. And we're doing it with MB+. This gives us an opportunity to bring methylene blue as a prescription pill. Our customers have been asking for one thing. They don't want the mess of the liquid dropper bottles, and they don't want to guess about how much to use. They're tired of cleaning blue off their countertops. So here it is, Impact Health MB+. It's USP grade, just like our Live product, but it's doctor prescribed for optimal dosing and medical oversight. And of course, it's got all the same benefits. And currently, if you want to check out the progress for it, this is our launch site at takeimpact.com. I'm super happy with how the design turned out. We got the lead designer from Twitter, actually, which I thought was pretty cool. So it looks nice and modern. And if you go there today at takeimpact.com, you can be notified as soon as MB+ is available. So here's where we're at. We've got the branding, we've got the website, and we're looking for the right manufacturing partner. We've got a couple lined up, but we're trying to decide which one's going to be the right partnership. That's something that we're looking at for partners today, in fact. And of course, we need the telehealth side sewn up as well. We need a compounding pharmacy. We've talked to a couple, we have soft agreements there, as well as a lot of doctors that we're excited to talk to as well, including the doctor who prescribed RFK Jr. his Live methylene blue. That could be a really exciting partnership. But remember, this is about more than methylene blue. This is about creating a telehealth platform for health optimization. There's more opportunities here for breakthrough prescribed therapies from progressive doctors. We're looking at metformin for increased longevity. It gives you the same longevity benefits as a reduced calorie diet, but you don't have to reduce your calories. We're looking at stem cell mobilizers, which can increase your stem cell circulation by 10 to 15 times. BPC 157 for 50% faster healing, and myostatin inhibitors to increase muscle mass. So it all starts with the right people. We're looking to talk to compounding pharmacy and manufacturing partners. We would talk to doctors who are passionate about breakthrough treatments. And of course, we're here at GCN, so we're looking for smart, strategic investors. So to that end, we've been cash flow positive since day one. We've got all the runway we need to establish this telehealth platform and to get production going for MB+ to hit the market. But where we see a really exciting opportunity is as it relates to ad spend. Currently, with our Live product, we're getting a 3 to 5x ROAS. So we're excited to see how we could saturate that with money in, money out, dumping in a little bit of extra fuel to the fire. So if this speaks, Let's get connected. We're over right there at the booth for Impact Health. We've got methylene blue and we've got mocktails. If you mix them together, I won't tell anyone. And you can join us and stay updated at takeimpact.com. So thank you very much for your time. And we have 15 seconds left, so not much for a question, but I think that's going to be it.
Okay, so to get in touch with you, just get Impact.
Takeimpact.com. Perfect. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, and you're going to be in the room. I didn't even realize, but there's the room over here, right? So there's a room on the other side. So if you haven't been there yet, make sure you head that way. All right, thank you, Jason, for that presentation. And I'll just piggyback on what you're doing just so you understand. I mentioned I do clinical research. We're actually launching a study right now to try to get help with peptides right now at my company, Proven. So one of the problems we have, I don't know if you all know this, but peptide therapy basically got declassified last year. So you mentioned BPC 157, it got declassified last year by the FDA. And one of the reasons for that is because of these GLP-1s. So in the functional medicine space, we've been using GLP-1s, which is what Ozempic, Wegovy, and all those products are, glucagon-like peptide activators. And they got the FDA, now the pharmaceutical industry is like, hey, these peptides are great. Let's be able to take advantage of that opportunity, which is part of that's what you do as a business. But peptides have been used in a lot of different ways. So we have a lot of other peptides right now that are still in the gray area, but we need to do more research. So that's actually, I'm doing some research right now. We're launching some research on peptides right now. So everyone here is interested in peptide therapy. I'll talk to you separately, Jason, but that's something we're working on right now because we all deserve access to peptides. If you haven't tried them, I don't know what your health condition is, but if you got anything going on, there's probably peptide for it. It's pretty amazing. So just shout out to the peptides. And I'll be speaking, if you go to the cards that I gave you, there's something called House Span Events. All of my events are listed. I will be speaking at Peptide World Congress in June at the Wynn Hotel in Las Vegas. So if anybody here wants to learn more about peptides, especially if you're a doctor, that's the #1 peptide conference in the world. I'll be speaking at that event in June with Dr. Seeds and Seed Scientific Research Partners. Okay, shout out there. He made it. I was worried. I didn't see you in the room, Clay, so I was concerned you weren't going to be here on time, but you walked in just as it was for you. So ladies and gentlemen, it is Clay time. So Clay, you are the man up with your venture now, Pressure Partners. I know Clay because, again, the biohacking longevity community is relatively small. We have a number of conferences, but we're growing exponentially this year. This is our big year. So I know Clay does some amazing work with hyperbaric oxygen therapy chambers, which I'm a huge fan of. He also works with incredible red light therapy. And I know you have something, I believe, new to share with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, so the door is open so people can hear us. Let everybody know how amazing Clay is. Make a big round of applause for him, please. Welcome to the stage, Clay. Go back. Take a break, bud.
Thank you, Elias. It's been a real joy to get to know Elias. He does a very good job emceeing, but he's also got a technical brain that's like this big. So it's easy to distill the concepts down for people that need to learn about the things that he presents. Let's see, which button do I push? The big green one. Nothing's happening. Okay. All right, so a little bit about my background. I started out in investment banking back in the 90s. My first bank, I did about 500 million in transactions and microcaps. I built one of the first electronic prospectus distribution systems. Some of my team went on to found Edgar for the SEC. We had a lot of venture backing. It was a great successful bank until the NASDAQ crashed and there was no exit for those little companies we had financed. Then we took that technology platform and applied it to real estate and built the first investment bank focused on fractional tenant and common interests. We took that industry from about 100 million to 32 billion in equity issuance over 6 years, and we were 25% of that market every year at our bank. That was a lot of fun. Cashed out, moved to Texas, decided to be an oil guy. You know how to become a millionaire in the oil business? Start out a billionaire. That's a good way to do it. So anyway, about 15 years ago, I got into the healthcare side of the business. my wife is an anti-aging regenerative medicine doctor, and we had a patient that had a miraculous healing with hyperbarics. And it's still not coming up. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's not down here. That's why. Okay. So we had a patient had a miraculous healing with hyperbarics. He said, you need to add one of these to your practice. So I did a bunch of research and had a little office space. I set up, put a chamber down there. I started treating patients. And I got to see these miracles unfold before my very eyes. And that changed my life. I'd spent my whole career making rich guys richer, but I tell you, when you can see a little girl come in a wheelchair who can't even talk, and 2.5, 3 months later walk out and talk to her baby girl again, that changed my life. And so I've made it my mission to bring as much hyperbaric to the market as possible. I've been selling and installing chambers for clinics and for people's homes for the last 8, 9 years. I've been running clinics in Austin, Texas, where we have 3 clinics that we treat patients at. And so we've decided to take that next step and build a company that will be the first pure play hyperbarics operation in the United States. There's 2 tiers of hyperbarics, or 3 tiers of hyperbarics. Number 1 is the acrylic chambers you see in most of the hospitals that do wound care. And those chambers are running at 3, 4, 5 atmospheres, very dangerous. And then, let's see. Okay, and that's insurance reimbursable. There's only 14 FDA approved uses for hyperbarics, and insurance reimburses on those 14. We work in what's called the mid-pressure unit, where we treat from 1.3 atmospheres to about 2.4 atmospheres, and we treat hundreds of different conditions that are all based on inflammation. 93% of the U.S. healthcare dollar today is spent on chronic conditions. Chronic conditions have at their root inflammation. What's the best anti-inflammatory there is in the world? Oxygen. So we figured out a way to, we're not the guys who figured it out, but there are literally hundreds of indications of conditions that will get better with pressurized oxygen. And that's what hyperbarics is. And it's actually gene therapy, according to Dr. Harsh. He's one of the leading voices in research in hyperbarics. So oxygen's the body's fuel. I mean, everything you do relies on the oxygen molecule to create your metabolism. What we're doing is think of a soda pop can. This is all Henry's law, basic gas physics. We're putting you in a chamber, pressurizing you, and then feeding you oxygen on a mask. Your hemoglobin fill up right away, and then the rest of that oxygen, about a 1,500 to 2,000% oxygen load, is now dissolving into your plasma, and the plasma becomes the transport mechanism. And so now we're able to perfuse that oxygen 5 times deeper into your tissue, and we can get it behind the blood-brain barrier, we can get it in the lymph system, we get it places where oxygen is not necessarily ordinarily taken. And so now we can cure stroke damage, brain damage, TBIs, PTSD, things like that, because we're getting oxygen up behind that blood-brain barrier. And that is not a recognized medical condition by the FDA. It's happening out in doctors' offices who buy chambers from us. It's happening out in wellness offices, people who are running hyperbaric chambers that aren't specifically FDA approved, but they are engineering safety approved, and I would recommend that everybody understand that if you're going to have one in your clinic for commercial operations, you must have ASME PVHO certification. You don't have to have FDA certification as a medical device, but don't make any medical claims if you're not going to run a device. So there's a lot on these slides. Suffice it to say, I've got over 750 hours of hyperbaric now. And I lost about 40 pounds within the first year when I started doing hyperbarics. My brain is sharper at 65 than it was when I was 40 running a big investment bank with 6 offices around the country. It should be the #1 use of hyperbarics, is to help people get rid of their inflammatory conditions. Let's see. The wellness industry is like plus 6.3 trillion. Yeah, a lot of money out there chasing this. Over the last year, I've seen my order book increase from 2 to 3 chambers a month to upward pushing 10 to 12 chambers a month now in distribution. And there is more and more and more chains of wellness clinics out there looking at hyperbaric as one of the baseline modalities, because with all that oxygen in there, it will make every other modality work better. Let's see. The market growth, I mean, it's crazy. I've been in it for about 10 years now, and probably year over year, we're seeing probably closer to 10 to 12% market growth, and you're seeing a 25% annualized increase in searches for hyperbaric oxygen on the search engines. So we're kind of in a niche market. You have the wound care centers that got decimated a few years ago when Medicare cut their reimbursement by 50%, and these roll-up guys had rolled up all the hyperbaric wound care centers based on the higher Medicare thing, so they both went bankrupt real quick when that reimbursement got cut down. But the real growth opportunity is in the mid-pressure market for clinics and wellness because it works so well. And so there's no national chain in that space. So we're taking incentive and the 10 years of experience we have in running profitable clinic operations, as well as selling hundreds of chambers out on the market to build a company to solve that market need. Well, we're putting 5 national spread out clinics that will function as showrooms so that we can show our various chambers that we represent to the practitioner community, have them come in, give them a test drive, provide the sales and support for them. In addition, we're building out a separate arm to finance veterans to help them start their own hyperbaric clinics so that they can treat their community and people in more rural areas than the big cities which we operate in now. Thank you. So our deal that we're putting together is a $15 million equity raise. Our first 4.5 we'll use to build those showroom clinics out, and then the second $10 million will be used to finance these veterans and provide them with equipment support, the training, the protocols, and everything they need to successfully run a hyperbaric clinic. And in these clinics, we only have 2 modalities. We have hyperbaric chambers and we have light beds. Those are the 2 fundamental biohacks there are, because you fill the body up with that 2,000% oxygen load, and then you hit it with high-frequency photons from a multimode light bed, and you get incredible ATP release. And that is the energy in the fuel cell. You know, your mitochondria are the fuel cells for your cells, so you're going to get a lot of value there. So we based all our pro formas off of our 3 clinic experience in Austin over the last 10 years. This offering, it's a $15 million raise, dollar share, and we believe we'll be able to deliver a double market cap within 3 years just based on the clinic business alone, not including the financing and support of the new clinics and the ROI that we'll get on putting that capital out to the veteran community. Let's see. I already talked about my background. I've raised a lot of capital in my career. This should be a really, really exciting lift. I think we should be able to get this to a multi-$100-million market cap within 2 to 3 years. Exit, I don't know what the exit will be. We'll probably just keep building more clinics as fast as we can because there's a need for them. So I have a company also, Scientific Age Management is our distributor of hyperbaric chambers. We sell in the US and in Latin America. Those are my 2 territories for the 2 big brands that I represent. And it's a flourishing market because everybody understands how well hyperbarics works. This summary valuation, again, is just based on the 5 showroom clinics. We should see a double in our pre-money, or triple in our pre-money value by the end of 3 years running those 5 clinics. Let's see. Use of proceeds, $500,000 for advertising, marketing, and management, $4.5 million to build 5 clinics, and then the equipment purchases to finance for the veterans and other people that will help start clinics is at $10 million. This is what the new state-of-the-art hyperbarics look like. It's not the old propane tanks that you're used to seeing that have a couple of windows on them. These are full-on ASME PVHO approved, with their big windows and patient comfort, and 2 seats, 4 seats. We can go up to 15 seats of these. And then we also represent a company called ArcLed. They have the highest quality, most powerful light bed in the market. It's in almost all the special forces groups out there, a lot of NBA, a lot of NFL, a lot of MLB. It is the Cadillac or Mercedes of light beds, and they're built right here in Laguna Niguel. Let's see. We got a good team. My son Josh is helping us on installations. I've gotten a little slow in my age to be hossing around 1,200, 1,500 pounds of equipment every day to install these chambers, but we're having lots of fun doing it. And then we have Jason Tice, recently retired colonel from the Army, who's a nuclear weapons expert, and we're working with him on some composite development so we can drive down the cost of these chambers so that we can make it more affordable to everybody as we grow our company. And that's it. If you got any questions, you'd like to be a part of our growth and part of the first pure hyperbaric pure play in the investment business, please give us a call. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Clay. And yes, if you don't know, who here has actually tried hyperbaric chamber before? Who's actually been in one? All right, okay, so there's only a couple. Wow, like a lot of them are missing out. I mean, this is really, if you're interested in health optimization, biohacking, longevity, I mean, it's really kind of the modality that you should be having in what we call in biohacking your stack, right? You have a stack of modalities that you do, and hyperbaric is, like you said, I mean, it's absolutely foundational.
And if you're doing peptides, if you're doing hyperbaric first, and then you do your peptide dose, it's incredible. The brain sharpness that all that oxygen elevates you to is on par with psychedelic level changes. So.
Well, especially too, I was about to ask this backup though, let's just mention real quick the difference between the soft and the hard chamber, right? Because a lot of people who try hyperbarics try soft chambers, and when they're on like 30 minutes in a soft chamber, they're like, ah, it's not that big a deal.
That's one of the most frustrating things in our business in Austin is Restore Cryotherapy was started there, and they started advertising their little soft chambers as hyperbarics and saying, oh, well, it increases your stem cell count, it increases your longevity, it does this, changes your genes. It does at 2.0 atmospheres, but not at 1.3 in a little zip-up chamber. And so what happened was customers would say, oh, well, they're a third of the price of you, so they went over there and spent, $3,000 on a package instead of 10, and then they would go once or twice a week and get in a little zip-up chamber that has very little efficacy. And then, 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, nothing had happened because there was no continuity. And they would say, they'd trash it. They say, yeah, I tried that hyperbaric, it doesn't work. And that so many people.
All the time that people be like, oh yeah, I tried hyperbarics, so it's just really not that great.
Yeah.
But a lot of times they're doing a soft chamber that doesn't even have the oxygen in it. So if you're in a soft chamber, even if you want to save the money, let's say I don't place you against me on this one, but you have to get the extra oxygenation to have any value in a soft chamber.
That's right.
But really, where it's at is the hard chamber. You've never done a hard chamber hyperbaric oxygen therapy for like 45 minutes to an hour. Like that's where the energy is.
And it's cumulative. You got to do 5 days on, 2 days off. And at 20 hours, you'll have mobilized up to 8 times the amount of circulating progenitor stem cells out of your bone marrow than you have circulating now. And those are the curative cells that go help your organs repair, things like that.
So this is what all of the pro athletes are doing. If you didn't know, like LeBron James and all these top guys, they swear by this because they do, PRP or they do injections, they do therapies to make sure they can perform at their highest level. When they jump in the chamber, to make sure everything gets circulated and activated in the cells.
And then at 40 sessions, you've made permanent genetic changes. You've upregulated about 4,000 anti-inflammatory genes and downregulated 4,100 pro-inflammatory genes, and that's at over a third of your protein encoding genes have been programmed for anti-inflammatory stasis. And then once you hit 60 sessions at 90 minutes, you're now at, well, you've extended your telomere length 25 to 37%, and that is the holy grail of anti-aging. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for your time today.
All right, so you can tell I love biotech. I love bioscience, life science, health optimization. It's so amazing. We're almost approaching the end of my portion. Is your MC? Everybody give me an aw. No, you're not supposed to be happy, sir. You're not supposed to be happy. This is sad aw. Jeez. You always got to have a heckler in every crowd, right? All right, we're looking for Rahif Al-Assad, MD. If they are, oh, you're right in the front, ready to go. Perfect. I hope I said your name correctly. No, I didn't. Okay, I'm so sorry. I should have checked with you. That's all I have is the list. So you're going to come and talk about, you can just grab the clicker and the microphone. It looks like they have your presentation ready to go. A teleresuscitation platform, is that what it is? That looks great. And so I think that makes work even better, actually, when it's on the podium. You're going to follow that one. So go ahead. Tell me so I can introduce you. Say your name.
Rahaf.
Rahaf. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I read it wrong. So Rahaf, please go ahead and take us away into this portion of the day. Oh, give Rahaf a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Go for it.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this stage. So I'm going to talk about Pantridge Detail, a company that I founded 2 years ago, and it's based in LA, California. So this is a life science, digital health, and longevity company based in LA, California. And this is a little bit of a historical background about what is CPR and what is resuscitation. So the first invented CPR was actually invented at Johns Hopkins by the Hopkins trio, where the first chest compression was identified as life-saving procedure, in addition to the defibrillator that at that time was 200 pounds. Now, in our current days, we have a pocket defibrillators to save lives, but we have multiple problems associated with life-saving procedures during CPR sessions. First of all, we have over 400,000 cases of cardiac arrest in North America, and only less than 40% of those cases are actually responded by public responders. And for those who receive public CPR, are just 6% of them had access to public defibrillators. Overall, only 80% of this CPR provided by the public responders was defined as not optimized quality. In addition to that, every minute wasted before the initiation of the CPR procedure is associated with 12% decrease in survival rate afterwards. So overall, 90% death we have after cardiac arrest events in North America, and the on average time to initiation of CPR is collectively 11 minutes between the rural and urban areas. So in Pantridge Detail, the solution is defined as teleresuscitation, where we're using AI-powered medical extended reality to first bring all the team together to practice in a telepresence platform using a very highly invented medical extended reality in addition to haptics and biosensors to collect data from those patients in real time. In this platform, we're enabled to provide patients with diagnostic procedures and therapeutic procedures as well, and the aim is to increase survival rate by 4-fold. So this is a very early stage company, which is why we have just a preliminary analysis of the regulatory pathway and the market analysis. So the FDA regulatory pathway is getting better and better since October 2023 until now, and many companies that have been using medical extended reality as a technology in cardiology and other than cardiology has been granted FDA clearance or FDA approval. And so the technology is gaining more visibility between stakeholders in healthcare system and between investors as well. In terms of the market analysis, the market is projected to be $100 billion by 2028. And this is my company roadmap. So the past 2 years has been pretty much invested in the scientific feasibility, bringing stakeholders together, and forming the team. For this year, we're focused on the MVP, and we're very serious. Our engineers are from the University of Texas. And for the next 2 to 3 years, we're entering our clinical trials, it's a combined clinical trials between like actually creating and developing the platform in addition to testing the platform in pilot trials. So, of course, we're on a fundraising roadmap, and for this fundraising round, we're going between $280,000 up to $2 million. And the immediate or short-term or ROI is expected to be 10 times. And I'm happy to talk more and answer questions. Please reach out to my Twitter and to my LinkedIn. I'm Rahaf Fasil. Again, I'm a physician, and I'm trained in internal medicine with practice over 20 years. And I'm transitioning from my mid-career to, from my early career to mid-career scientist in cardiac arrest. Thank you. Sorry? Yes, I have plans to go global. So this is US, Canada, and Japan, and I have, so my first strategy to go global is by collaborating with academia for data sharing agreements. So we want typically academic collaborators, strategic partners, and primary investigators on site to work with me.
Any other questions? Yes. So just to repeat the question, he's asking that there's a big range there, what you're trying to raise, and are you doing different tranches, or explain your thinking around?
For the very immediate round, it's just like 280K as a pre-seed, and then in 3 to 6 months after we publish our second demo, which is going to go on the website. Right now, if you look at the website, you'll find like simulated demo, but the next demo is going to be the actual real integrated demo between like a teamwork and a simulated patient, but the teamwork are going to be real. So that's at 280. You can consider them as covering a runway to publish a first version of an MVP in 3 to 6 months, and then we can go through VCs.
Yeah, and that's not that unusual in biotech, because a lot of times, like, you need that seed money just to kind of build even your MVP, but then it can jump very quickly as you're going down the path.
Right, so we can predict the roadmap by doing such like a strategy on fundraising.
And then are you here in the booth here? If you want to talk to you, how do they find you?
You can find me here. I was planning to have a booth, but I eventually did not, yeah.
All right, so we can recognize your wonderful red dress. So look for the lady in the red dress if you want to learn more, and you can just drop that in the
Thanks so
much. And give Rakif, and I said that right, please have a round of applause. Thank you so much. And thank you for being rapid. So that means we're a little bit, we're back on schedule, maybe a little bit ahead. And so next up, I want to make sure we're in the room, Carter Smith from HeartCloud. Carter, you're going to be next up here. So this is going to be, so we're coming to the end of the Medtech portion of our presentation. So the Medtech and Longevity Investment Conference today. So we have 2 presenters left, and then I'm going to be handing over the MC duties, and then there's going to be, you know, a variety of other companies that will be presenting throughout the rest of the day. So Carter's coming up to talk about a digital health device data, translating digital health device data into meaningful visualizations and trends. Oh, something else will be interesting. This is something we deal with as a real problem. I do, as I mentioned earlier, clinical research, and then we have these very scientific looking graphs. Nobody knows what they mean. We show them to patients. Doctors don't even know what they mean sometimes. So if you have a solution for that, I'm all ears. So please come on up to the stage, Carter, and tell us about what you're doing. There's a microphone right there. Great. There's your clicker. Take it away, Carter. Give a round of applause. We're almost done. Here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'm Carter Smythe, CEO of HeartCloud. I'm not the founder, but the co-founders with us, and we work very close together. We like to say that we translate digital health data and improving patient outcomes and providing consistent monthly recurring revenue for the practice. Hold it. So just press the green button. Is that the deal? Okay. Is that working? So I don't know about you, but for years it's kind of blown my mind that so many doctors diagnose and treat patients based on very few data points. You know, you go to the doctor and, oh, you got a high blood pressure. Oh, here's some meds, right? My mother has normal blood pressure at home, but she's got white coat syndrome. So she goes to the doctor and she's got sky high blood pressure, and they put her on meds, and she's now on 4 blood pressure meds and is struggling with low blood pressure. So if there was a way to read, for the doctors to have access to this sort of day-to-day data for patients, I think that there could be so much better care and you know, fine-tuning medications, and it just doesn't happen very much today. We've got these digital health measurement devices out there. Surely you've seen them. They're proliferating. I've got an Oura Ring on, Apple Watch. I've got blood pressure cuffs that are cellular connected, and weight scales, body composition scales that tell you all sorts of things. They're very useful devices and affordable devices that are coming out. But in terms of being used you know, by doctors and clinicians, the penetration rate is really not very high. They don't work with the workflow of the clinician. They're usually in their electronic medical records EMR system all day long, and they don't, you know, they just want to stay in there. And so HeartCloud has an all-in-one platform that allows them to go into HeartCloud and see all this stuff about the patient if they want, or just go into their EMR and see the data there. We've got EMR integration. And the final thing is getting reimbursed for remote monitoring. It's very complex and time-consuming for practices. So the way it works is a patient takes you know, the readings, the clinician looks at the reports. We've got alerts, hypertensive crisis, all sorts of alerts you can do. And then we generate claims automatically that the practice can submit. And we've got an incredibly low 3.7 denial rate for our claims, when the industry average is about 15%. We target cardiology, endocrinology for diabetes, neurology, and some GLP-1 practices. We've got patient apps, both on mobile and on the web. And it's really a win-win for, I think, for everyone. The patient gets more engaged in their health care. The clinicians can improve the patient outcomes. They get reimbursed for their extra level of care, the practices, and the payers are you know, increasingly willing to pay because it lowers the overall cost of health care. And a quote we just got from one of our doctors is that he just prevented 15 patients from having stroke last month with HeartCloud. So we're really proud of that. Essentially, I like to say we're a forced revenue multiplier for practices. Our fees are return about 2 to 5x in reimbursement revenue for practices. I can give you more details if you're interested. Some of the differentiators, we've got EMR integration, our insurance claim generation, the 3.7 denial rate. It's a very repeatable growth playbook that we have. We don't have a sales problem or demand. We have really an implementation problem. We don't have enough people to onboard practices that are interested. Our funding round, we're focused on a $2.5 million late seed pre-series A. It's just focusing on the rapid growth. Our income, you know, monthly revenue is about between 50 and 60,000. It'll be this month, and we're growing 10,000 every month. We're going to focus on scaling the business and tech and sales folks and implementation. So that's really it. We've got a couple of patents and a couple of trademarks, and we've got a solid team. The co-founder here, Alex, is very much an expert in billing. We've got a chief medical officer that's very involved with us, who's an MD, and our operations guy is fantastic. He's got it's just a good solid group. So that's really about it. Squeeze it in 5 minutes. Can't believe it.
Yeah, I was nice and fast. All right, any questions for Carter? Questions? Okay.
Oh, there's one back there.
Yes. So the question was, if he's not the founder, why is he the CEO of the company? Why did they bring him in to lead us?
A very good question. One of the earliest investors and the former chairman was a friend of mine from a long time ago. And I was, and still am, affiliated with a group in San Francisco, a group of chief technology officers that help startups grow and scale, right? And we work with venture capital firms as well. And so, you know, I know a fair amount about how to scale startups and things. I got involved doing a tech due diligence for a funding round, and they liked me and asked me to be their CEO. So I've been since July officially last year, and I was an advisor before that. Yeah, but you know, mine is mostly in financial and startup scaling, less about medical.
I have one because just so you know, for background, in 2018, I was at a conference of thousands of medical physicians talking about how they could implement wearables in their practices. So I've been doing this for a long time. A lot of doctors didn't want to hear it. They're being dragged kicking and screaming into this, just so you know. It's not like you made it sound like nobody was trying to do this. A lot of us were trying to do this for a long time, but the medical system has just been resistant. So that's why people just bought more things themselves. That's kind of been the journey, because I can tell you as a guy who's been on the front lines for a long time. So I have a quick tech question for you. You mentioned these wearables. Are you guys pulling, say, for example, Orbit data, most people know this, but native from the Aura app, or are you going to Apple Health or Google? Are you going to Apple Health, for example, or are you pulling it natively from the app?
We've pulled the API, and yeah, and then we've also got Apple Health data that we pull from as well, right, for the watch.
So I'd love to talk to you more about this. I've been in the space for a few
Oh, okay, love to. And I do agree with what you're saying. Yeah, if I could rephrase it differently, I'd rephrase it more like that. A lot of people have been trying. And it's
There's been a big push to try to get the doctors to implement more using the modern technology, and they weren't really interested. And kind of COVID was the thing. The one good thing in my world from COVID was it kind of forced them to realize that, oh, we have these other technological tools, and now we have to apply them. But there's still a lot of resistance out there. But it's great what you guys are doing. So
well, thank you. Yeah, hope we catch up later. All right. Thank you.
Our last Medtech speaker, so I'm looking for Joel. Is that you? Perfect. Okay. Reversing biological age. Awesome. So this is something we all want to do. Who wants to feel younger and have more energy? Make some noise. Okay, that will come up a little bit for you, Joel. So tell us how we can do that. And put 5 minutes on the clock. It's our last speaker.
All right, you have my slides somewhere? Slides? Okay. My name is Joel Huizinga. I'm the founder and CEO of Ega. Ega is age spelled backwards, and Ceutical is in as nutraceutical and pharmaceutical. And we have both nutraceutical and pharmaceutical therapies. Okay, so we're the first group that has patented human age reversal, and we're the first group that's demonstrated human age reversal in humans, and I'll get into that. So this is me, and theoretically this changes. Green button. How about there? There. Oh, maybe there? Okay, that works. Okay, so because 90% of all death in humans is caused by the process of aging, we're using our human age reversal to reverse the diseases of aging. So heart disease, stroke, Alzheimer's, cancer, things like that. Oh, I'm going backwards. No. Somehow, the green here. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. I looked at all the little things, didn't look at the big things, and that's important in biology. Okay, so I want to make this really, really simple for you. Age is damage, okay? You can, basically that's it. And living, the process of living causes damage, to simplify it. And all damage can be repaired and is repaired by processes that were made in you by evolution. And so the key here is that you want to keep your repair systems on. And you might ask, well, why aren't they just on all the time? And it's because evolution designed you. And during evolution, there was an energy, basically scarcity, and all of our ancestors were very thin, and if you run out of energy, you're dead. And so evolution wanted to stop this from happening, and it made you very energy efficient and very restricted your energy use. And so you want to be turning on these repair systems, and to do that you need a pattern of molecules, because before AI, biology understood that there's far more information in patterns and you can make a better decision if you use a pattern. So you need a grouping of things all together at the same time to turn on these repair systems that take a huge amount of energy. That's why they're normally kept off. And even in America, where people are overweight, they're still kept off. So the key is turning them on. And there is a rate of damage that is occurring to people. And then there's a rate of repair. And if you add these two rates together, they're going in opposite directions, you get the rate of aging. And so you can age in a positive direction and you can age in a negative direction. Okay, so this is a picture of our first product. And EGA is a combination of three things. So in my patent, you need a minimum of 3 compounds simultaneously for the repair systems to go on. 2 is not enough. Okay, so we have 5 years of human clinical studies out of Beverly Hills. The subjects were men and women from 50 to 92. We did not see any negative effects. We started at very low dosage, and over the years we're building the dosage. When you work with MDs, they're very, very conservative, and so if you're the inventor, of course, you just want to go to the optimum, but they don't let you do that. And so the first thing we checked, and when I started, and I've been at this for 10 years, the only thing that was predictive of when you were going to die is inflammaging markers, and this was shown in a Japanese study that was basically 20 years long. And they showed that things like interleukin-6, tumor necrosis factor, can predict when you're going to die. And so that's how we originally looked to see whether this was actually working. Now, after I met Steve Horvath and others that have more sophisticated clocks, we're using a whole slew of these. The most interesting is Grim Age version 2 for the Grim Reaper. But this clock is actually very good at predicting when you're going to die, and it's good at predicting in all of mammals. And so different mammals age at different rates, but if you normalize those numbers from 0 to 1, the same algorithm can predict death. Okay, so I said we're looking at cellular repair and actually also cellular defense, but the first disease we're going after is arthritis. People over 65, have a lot of arthritis, and so that's the first thing. And then we'll be looking at cardiovascular disease. But we'd love to look at all the diseases of aging and do clinical studies on that. We just submitted 2 teams for the X Prize, the $101 million X Prize, if you've heard of that with longevity. Okay, so this is a massive market, trillions of dollars. Just one of our products for arthritis, that market's $57 billion. Originally, people paid $54,000 a year to be on our therapy, but we've lowered the cost by 6,000x. This is a new therapy I just put out the patent for 10 days ago. You can see that the individual went from 67 to 35.8. It's a 4-day therapy where we replace the Yamanaka factors with metabolomic small molecules. And so phenomenal results, and I'm here to answer any questions because I'm already a minute over. Any questions? I'll be around all day.
Okay, any questions? I mean, can you just tell us about this therapy? What was this?
Yes, this is a 4-day.
You showed us like a power pack, and I'm guessing this is that.
These are actually pills. This is a newer therapy, and it replaces, for any biologist, if they've heard of the Yamanaka factors, he's a Nobel laureate. Oh, okay. So this replaces those with metabolomic compounds such that it's safe. Yamanaka factors are not deemed to be safe in humans. This is a human study.
Right, but not with injections or...
No, this is pills. This is pills. This is pills.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so it's off the charts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We can just leave here.
Oh,
leave
I
this
can't
on.
take those with me?
No, wait. All right. Okay, that was our last presenter from the Medtech portion. Oh, he did have all three of us. Check in with him. He's right here because we're out of time. But, Joel, there's a gentleman over there that wants to speak to you. He's looking for questions and attendees if you want to just go connect with him. And we are going to move into the next portion of your program. So once again, my name is Elias Arajan. If you want to stay in touch with me, as I said, I'm at multiple conferences around the country on the topic of biotech, longevity, peptides. On your tables, you'll see there's a card there, and on the Healthspan Summit side, if you scan that card, I will list all of the events that I will be speaking and partnering with. There's a number of events already listed there, and usually I have exclusive discount codes to those events. So for example, Dr. C's Peptide World Congress in June, it is a medical conference, it's really for doctors, not for the general public, but they won't do any discounts, but I have an exclusive relationship with Dr. C's for many years. I'm the only non-physician that he's willing to work with, and I get a discount code for his event every year. So if anyone's interested in those sorts of things, you can go there, you can find me. I want to thank Brad. Actually, you know what? Can you all do me one favor before I leave? This is a new tech team that we have here this year. They're doing a great job. I know they've had some challenges, but they're doing a great job. Give them a round of applause, please. Thanks to the tech team for doing that. And I'm going to introduce you to Global Capital Network leader here, Josh, to take you into the second part and your new MC. Thank you for having me here, Josh.
Thank you so much, Elias. Let's give Elias a round of applause. So, I'm the agenda here. I mentioned 23 Ventures. Many of you guys will know my main company is actually 23 Ventures. I'm the lead investor and founder, which Global CONNECTpreneur here is actually just one of my portfolio brands. So I appreciate all of you guys being here. One of my other portfolio brands is Global Deal Flow, which I mentioned throughout the conference. You'll see that's a deal flow platform I've launched to democratize access to capital. So I actually don't charge companies to list. I don't charge companies to raise capital or invest with investors. The whole point is versus being specific to one industry or only crowdfunding or specific to a region. All companies, all investors in the world can connect and publish their deals. Sorry if my voice is a little raspy. I'm 2 hours of sleep trying to put this pen together. So appreciate you guys all being here in the presentation room and being serious. Our next MC I'll bring up in just a minute is Sarah Ishak from Wall Street Research. We've been part of our conference for years and years. And again, I do want to give a round of applause to Magnitude in the back here. They've been amazing. I had to call my last AV team, and I met these guys in San Diego. I met the founder at a women's leadership conference, and they were kicking butt. And I had to go up to them and say, who's an AV here? So if you guys have an event, these guys are awesome. Look at all the technology in the room. They're doing awesome. Believe it or not, the last AV team would give me crap over having all of our entrepreneurs, who are making all sorts of last minute updates to their companies, their IP portfolios, come up and provide decks. When I talked to John here, the CEO, he was like, that's the whole point of AV, and they've been doing an awesome job, dealing with all of our entrepreneurs, our founders, our investors, last minute updates and presentations. So thank you again, John, and the Magnitude team. So now we're going to switch from medtech into general industries, all industries from AI, real estate, tech, private and public companies. So to lead it off, I'm going to bring up Sarah, who will be emceeing for a little while. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the
All right. Hello, everybody. We are a small but lively crowd right now. I'm Larry Kay, and I am the co-founder of Escapism. It is a ticketed immersive experience that I'm here today to talk to you about. Let me talk to you for a second or two about my background. In addition to being a lawyer, I'm also a Broadway producer. Some of my favorite shows that I produced have been How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying with Daniel Radcliffe from Harry Potter movies, Nick Jonas, and Darren Criss, and also a musical based on the music of the band Green Day called American Idiot. This gentleman here is the creative director of Escapism. His name is David Corrins, and you see David Corrins there on the roof of the Richard Rodgers Theater on Broadway, where he's the scenic designer for Hamilton, along with 28 other Broadway shows, many other types of media, working with vocalists, working with the Academy Awards, and he's designed as well something you may know about, the immersive Van Gogh. It is one of a number of immersive experiences that David has designed, and we've taken him in. He's one of our partners in Escapism. David's projects have brought in more than $3 billion of revenue. He has received more than $900 billion worth of PR media impressions, and 1 in 4 people in the United States have seen David's work in person. Take a look at this slide here. These are the companies, the corporations, the nonprofits that have sought out David to bring their brand to the public for them in immersive installations. David's work in immersive design is so significant that this last year he was named one of the 10 best design companies in the entire United States by Fast Company. It's hard to encapsulate everything about David's career, so I've got a short 1-minute video for you to tell you a little more. So what exactly is escapism? Well, I already told you, of course, that it's a ticketed immersive experience. There are immersive galleries, a series of them, and the audience comes to this location, goes through this variety of experiences and reconnects with all of their senses and reinvigorates their sense of joy and wonder of the world. As David says, we bottle joy. I'm going to let David now tell you more about what escapism is in his words.
I'm the creator of worlds ranging from Hamilton and immersive Van Gogh to the Academy Awards. I've created rock concerts, festivals, and immersive experiences for some of the most influential brands, artists, and organizations in the entire world. I am so incredibly excited to talk to you today about my newest project, Escapism. Escapism is a 360-degree, fully immersive, interactive experience that will take you on a wild visual, sonic, and physical journey. You'll experience one-of-a-kind, completely spectacular galleries meant to connect you to all of your senses, striking joy in your heart and in your mind. And when it's all over, you'll be dying to recommend it to someone else. It's going to be truly extraordinary and a smash hit, and I hope you'll join us. Welcome to our brightly colored escapism lobby. It includes a branded bar and cafe, ticketing booth, and our merch shop. Get ready to The experience begins ventriloquy. This is a combination of the worst parts of the bus station, the DMV, and taking a standardized test. It's like you're in purgatory. The travel posters on the wall are filled with strange locations you wouldn't want to go to in the first place. Just when you're feeling a bit of despair creep in, the flipping transportation board lights up with a large arrow pointing to the departure gate. It's time to begin your adventure. Step into the shuttle, hold on to the handrail, or hold on to each other, because you're about to take a mind-bending trip. The light, sound, and vibrations will transport you to the first stop on your journey to reconnect you to all of your senses and your inner joy. The room is filled with oversized, slowly moving mobiles of prisms and glass. This is the most extraordinary visual feast. See if you can move a rainbow from one end of the room to the other. Let's go play the diversify. As you step on the icons of the instruments, you can see the sound waves of your instrument dancing across the walls of the gallery. It's intuitive, kinetic, and incredibly fun. You're staring down the length of the world's longest and most interactive kaleidoscope ever. In addition to the geometric shapes and colors you might expect, it's thrilling to be immersed in worlds of all kinds. Kaleidoscopic, of course. Imagine a corporate event with kaleidoscopic branding, or a birthday party with pictures of the guests of honor and their friends. Melt into the oasis. The most serene, underwater, mysterious landscape you've ever experienced. Glide peacefully on the hanging swings around the space. Place your hands on the glass and paint with interactive bubbles. Feel the sun cascading down through the ripples on the surface of the water in this meditative, restorative oasis. Our oversized magical garden defies gravity with flowers growing in all directions and from all surfaces. Bacon, popcorn, lemon, mint, even bubblegum in your nose as you lean in to experience this fantastical space. Enter a sea of warm tones of pinks, lavenders, purples, and magentas. Stuffed animals of every size and every shape welcome you into this nurturing world. Bounce into the feeling of elation and exuberance as you hop into this multicolored maze of joy. Drop into the shop. Our highly designed store is filled with not only classic hoodie and tee, but also memorable, experiential keepsakes that will remind you of the high points and memorable moments from along your escapism journey.
And there is more. In addition to those galleries that David just talked about, within our 25,000 square foot installation, we have 1,500 square feet of dedicated event space. This is to provide event training and business training for local corporations, as well as being a flexible event space to hold birthday parties, wedding celebrations, and other types of events to bring people together, and most importantly, monetize the space during times when it might not otherwise be monetized. The escapism installation itself, this immersive experience, is one very important feature, and that is we use no language there. So anybody, regardless of where they come from, regardless of what language they speak, can jump right in and enjoy escapism. And in that regard, as one of our investors pointed out to us, we are a lot like the Blue Man Group or Cirque du Soleil. Part of the success of those organizations have been their ability to move nimbly around the world because everybody can enjoy it regardless of your background. And this is great because we are going to be located at a place called the Sawgrass Mills area of Florida. Any of you who have been to South Florida probably are aware of Sawgrass Mills, but since we're out here in California, I'll say that Sawgrass Mills is the largest outlet mall in the country. It is the largest geographical shopping area in the country with 2.5 million square feet of shopping space. They get 25 million visitors a year in a non-seasonal business. This makes them the second most visited attraction in all of Florida behind Disney World. And in some instances, in some weeks, they actually eclipse Disney World. And this is the building where we're going to be housed. That green building is an outparcel building. at the front of the Sawgrass Mills campus. So in order to come in through the front of the campus, you've got to drive by our building in 2 different directions. You can see we've got excellent parking with a parking deck also behind us in addition to the adjacent parking. And that's the mall 200 yards behind us. Now that mall takes up most of the upper part of that slide. It is such a large area that it is available to be geo-targeted as its own geographical location. So we can actually send advertisements to people who are inside the mall on their phones while they are shopping as an inducement to get them to come. In addition to the 25 million people who come to Sawgrass Mills, of which 70% are tourists in a constant churning of new audience members. We have the local community of approximately 7 million, and then we have Miami and Fort Lauderdale and all of the cruise ship passengers from the 2 of the busiest cruise ship terminals in the world going to Sawgrass Mills on a daily basis. While we're trying to attract people from Sawgrass Mills or bring people back to escapism for return foot traffic, we can take our logo, which is pretty hardworking, and create new marketing campaigns as a way of refreshing interest in escapism. Additionally, the entire installation is made modularly, which means that a gallery can be taken out and it can be refreshed with a different gallery in the same footprint as the original. Here's another logo for our corporate night buyout. Market forces are strong for immersive entertainment. Forecasted market growth is 27% compound annual growth rate, going from $4 billion business in 2024 to over $27 billion by 2032, and no sign of stopping. Now, the immersive industry as a vertical is not new, though it is gaining momentum as you see. Here are 3 comparable immersive experiences. The Van Gogh Immersive, which David actually designed, Meow Wolf, which comes from the West Coast, and Team Lab, which is based in Japan. And if you look at the per unit revenue generated by those immersives and the tickets they sell per year, 4.8 million tickets collectively for 1 unit, obviously divided by the 3. That is a lot of ticket sales. Our projections are based on selling half of the volume of the ticket sales that they do, so imminently achievable. Our average ticket price is $45 to $50, and therefore our projected returns are $74 million in revenue and $43 million in EBITDA. There are, and I should add that those projections are backed up by very, very conservative assumptions. We have a deep dive available to anybody who wants to go through it with us into our financial projections, and one of the people on our team is from the world of immersives, was actually in the company that produced the immersive Van Gogh, and has access to all kinds of interesting financial data on the output of these other immersives. In addition to the ticket revenue, which I've just been speaking about, there's an entire other set of revenue streams available for investors who are investing in escapism. And we do plan to scale this. It should be clear it's imminently scalable, and scaling is definitely part of our enterprise plan. All right, so what exactly then is the investment opportunity? Well, we're in an interesting point right now because we are in the process of finishing preparation for our Reg D equity model. Those papers should be completed in the next 4 to 6 weeks, and then we'll begin taking in preferred B shareholders. We've had an initial early raise of money, and now the preferred Bs will be coming in. And this equity model will be limited in scope and focus. We don't plan on over-raising, and we plan on focusing what's necessary to get the first model up and profitable, because of course it's from that all things come. The target raise is $19 million to $23 million, and investment raised to date has been just north of $1 million. For For conference attendees, as we wind down our early raise, we've come here to the conference with a tranche of $500,000. If somebody is interested in investing here at the conference or within a day of the conference, we can give you more favorable terms, including preferred A shareholder status and discounts on the valuation. Highlights. Quarterly dividends we plan on paying. There's obviously substantial upside and diversifies your portfolio. The ultimate insider pass, David likes to say he traffics in the currency of cool, so you can share that with family and friends. Invest alongside one of the great creative minds of your generation. Here is our team. Collectively, we have more than 100 years of experience executing on entertainment, technology, and startups. And we have a full operations team in place ready to go. I'm going to let David finish out our presentation with some final words for you.
Escapism will be in every major metropolitan market. It doesn't rely on large crews and will have very low running costs. It doesn't rely on performers, and it doesn't rely on spoken language. This is the anytime, every time adventure for everyone. I hope you'll join us on this incredible adventure.
All right, thank you, everybody. I'm going to put my contact information up here if anybody would like to reach out to us. And we do have a booth in the next room over, so we hope to see you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Larry. Do you have any questions for escapism? Yeah, that was an impressive video. Thank you so much for that. And,
Thank you very much.
all right. So our next presenter is going to be Tuttle Royale. It's a real estate development company that is located in Palm Beach, Florida. And the founder or president of the company, Brian Tuttle. Is Brian Tuttle here? Perfect. He'll be coming right up to give us an understanding of what the firm does. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming in, and I'll give you my presentation here. They are loading it right now. I'm from the West Palm Beach area. The project is in West Palm. It's a land development investment opportunity. It's the final phase of a 200-acre mixed-use project of a lifestyle center. And as soon as they put it up, I'll go through it with you. For the trivia view, we're down the street from the Palm Beach International Airport, which is 3 miles from where Mar-a-Lago is. We all know who lives there. So I won't make any jokes about that today. There we go. And I guess this is the clicker here. All right, Tuttle Royale. What is Tuttle Royale? It is a 200-acre assemblage of 40 pieces of property that I assembled over the last 8 years. It's this is what the final master site plan looks like, and it is a 200-acre mixed-use PUD with 7 pods. All the infrastructure is done, the lights are in. It is located on Southern Boulevard and 441. The lights are in by us putting those lights and roads in. This is the busiest intersection in Florida. It has 285,000 daily trips, and those are local trips. So the project consists of 1,600 apartments and 100 single-family homes, a high-end private school, a medical office, and 700,000 of mixed-use commercials. That 700,000 is hotel, a small amount of office, retail, restaurants, shopping, grocer, and fitness. This was an aerial view. This is pretty interesting. A friend of mine sent this to me. This is an aerial view taken last week as one of the planes that fly into PBI took it, and it can show you the current status. As you look in the lower corner there, you'll see that's Pod 1, which is done. Pod 2, which is 400 apartments, we're in lease up. Pod 3, which is 320 apartments, those are 50% leased. Pod 4 in the back corner is 100 single-family homes that K-Hov Navian's going to be building. Those will range from $750,000 to $950,000. In front of it is the charter school site, which is going to be built by Basis Private Schools, Regional Park, and then the front you'll see is the Lifestyle Activity Center. This is just a listing of what I just told you. This will be in the package. We will be able to email you this, or I have some copies of it outside, but this just gives you in detail what it is. This is the Lifestyle Center. Now, how did we design this Lifestyle Center? We flew all over the country, looked at the best shopping centers in America. We flew to the Grove, we went to the Americana, Kierland Commons, Avalon Park, and we discovered for new retail, the concept is people wanted activities to go. Just like your previous presenter, it's all about activities now. It's not so much about shopping. So we designed our center with a large 3-acre park in the middle that you can do outside activities. It has ground floor retail around it and then 3-story apartments. This kind of gives you what the building structure looks like. The project is shovel-ready, architectural drawings are done. Now, we hired Newmark Knight, they went out for leasing. We have signed the best list of tenants, maybe in America. If you look at our list of tenants that are coming here, you've got Lululemon, Cheesecake, Victoria's Secret, Tommy Bahama, Sephora, Johnny Was, Anthropology, Apple Computer. Agave Bandito is a restaurant, Benihana, Legal Seafood, Free People, Lily Pulitzer. We've got name brand retailers, all credit retailers. Now, why would we have such a great list of tenants when I've really never developed a commercial center before? Because there's 3 reasons. One is there's the Wellington Mall 3 miles from us, which is in foreclosure, and all these tenants are in that mall, and it's an old 30-year-old mall, which we all know is outdated. Number 2 is, as I told you, the trips. We have the highest number of daily trips in Florida, and they're all local trips. Then the 3rd would be the demographics. So this kind of shows you what the park's gonna look like with the kids splash pad and the hockey, a portable hockey rink, concerts on the lawn, yoga on the lawn. This shows you a picture from the 2-story entertainment building looking out at the hotel. This shows you our demographics. 1.2 million people in a 20-mile radius. Average income, average demos. Those are very, very good demographics. One of the other reasons that so many tenants want to be with us is there's really no competition. The next regional mall would be in Boca Raton, which is about 40 miles away, 35, and the PGA Mall, which is about 35 miles away. This just shows you the different trips of the intersections in Florida. This shows you where we went out and compared our center to a lot of the great centers in America, and we checked all the boxes for destinations. You will leave home and you will go to Lulu, even if it was by itself. You will leave home and you would go to Cheesecake, even if it's by itself. You will leave home and you have to go to Apple because you don't have any other choices. You will leave home and go to the grocery store. You will leave and go to the movies. So by putting them all together, we put all these destinations together. This is going to be one of the most exciting places you can go to. How are we going to build it? In phases. This presentation is to build phase 1, which is buildings 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, which is 232,000 square feet of retail and 300 apartments and 3 parking garages. This kind of gives you a flavor for it. This is a chart because we're looking at maybe bringing in an apartment guy and a retail guy or whatever, and they wanted to be able to prove the rents. I own the Pod 2, which is the villas at Tuttle Royale. We're currently absorbing 28 to 30 units a month, meaning we're renting 28 to 30. We're getting an average rate of about $2.82 a square foot. We're assuming at Main Street, we're going to get a 5% premium in 2.5 years, which I think is very conservative. So this is the rental number we used on the apartments. So that proves the income, and then you have these signed LOIs from all those national tenants that will give you the rates for the rental income. Now, what are the numbers? This is about a $290 million build for phase one. How are we going to finance that? We have a JP Morgan construction loan for around $185 million. We have 2 or 3 groups that will do pref equity for around $50 million, and we need $50 million in equity. I'm putting in $20 million of equity. I have 3 general contractors and partners who are going to put in another 10. So we're looking for 20 to 25 million of equity. What are the returns? These are some of the best returns you'll ever see. The estimated return on the equity is at 39% over 4 years. So what's the plan? We're going to build it, lease it out, stabilize it, then either sell it or refinance and take our equity back out. So an investment of $5 million or 20 is a 39% return, and we will make that a pref investment over the common equity. That's how much we believe in the investment. Or a 4.0 multiple. This kind of shows you the operating pro forma of the apartments and of the retail to give you an idea. And that's that. So that's the story. It's a retail investment. We're looking for an equity partner, a family office, a co-GP to help us build it. We've already done the other phases. And if we have a table outside, if you stop by, I can give you a booth. With that, that's kind of it. Do I have any questions? Go ahead. The Wellington Mall was built about 30 years ago, 23, and basically it's been foreclosed on twice. And so now they have a group in there running it. They're doing a good job. But malls are just dated. People want to be in an out-style lifestyle enter. And so that's why the tenants want to move to us. So, you know, we feel it'll be a great asset to the community. And as proof of that, the tenants, a lot of the tenants that are at the mall are wanting to come our way. Okay. Any other questions? It's hard to see. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. So our next presenter is going to be Thumbs Up. It's actually a publicly traded company. Currently they're listed on NASDAQ under the TZUP ticker symbol. And we're going to have Robert Steele, the CEO of the firm, present the company.
Thank you. Go use that mic?
Yes.
And how long do I have? Will this reset? Okay, great. Hello. Oh, it's a hot mic. I'm Robert Steele. I am the CEO of Thumbs Up, stock symbol TZUP, Tom Zebra Umbrella Paul. So which one of you very, very smart investors can tell me what the market cap of Uber is? You can guess. Anybody? Come on. 700 billion? Thank you for speaking up. About 160 billion. It'd be cool when it gets to 700 billion. But about 160 billion. So Uber, the way that they generated that wealth, a company that didn't exist 20 years ago, is that they democratized an industry, which means they created a technology and they built a community around that technology, and they opened up an industry so that everybody can participate. And I'm hoping that some slides come up. Do you all have the thumbs up slides? So what Uber did is they democratized an industry, the ride-sharing industry. They opened it up so that anybody can participate. Anybody can get paid to drive people around. That's called democratization. Created $160 billion in value. Airbnb did a similar thing with hospitality. They created a technology and built a community and opened up the hospitality industry so that anybody can be paid to rent a room in their house. So Thumbs Up is in the process of democratizing the $200 billion social media marketing and advertising industry. So the other way we explain that is that Thumbs Up is the only platform that we know of that makes it really easy for any brand or business to pay people cash to post about that brand or business to their personal friends on their personal social media. So we have a booth next door, Thumbs Up, THUMZUP, and you can come by the booth and you can see some of our advertisers. We have Soda Bossa. It's a Brazilian soda that's in Ralph's and Vaughn's. And Soda Bossa will pay you $10 to make a post to your friends about Soda Bossa through our app. Now, the idea is that you would want to like it. It'd be something you want to try, and you want to say, oh, that's really, really good. That's so good that I'm willing to take the $10 to tell my friends about the product on my personal social media. So it's a very, very simple concept, and we believe that we can do that millions of times and make billions of dollars. So thank you very much, AV people. Now you can see our presentation. So democratizing social media marketing and advertising, that's what we do. You see the Thumbs Up app there on the screen. It's available in the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. And then the Soda Bossa, sometimes it's on the screen there, but the one that's on the screen is Star Trek wines, okay? So are there any Star Trek fans in the audience? Okay, we got a couple. So all throughout the Star Trek series, there have been alcoholic beverages in the storylines, okay? So you notice in our app, that's the official Paramount branded Star Trek logo. So there is a wine company called Star Trek Wines that sells millions of units of Star Trek branded wines. So you can go on StarTrekWines.com and you can order some Klingon blood wine. And when you order the wine, it comes with a postcard, and the postcard explains to you that you can get paid $10 to take a photo or a reel of you enjoying the wine and share it with your friends on your Instagram, and you'll get paid $10 through Thumbs Up. Because Nielsen says that 92% of people trust recommendations from friends and family above advertising, but without Thumbs Up, there's no easy way for a brand to scale recommendations on social media to the general public, and that's the problem that we solve. So hit the next slide, please. Thumbs Up, stock symbol NASDAQ TZUP, Tom Zebra Umbrella Paul. Do I have the clicker? Do I need to advance the slides? Is this the gadget? All right. Which button is it? The green one. Green. I'm pressing green. It's not working. Okay. All right, so I don't have a slide deck. That's okay, I can wing it if it's not working. So I'll just keep giving the presentation, but if someone could get this working, that'd be great. Okay, so big idea here. So the big idea here is that Meta, Facebook, is a $1.6 trillion business. So they have 8 million advertisers. So most of Meta's advertisers that create their revenue come from small businesses. All right, there we go. So our go-to-market strategy at Thumbs Up is we're starting getting Thumbs Up off the ground by focusing on small businesses, because there's 33 million of them. In any given year, 45% of them buy digital ads. When they do buy digital ads, they spend $500 a month. So I'll put a slide up about this later, but my goal as the CEO is to get Thumbs Up to the point where 10% of those businesses have given us 20% of their ad budgets. That would be 1.9 billion in ad volume on our platform, and our corresponding revenue from that would be $400 million. And if we can trade at 5 times revenue, that's a $2 billion company. We're at about a $30 million market cap right now, so that's 60x up from where we are. So that's a 60x opportunity, and I believe that that is achievable in the next few years. So on the screen here, you can see a red Harley-Davidson motorcycle. So one of our advertisers is Bartell's Harley-Davidson in Venice, California. So we put Bartell's in the app. They had an anniversary event, 10 a.m. We started showing the bikers how to get paid to post through Thumbs Up. And they started making posts like this to their personal friends on their personal Instagram, getting paid. So their friends lived in the neighborhood, saw that there was a cool event going on down the street. Their friends got on their bikes, came down to Bartell's. That second wave, we showed those bikers how to get paid to post. Their friends saw posts like this, got on their bikes and came down. And it started at 10 a.m. By 1 p.m., the caterer came to us and said, I wish someone told us Thumbs Up was going to be here because we've run out of food. And the CEO has a testimonial on our YouTube channel where he says in 40 years of his family owning the dealership, that was the most attendance they ever had at any event. And it only took a $650 ad spend to give a Harley dealership the most attendance that they'd ever had at an event. Because when you all tell your friends that you like a product or a business, that's the most powerful form of advertising. We make it easy for businesses to scale it. So another way to think of Thumbs Up is imagine a sports stadium where you've got 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 people in the stadium, and a big ad comes up on the Jumbotron with our QR code that says, get paid to post about the new Pepsi product or the new Doritos product available at the concession stand. And imagine 5,000, 10,000 people using Thumbs Up. They point their phone camera at the Jumbotron, it puts Thumbs Up on their phone, and they get paid to tell their friends about a new product at the concession stand. So the technology's all built. It can do that right now. We're just doing the sales and marketing to get to the point where we've got the advertisers in the app. So Uber, solves a big problem for a big market in a simple way. We solve a big problem for a big market in a simple way. Digital advertising, more than $1 trillion business by 2030. Subset of that is called influencer marketing. So influencer marketing is where someone gets paid to post about a product to their following on social media. That's a $200 billion business through 2032. So Thumbs Up is disruptive to the digital advertising market, which is Google and Facebook, and it's disruptive to the influencer marketing space, which is a $200 billion space, made famous by Kim Kardashian, one of the innovators in influencer marketing. So Thumbs Up is now disruptive to that because we open it up so that everybody can get paid to post to their friends on social media about brands and products that they love. So where we're at right now is we've had more than 28,000 posts that have been paid on our platform regarding more than 700 advertisers. So we actually think that so far the platform has had a reach of more than 100 million. So very simple how it works. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the advertiser goes to our website, they buy a campaign. A very common purchase is they'll buy 100 posts to pay $10. We charge $1,300 for that, so our revenue in that scenario is $300. Then the $1,000 stays in our system until 100 posts get made about the product, and the 101st post attempt gets a message in the app that says this campaign is so popular, please try again later, and then our advertiser gets an email and a text message that says click here to renew your campaign because people want to tell their friends about your business, and that's the recurring revenue business model. So once it's in the app, the Thumbs Up users can see the advertiser in the app. They patronize the advertiser, make a social media post about it. We give the advertiser a system where they can see all the posts. They can see the mobile number of the user that made the post. They can see the social media handle of the user that made the post. And they only approve and pay for the posts that are useful to them. So our user has to make a good post. It's got to be, the picture's got to be well lit, the video's got to be nice, and if our user does a good job for the advertiser, then they get paid. So this is not Yelp. This is not about ragging on our businesses. It's very, very clear that this is a paid promotion. So Thumbs Up is only about saying good things about our advertisers. And at the end of that process, our user can cash out their approved posts at any time to Venmo or PayPal. So right now, when we add a new advertiser in Los Angeles, one of our users makes a post about it, often within an hour of it coming up in our app. So it's very, very active. We just expanded into Miami, so we've got a focus in Miami, and we're in 12 states across the United States, launched it in Los Angeles about 2 years ago. So that's the app. The top has the dollar figure where you click on that and you can cash out your balance. There's a search bar, so you can search for pizza or coffee, and the screen will change and show you all the places that'll pay you to post about a cup of coffee. The middle part of the app is for e-commerce opportunities and consumer packaged goods in grocery stores where you can get paid for. Soda Bassa is in Ralph and Vaughn's. They'll pay you to post to the app. You find them in the middle. The bottom scrolls up and down, and that's for physical businesses. So the bottom is like a treasure hunt, so you might learn about it. So we have a Mongolian noodle place not far from here, and you can go in there. They'll have a postcard that lets you know about the opportunity, but then you discover it at the Mongolian noodle place, and then you learn that there's 50 other places in the neighborhood that will also pay you to post. So it's like a treasure hunt. So I've got 2 minutes. So here's how we make money. So 33 million small businesses, on average 45% buy digital ads. When they do buy digital ads, they spend $500 a month. So we're going to get to the point where 10% of those businesses have given us 20% of their ad budgets. That'd be 1.9 billion in ad volume on our platform. Our corresponding revenue would be 400 million. And if we can trade at 5 times revenue, then that's a $2 billion company. We're at a $30 million market cap right now. So we went public on the NASDAQ in October, raised $13 million to date. We expect to have more than 5,000 advertisers, up from about 700 last time we put the number out within the year. So that's, we're forecasting 7x growth in advertisers between now and the end of the year, but I think we'll beat that. And I'm pretty comfortable saying that if you were to get involved and take a position in the stock right now, that it's entirely possible that it could double within the next month. A lot of good things going on. So Robert Steele, thumbs up, stock symbol TZUP. I welcome your questions. Thank you. Sir, yeah. Great question, yes. So there's a default setting, and then the advertiser can customize it. So the default setting is that the user has to have 50 followers, 50. But if the advertiser could set it to 1,000 followers, they could set it to 5,000 followers. But we actually show them the data, and the data says that someone with a lower follower count has a higher response rate. So we actually encourage them to think differently about influencer marketing because it's better to get what we believe it's better to get 1,000 people with a small follower count to post about your product than just one professional influencer with 250,000 followers, because the group of the smaller followers is going to have more effect, more sell-through. Thank you for the question. Anybody else? There's bright light, so it's hard for me to see. Yes, sir. Sure. How are we acquiring advertisers and what's the churn? Okay, so the opportunity here is that this is still relatively early stage. So if you're familiar with what they teach at Y Combinator, they tell businesses like us that in the early days, they call it do things that don't scale. So in the beginning, this is a person-to-person, a human experience, because it's a new thing that people don't know. So we have what we call an account specialist program, where we pay people $100 to sign up someone in our app. So we train, think like, we're a gig economy company. So we have a network of commission-only, success fee-based salespeople that are signing up our advertisers, and they make a success fee, $100 when they sign up every advertiser. That was the first question. The second question was churn. So right now, churn is very low. So if with 700 advertisers in the app, we've probably only lost 20 or 30, and that's mostly just because half of those, they just went out of business. These are small businesses, and you're familiar with the statistics. So we've really only had one person out of 700 who left the program. And the reason why they left has been remedied. They had an objection that was easy to fix. We fixed it, but they didn't come back. So churn is very low right now. Next question. Great, thank you very much. TZUP.
All right, we're here from RIFC. I'm going to do a quick opener as somebody who uses the app, and then we'll pass it on over to the founders. So my name is Steve Hickey. I produce local and national online news out of the Seattle area, and I have a social media presence across all platforms of about 1.7 million. What I specialize out there is in the violent crime space and also internet crimes against children task force stories. In those are very hard for TV to package, and they can also be very hard to be able to present on social media. And so part of my presentation is to do it without bias, without political bias. And for a long time, it was really hard to try and find a platform where you can actually do that, and then also be able to have the user come in and comment and not end up going into battle as if it was some sort of gladiator battle out there, as well as censorship issues. So in 2024, I got involved with RIFC. At that point, they came to me and said, hey, we have a model that'll support free speech, gives you an opportunity to post stuff you don't have on other platforms. I got involved, have really liked it, and so with that, I want to pass it over to Josh Gapp and Colin Matupi.
Thank you, everybody. I'm not sure we have the deck up yet, but we can go ahead and proceed. So RIFC, we're a social media app, but who needs another social media app? Social media is this toxic space. It's manipulative. It's negative. It's a spot that nobody likes to be in anymore. And so we started RIFC 2 years ago with the idea to take the toxicity and the negativity out of social media. And we have patent pending technology that we've used and implemented to really have success at that. So we launched a year ago, January 2024, with 198 users. Colin, you want to? Yep. Go one more. There you go. So we launched with 198 users. Over the last year, we've had 100x growth. So we have 20,000 users today. And that's all great. That's wonderful. We're excited about that. But what we're really excited about here today, the thing that from an investment standpoint we think really is going to change the way that social media works is the monetized likes. So we are monetizing likes on the app. And what this is going to do, we're moving around, but that's all right. But we're monetizing the likes on the apps. And so what this is going to do, it's flipping the script on the revenue model that's in traditional legacy social media. Right now, legacy social media has an ad-based model. It's all about clickbait. It's all about getting eyes on the ads, and it leads to poor quality content. By monetizing the likes, we incentivize our content creators to create quality content that they get paid for. So the big thing that happens here is Steve, he can post on RIFC, and if I really like the post that Steve did, I can give him a like, I can give him 10 likes, I can give him 1,000 likes or 1 million likes. First like is free, just like every other platform that's out there. Every subsequent like after that is 10 cents. So small, it's like the cost of a text message a few years ago. So it's small cost, but I can give Steve the 1,000 likes or the 10,000 likes. The important thing is that Steve gets 50% of that revenue. So for every dime that I spend, he gets a nickel. And over time, what this is going to do is change the quality of content that Steve wants to put up on the app. Why this is important. So on social media today, there's, across kind of all platforms, there's 10 to 12 billion likes on a daily basis. So every day, across all these platforms, there's this large marketplace of likes. And we're going to monetize that. And that's going to change the way that content creators get paid. We're very excited about it. We're into our Series A. We have our PPM that we just launched last month, and we're looking for investors to take it to the next level. So that's.
Any questions for Josh? Yes.
Yes. So the first like is free. Just like every other platform that's out there. So on any post, Steve might have 10 posts, and that first like is free. Every like after that, it's 10 cents. Steve, if I really like Steve's post, he might say, well, drop me a dime, and and I'll pay that small transaction fee to show support for him.
They can still interact on this platform as they do on any other platform. It's if they see that value, then they can step up and do more. But they can be on there for free, not spend any money, still like posts, and do everything they've been doing.
And you're linking your bank account, where you have to put money in or something like that?
Yeah, so we, sorry. We're a mobile app, so we're forced to go through the Apple Pay system and the Google Pay system. It's good and bad. The good part about it is it's really frictionless, it's really seamless. The bad part about it is, there's an Apple tax that goes along with it that we have to account for. But that transaction is really simple on the app. Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you so much. So next up, we're going to have M&M Partners. It's a private equity firm out of Silicon Valley. Thank you. And we're going to have Mark Putney, managing partner.
That's me.
Thank you.
That's what I want. That's going forward then?
Yeah.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Let's see. What are we doing here? Oh, I got time. How about those Giants? Guess we're Dodger fans. Okay, my name is Mark Putney. I'm with M&M Partners. We are private equity real estate, so this is stuff you can touch and kick and drive by. We're on our 19th year right now in the Bay Area. We invest actually, and no matter what anybody tells you, contrary to fake news, we are buying the Bay Area. And we focus primarily on the peninsula. You can see all those red dots there. The red dots are where we focus in our little sandbox in the Bay Area, and that's called, as I mentioned, the peninsula. We've got the bay on the east side and the Pacific Ocean on the west side. They might be making more Texas, but they're not making more of the peninsula. So it's supply constrained. We have a limited amount of inventory. If you are building new inventory, it's $1,000 a square foot. So you're going to have to get some pretty top-notch rents to do well there. We buy value-add multifamily and value-add multi-tenant office assets. And our primary focus from day one in 2006, our first building was 65 units right next to Oracle Software, which is run and owned by Larry Ellison, who now lives in Lanai. Let's dive into it. So we've been at this again, going on 19 years. We're actually going on our 20th year. We've never lost a dime, never had a capital call. So we've been very focused on what we do, and we've been living and working in the Bay Area for now over 40 years, so it's a Warren Buffett type of an investment model. We invest in what we know, and we stay focused on that. These are the ugly mugs who started it. I'm one of the M's, and my partner Michael is the CCIM of the partnership, and I'm the fellow who raises the funds, so I'm from finance. Again, we've done probably in that 40-year period well over $500 million in transactions in the Bay Area. So we have an understanding of what's good and what's bad and where to locate and where not to locate in the Bay Area. Again, when we started our model by putting value-add apartments next to technology company, we just thought that was an easy formula. The other part of our formula is the way we underwrite, and we essentially always raise more equity than debt. Our debt is normally 50% loan to value or less. So we'll raise the equity, the reserve, the remodeling, and any sort of operating capital that we need to make sure that the building gets stabilized. So the objective is to underwrite at least break even, if not positive cash flow from day one. If you're jumping into a building that the market rents are 30-40% below market rents, then obviously everything from that point forward upon acquisition is upside. Both upside in terms of net operating income, but also valuation. Let's see here. This is a key demographic that we like to show everyone. I don't know if many of you are aware of it, but about 60% of all venture capital invested, period, goes into the Bay Area. So that's the gas in the gas tank, coupled with everybody and their uncle wanting to be the next Mark Zuckerberg from around the world, and then the beautiful schools and wonderful institutions we have here really does attract. Jobs is what drives the Bay Area. Jobs are what drive our rents and our leases for both our multi-tenant office and our multifamily. Let's see, we've got a fantastic biotech industry going on right now as well. So that's also generating, along with AI. AI is huge for us, and a lot of our office clientele are coming out of that space as well. This gives you an idea of our growth opportunity. Right now, Santa Clara is another spot. We invest in 2 counties on the peninsula. The one south of San Francisco is called San Mateo County, and south of that is Silicon Valley or Santa Clara County. And this is really where we are shining right now. And that peninsula right there, especially apartment buildings, for one unbeknownst reason that I've never been able to fathom, but I just go with it, is that apartments will double in value usually every 5 to 7 years. And so that's our hold time, 5 to 7 years. We're trying to push off a 2x, 2.5 to 3x multiplier upon exit. This is really our core. We acquire all off market. We obviously know everybody. There's kind of a batting order in the Bay Area. When they know you can perform, you usually get a phone call. And a lot of these guys love to double list things. So we're normally getting a first phone call for any sort of multifamily opportunity, and we like to invest at 40 units on up. In terms of office or multi-tenant office, we're investing really right around 50,000 square feet minimum on up. Our business is vertical, so we only manage those properties that we own with our investors, and we've been doing that from the get-go. We actually do have a leasing staff, accounting staff, as well as a general contractor on staff with us and his group of fellows that work to remodel our buildings, especially when we get involved in apartment buildings, and then as well as they do all of our TI work. So we really like to turn the nickel twice, and we are absolutely focused on bringing in as most fantastic job as we can without having to pay a third-party contractor the 30 to 40% markup. This is some of our work. You can see the before and the after. The before would be on the right side, especially the interiors. And this is actually a product of ours that we had in San Mateo This was a property, we were the second owners. All the stock in the Bay Area in terms of multifamily is late 1950s, and they stopped building in 1976. So everything else is going to be infill and Class A. So our game plan and our model, again, buying next to technology companies, getting ourselves good tenants, well-paying tenants, and dependable tenants, is the remodel that you see right there. Stainless steel appliances, quartz counters, new electrical, can lighting, washers and dryers. And so we turn laundry rooms into gyms or bike rooms, that type of thing. So we're trying to give Class A amenities for a B+ rent, and that's how we cash flow. So our model is twofold right now. We have spent the last 19 years as a tenant in common type of a model, high net worth, accredited investors, minimum investments around 150 grand on up. We can only usually have 35 investors. The beauty of a tenant in common model is that you are a grant deeded owner, so you're not a partner in our deals. This allows for many, many nice structural advantages. One, you as a grant deeded owner, you actually will be able to apply depreciation, and in many instances cost segregation depreciation to your personal taxes, which is definitely better than a partnership. So we've been doing that for about 19 years. The other beauty of the structure is that you're able to 1031 out of that individually. So you're not a partner, you're a grant deeded owner, and as a grant deeded owner, when we do exit the building, you can go into another deal with us, because we like to say we're going to 1031 till we die, and or you can go without us. You can do another deal on your own. Most of our investors, 70% of them go to another deal with M&M. Or you can cash out and pay that lovely 37% capital gains tax. It's your call, but the beauty is it doesn't affect the other co-owners, like unfortunately in a partnership, that's applicable. The other thing that we're doing right now that we wanted to announce, we just have an engagement with a firm out of capital investment group out of New York that we're pretty excited about. This is another menu item that you can still participate in with us as a co-GP. They have engaged with us to place about $100 million in equity in multifamily in the Bay Area, in our little sphere of influence, as well as opportunistic office, multi-tenant office. And so we are working with them, and obviously if we leverage that to our normal leverage model at 50% loan to value, that's $200 million worth of real estate we are looking to acquire for the next 3 years. And if you are interested in investing with us along those lines, you can work with us as a co-GP in this new model that we've just started. So we're pretty excited about that. We're still doing one-off or deal-by-deal basis within our company. It's what we cut our teeth in. It's what we excel at. So we'll continue that. So if you're interested in that and would like to get some deal flow from us on an ongoing basis, please see us out in the lobby at our booth. Finally, this is the TIC structure. I kind of went over that. This is the co-GP venture structure that I just discussed on a brief basis. If you want to learn more about that, though, please come on by. There's a lot more detail in it, but it is a lot of money, and the investment opportunity is tremendous in terms of having a real heavyweight behind us investing these funds. This is our current portfolio, 5 properties, 3 multifamily buildings and 2 office buildings. The 2 office buildings you can see there actually have about 50 tenants each. So we have no one tenant that occupies more than 10% of our space, and that's been key for us through this mess that we've all experienced in the pandemic, and then obviously inflation and high interest rates. So this has really seen us through. We have been profitable all the way through that, and again, low leverage. And more importantly, what we've been seeing, frankly, especially in office, is that the tenants aren't moving, they're just shrinking, they're just going down. So we've been able to actually decrease, not on purpose, our occupancy, but yet we've increased our NOI. So as the tenant does shrink the space, we're able to renegotiate a 3 or 5 year lease at a better rate. Finally, that's it. So I have a few seconds left. If you have a question, yes, sir. Thanks. And so the question is how we've recovered? True. Yeah. Good. No. Yep. No, we've actually we've not had a crash and burn. So that's the good news. How we recovered, we did go from 100% occupancy in multifamily to, in some instances, 50% occupancy. Low loan to value means still we were profitable. Now, we were not killing it with our pro forma at that time, but at least we weren't giving the keys back to the bank. So that was the nice news. What we did at that time, I'll tell you how we did it. We literally, a lot of people were dropping their drawers rent-wise. And since we were profitable, we didn't do that because the state then came out with, if you're from California, and many of you are, came out with 5% across the board, plus CPI. And what happened with inflation, that was the only good news about inflation, was that CPI was at almost 5%. So we could raise the rents by 10%. So what we did was if we were gonna do a deal on multifamily rents, we would essentially lower them only by 10%, and we were able to still fill our building and keep it occupied and profitable. We are now, I'm glad to say we are fully occupied in our multifamily. You're seeing the culture return. Google's having everybody come back to work. Facebook's coming back to work. The government even, King Newsom is bringing everybody back to work. So that's been helpful. Again, on the multi-tenant office front, we made that conscious decision back in 2018 not to have somebody lease a whole bunch of space. So nobody leases more than 10% of our space, and that has served us really well. Because again, 55 tenants in we don't have it up there, in our 10-story office building, downtown San Jose, right down the street from City Hall, 55 tenants served us well because even though they wanted to remain and have their address there, they would say, we can't use all 3,000 square feet, for example. We're gonna want 1,800. And so we would write a new lease at 1,800 at market rents. So as I mentioned earlier, our NOI went up. But when we started with that building, we were 95% downtown San Jose. We're at 70%, but we have more revenue going right now. So that's how we've recovered. Absolutely, 20% IRR over time. And we usually have a 2.5, 2.3 is our average X multiplier upon exit. So yeah. Any others? Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. So next up, we're going to have PFD Capital Partners.
All right, so I'm gonna have PFD to the stage here. One thing I would like to say, we actually have, you can come on stage, Robert, or sorry, Michael Swan, sorry, Tyler, come on stage here. So we actually have a hospitality suite. Last night, I'm not sure if you guys came to the restaurant here in the hotel lobby, but we had a PFD Capital sponsored pre-mixer. And today they actually have a suite. We have the whole corner with a patio serving trifecta wine. On the third floor, hospitality suite in the Torrey Pines room. So when you get a chance, stop by the third floor and check out the hospitality suite. And we're actually gonna be doing a post-event mixer tomorrow, sponsored by PFD Capital here.
One thing I like about PFT, he's going to explain everything way better than I can. I'm very excited about this because unlike a lot of companies that they're doing a raise and it's a certain amount and it start and end date, they have basically an evergreen fund that can always accept new investments. They have different categories, including medical receivables, along with others. So it's not just about investors. There's actually a lot of medtech people here. There's also people on the live stream, by the way. We have over 200 people registered, probably 50, 60 people at least right now tuned in on average.
Everybody.
Yeah, hi. But people can invest year round. So I'm gonna have Michael explain a little bit about PFD. But I want to all make sure you guys are all invited for tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the hospitality suite on the 3rd floor. So at the far end to the right. It's a beautiful, huge space, including a huge patio. We're going all out, and we have Trifecta Wine sponsored $4,000 or $5,000 worth of beautiful reds and whites up there. They're being served today, have been served all day, and they will be there tomorrow as well. Anyways, Michael, please take over.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. My name is Michael Swan. I'm with PFD Capital Partners. We're here in Orange County. We're in Lake Forest, California. And what we do as a company is we underwrite and we provide funds to doctors and hospitals to help them with their personal injury receivables. That's specifically what we do. And we do that by using investor capital. We started this program 9 years ago. We've never missed a distribution. We pay our investors 15%. This is cash flow. You get it every 90 days. We pay 3.75. So at $100,000, you get $3,750 every quarter. But what I would like to do is I got a little video I was going to play for you, kind of explain, what we do and why we do it. And the problem, this is an industry where we found a problem and we've solved that problem. And because of that, we're helping doctors, we're helping patients, and we're also helping investors. And I'd like to, Dr. John is going to be. Due to technical difficulties. Okay, well, I'll tell you a little bit about my background really quick here. I used to be a portfolio manager for 32 years on Wall Street. I used to specialize in institutional fixed income, ran portfolios for state governments, city, county governments, and in doing so, we had a thing called a core holding. And a core holding, as you know, probably being investors, is something that, am I supposed to push a button?
When you're ready, go live.
Oh. I'm learning something new today. A core holding, is that it? No. It was a little Vimeo video that you guys uploaded. But anyway, a core holding, as you know, is something that you own it right, it performs as advertised, it's not for sale, and is a core part of your portfolio. And I was always on the lookout for those things. And this is exactly what attracted me to PFD. I had an analyst friend call me up one day and say, hey, Mike, he gets paid to analyze private investments for investors, look for the good, the bad, the ugly, what's wrong with it. And he called me specifically to say, Mike, I can't find anything wrong with this, and it's bugging me. And would you take a look at it and see what you think, see if you can find something. So I started looking at this particular investment, PFD, and I was quite impressed with the asset class, what they're doing, how it's financially constructed, which I'll be more than happy to share with you. The industry, private, when I say like the industry with the doctors in personal injury, the problem is this. We have 80 billion in personal injury claims every year. 50% of those are auto accidents, okay? And out of that, all those auto accidents, 95% of them settle. But the doctors don't get paid until these cases settle. And sometimes they may have to wait 90 days, sometimes they wait 12 months, 18 months. There's some that waited even longer. And this is a business interruption. If you're a doctor and you're treating patients and then a guy's in a car accident, you help him, and then now you have to wait 12 months to get paid, that's a problem. You're a doctor and you want to take more patients. So what we have done
is we got involved in doing our analytics on it, and we now provide funding to the doctors and to the hospitals so they get cash now, they can go get more patients. Oh, it's working? Oh.
Dr. John is a medical service provider at Central Valley Ambulatory Surgery Center in Yorktown, USA. Dr. John works with several personal injury attorneys who refer their injured patients to his practice for care. Dr. John regularly treats personal injury patients who have become injured because of an accidental event. Today, Dr. John is seeing Tom, who became injured while driving to work when another driver collided with his car at an intersection. Dr. John examines Tom and determines that his injury was accident-related and qualifies as a personal injury accident-related claim. Because Tom's injury is related to the accident, the treatment Dr. John provides isn't billed directly to Tom, because Dr. John knows that valid personal injury claims must be paid through the patient's attorney by the automobile insurance carriers, who cover the drivers of the cars involved in these types of accidents. Dr. John provides medical treatment to Tom while communicating with his own in-house billing and collection staff to look up the fee schedule and reimbursement values allocated for the treatment provided to Tom. Documentation related to the accident, insurance coverage, the attorney case, patient demographics, and previous medical history are collected with doctor visit notes, treatment prescriptions, patient authorizations, and consent for treatment, letters of protection, and assignment of benefits. These documents are organized in a very specific and orderly fashion. A patient treatment ledger, sometimes referred to as a super bill, are then submitted to the attorney handling the personal injury claim, along with an additional assignment of benefits between the medical service provider and the attorney, who now recognizes that when the claim finally comes to settlement, part of the settlement proceeds set aside by the insurance providers will be used to pay for the medical service provider's treatment. So far, the process has been straightforward. The patient has been properly cared for, the medical service provider now has a happy patient and an asset residing on his balance sheet called an account receivable. The insurance company and the attorney have a liability residing on their balance sheet called an account payable. And now, everybody, except the patient, waits. Despite Dr. John dotting the I's and crossing the T's, following the letter of the law, and submitting the claim in a timely fashion, the insurance company isn't exactly in a rush to pay him for the services he provided. So, Dr. John waits, and waits, and waits. And while he does, his cash flow is severely impaired, putting handcuffs on his ability to run or grow his practice. While the insurance does eventually get around to his claim, if Dr. John doesn't have every shred of paperwork needed to provide the claim is valid, the attorney and the insurance provider will continue to negotiate final settlement values while withholding final settlement, or could even reduce what Dr. John ultimately receives. What makes this particularly problematic is that this situation is nothing new. Tom's claim is far from the only one that Dr. John hasn't been able to collect on. In fact, Dr. John typically waits between 6 months to 4 years to receive payment. And because he's a doctor, not a bookkeeper, he has trouble maintaining the documentation for that time. To put the problem in perspective, Dr. John has account receivables right now of $1 million. After 4 years of waiting, he might collect only 60% of his due money, at a billing cost of up to $200,000, meaning he must wait practically forever just to receive a fraction of what he's owed. What Dr. John needs is someone to fix this mess. Someone who can pay him now and then take the account receivables off his hands and collect on all those claims. So he no longer must put up with the aggravation and poor results he's getting now. He needs someone like PFD to strategically level the playing field for him. PFD management doesn't just finance receivables. PFD eliminates the problem of low collections entirely. Problems stemming from lost underwriting or poor paperwork handling, of waiting months or years for payment, of collection costs that eat into profit. Doctors and medical service providers who use our services are empowered to be able to grow their business or to have cash for other expenses, because we're a reliable source of income now and save them money in the long run. Our unique platform allows us to evaluate, process, and underwrite, audit, fund, bill, collect, and consistently pay our investors, and medical service providers. Giving investors good returns and helping the medical community by being a source of needed capital. This is how our AR funding program can offer high-yield quarterly income with the highest level of risk mitigation. Now that you know there's a better way, it's time to act. If you're a qualified investor seeking respectable returns, or if you work with injured patients, or are a medical service provider fed up with the poor results you're getting by handling your own collections, contact PFD Management today.
So wasn't that more enjoyable than listening to me? That's the problem with the industry. And what we did, we have worked 2 years to streamline, digitize, and look at all the ways insurance companies, we all know this, they don't like to pay, they like to delay. And so, but if we do everything right, we can speed up the process. So what we do with the medical service providers is we give them cash now, we take their personal injury receivables, and we do the collections. And we do that by using a private investment vehicle, a 506C, and we pay our investors 15% on their capital. We've got a track record now, we're starting year number 9. We pay quarterly. People say, well, that's too good to be true, but it's all in the math. Basically what we're doing is, on the collection side, we start out, what I should tell you too, the 3 things we look for, the safety of principle, for every dollar you're investing, you're getting $3 in collateral to start with, and we grow it from there, okay? And then you have liquidity. If you need your money, you can get to your money. That's not a problem. It's a very boring investment. And I use that term because as you get older, we like boring investments. It's $1 in, it's $1 out. You don't have to worry about the stock market. You don't have to worry about interest rates. You don't have to worry about recessions. It's very simple. And then you also have a nice rate of return. The income is a percentage of profits. It comes as passive business income, which a lot of people find handy. It's not interest. What else can I tell you about the program? It's a 1-year obligation and a 5-year opportunity, meaning we ask you to stay in 1 year. So, 1 year, if you want to try it out, you get 15%, and then you can take your money out. If you like it, you can continue as long as you want, up to 5 years. The way it's structured, when I say it's unique, is that the company, as the cash flows come in, they pay the investors. There's about 7% that goes towards running the company profitably. And then all the other profits, what we do with those is we buy more receivables. And we build it so that, at the end of the term, at 5 years, we're about 9-10 to 1 collateral for the investors. So it's more to protect the investors, and also it improves the cash flows, which lowers our cost of funding. We're paying 15%, but as we grow the portfolio, our cost goes below 5%. And then at the end of the term, that's when we make our money on the back end. So we don't participate. The investors own the assets until they get all of their capital returned to them and they've made their 15%. It's a great program. It's good for safe money. Most safe money, the safer it is, the lower the yield. The risk mitigation, if you look into this, you would be very impressed at all the things that we've done to mitigate the risk. It's very low risk. The assets or obligations of insurance companies you would all recognize, like Geico, Farmers, Progressive, AAA. These are the obligated parties that we're collecting from. So I would encourage you, if every opportunity starts with just a conversation. I would encourage you, if you are an investor, there's something you might have an interest, please check it out. We'll be happy. We're very transparent. We'll provide you all the information that you'd like. We have a booth right out front here. We can talk to you there, or you can come on up to the hospitality suite on the 3rd floor, sample some wine, and we can visit up there as well. But it's a great program, and I would encourage all of you to at least check into it. It's a good tool to have in your toolbox. Good place to park capital. Yes. We started in 2012. No, we don't do any leverage. No, we're just doing collections, and what we're collecting on, for every dollar we've invested, and we can show this to you, we're making $1.60 has been our return. So out of the $1.60, we pay our 15% to the investors, and we go from there. Okay? Did I answer your question? Oh, 2012. We started in 2012. In the funds, we started with our first fund for $1 million, 11 investors. Made $450,000, never got our money back, and then how this works out. So now we're up to fund number 13. We're now at 1.7 billion in assets that we manage. We're now, last 6 months, we've got a lot of institutions have interested in us. We've got 2 licensed brokerage firms. We've got 4 hedge funds, 3 family offices, and we just closed a private deal and just last week for $100 million. I mean, these guys have come in and spent 3 months doing their due diligence and picking it apart and doing all the stuff they have to do, and they wrote us a $100 million check. So, you know, I encourage all of you, just take a look at it. It's a great asset class. You know, it's boring. It's not affected by the markets, and it's a great place to park capital. Any questions? Yes. Well, the turmoil in the industry, we're focused specifically in auto industry, and we haven't had any problems there at all. All the claims that we do all our own analytics and background checks. Before we deploy capital to any provider, we'll do a background check on him and make sure he's a good guy. We look at his collection history to get an idea of the different modalities and what he's actually made over the last 5 years doing it himself. And by the time we're done with our analysis, we know what's going to pay, what might pay, what could pay, and what's definitely not, you know. And so, and we use that data, that information, so when we talk to the doctor, you know, that's what our offer is based on, our cash offer. So we don't cherry pick them. Most of the doctors, when we talk to them, we tell them that, you know, if you could go back and do a portion of your personal injury on a cash basis, would you be profitable? And most of them say, well, yeah. And I said, would you like to do that? Would you like to convert some of those receivables back to a cash basis? And usually the answer is yes, and that's how we get started with the process. It allows them to be doctors and get more patients, so it, you know, and it allows them to grow their business. They rather have patients and continually do that. We have over 100 plus providers now and growing. We're in 13 states and growing, and it's a great asset class. And like I said, you don't have to worry about the markets. You don't have to, it's something where you can, you know, once you get comfortable with it, you'll be able to sleep at night. So that's all I have to say about that, I guess. I'd love to talk to anybody who wants to know more. I'd be more than happy to provide. I've got Eric Tyler here and also Rick Gallagher who works with me. They'll be happy to answer any questions, just provide you the information. And if it's something that you're interested in, that'd be great. Just any other questions? I know I'm over time. All right, well, thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna have 3 minutes from Annabella Gutman, one of our normal MCs. She's gonna just talk about some inspiration. And then we're very excited to announce Eric Fitzgerald, chairman of Turnkey Capital and ALG, is gonna host a panel. And they're also gonna talk about some of their companies in the private and public space. They're also on OTC, about to uplist to NASDAQ pretty shortly here. So that's in about 3 minutes, guys. We're very excited. But in the meantime, Annabella, please come to the stage.
Thank you so much, Mr. Josh Boyce. Josh Boyce, shout out to him because he worked so hard to put this event together. So thank you so much. And yay, really, he and Brett Turner put this event together, and they've been working for months and months and months to see all of you guys smiling. First of all, nice to meet you guys. I wanted to ask you a simple question. What is your dream? Everybody have a dream, everybody have goals, everybody have a vision. What is your dream? I'm gonna ask Robert, what's your dream? What has been your dream your whole life? Yeah, Robert. Sport what? Okay, so how far did you achieve your dreams till today? Okay, so Robert had a dream. He pursued his dream 50% in, but he did not complete his dream because he's just, why? So his real dream is sports, but he's doing investment banking, which is kind of boring compared to what you're really dreaming about. Now, what if I tell all of you that you are capable to pursue all your dreams and more within yourself? You are the writer, the producer, the director, the creator of your story, which means whatever you want, you can have. Whatever you wish for, you have it within you, and you guys don't understand the power of the magic wand. This is Julia, by the way. The power of the magic wand is that all of us have inner power, and you don't need anybody else to complete you to achieve your dreams and goals. You have the power within yourself to accomplish everything you want and more. I'm Annabella Gottman. I was born in Israel in a tiny, tiny city. I never thought one day all my dreams will come true, and actually they did. I've done massive projects, a lot of humanitarian projects. I've been sitting next to Tom Cruise and billionaires, and you name it. I've achieved so much because I believed. And I want you guys to really believe in yourself. Whatever your dream is will manifest if you take the action to actually pursue your dream to your reality. Step number one, you need to know what you want and what makes you happy. You, what makes you happy? Sure, what makes you happy? You're so cute. What makes you happy? You, yes. What's your name? Caitlin. Hi, Caitlin. Tell me what makes you happy. Being around great people, okay. Feeling successful, getting stuff done. So I know I'm running out of time, but basically, Caitlin, that's what makes her happy. Each and one of you makes something makes you happy, and you gotta pursue your dreams and goals. We only on this life, in this body, once, okay? Whatever you dream, don't think it too far away, because the sky is the limit. We are limitless, we are fearless, and I have a company called Club Annabella Corp. We love helping entrepreneurs, and we want to achieve all your goals for you. So I really built an amazing team behind my company, and we'll keep on growing with more amazing partners to make your dream into reality. So if you guys go to clubannabella.com, you can see what I do. I have a booth right there at the next room. I apologize. There's always something. And again, thank you so much for Josh Boyce and Brad Turner for putting this amazing event, Global Capital Network. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Josh, you're amazing. By the way, what do you want to tell everybody? Because you guys don't even know how hard he works.
Well, first off, it's Josh Bois. It's French. But, you should know this boy. It's okay.
Josh Boyce for a long time.
I know. It's all right. I love the inspiration theme. I'm all about empowering entrepreneurs and founders, and especially people that work hard and work smart at the same time. I'm all about productivity, all about impact. I'm putting together actually a $25 million impact fund. I sponsor impact on my platform at the conferences. So especially if you have something that impacts, and actually our next company, that Eric Fitzgerald and his company, they're actually going to be receiving an impact award this evening as well. But yeah, all about impact here. Whether it's energy, tech, AI, things that can make a real difference, measurable difference. Anyways, thank you so much, Annabella.
Thank you.
Next, all right, I've been excited for this. Eric Fitzgerald and his team. Eric is one of the few people where I've been in tech, running my own companies for over 21 years, where we had an hour-long conversation, and anything I wanted to talk about, he could boomerang back at me, and I knew he knew what he was talking about. It's very rare. I feel like I'm a mix of tech and business, and a lot of people either they're too techy, but they don't understand the business side, or they're too businessy, they don't understand the tech, and we are very synced up. So very excited. So he's actually going to be connecting a special presentation of something or other here directly from his laptop to the screen Only person we're doing that for today, so he's a special character in my mind here. So we are actually going to be having a special hour sponsored by his companies. So he has multiple companies. Turnkey Capital, I believe TKCI is OTC. They're looking to uplist to NASDAQ soon. It's a good time to get in because you know NASDAQ minimum price is $4, okay? But they're gonna be doing a couple panels. They're on the agenda here about adaptive intelligence, really cool things about, as well as drones. Guys has experience in the government and public sector as well, doing all sorts of cool intelligence work. He'll explain it way better than I. I can't introduce him properly. I'm just doing my best job here. On 2 hours of sleep, my friends. I love you guys all. And everyone watching, tuning in from around the country and the world. Anyways, I'm gonna hand it over to Eric to introduce him and Miles, Dante. But again, he reminds me of myself because I have multiple companies doing awesome things. Eric Fitzgerald.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Fitzgerald. I'm chairman of Turnkey Capital, and I'm actually one of the board members for an intelligence contractor and actually builds a lot of innovations for defense. Most of the technology that we build is for the intelligence community, and then we just recently started building applications for cyber defense and for border security for the public sector as well. But on top of dabbling in artificial intelligence, I actually have a background in neuroscience. So about adaptive intelligence, which is different from artificial intelligence. We actually started working on this as a pet project a long time ago on a new way of building AI or training AI. Let's see if we can get this online so you can see the screen. Okay. And see if we can move to the other screen, or I could just move it over. I'll just drag it over. Okay, there we go. There we go. Just do that. Okay, so sorry about that. So what you're looking at is a live feed of my brain. And what we did is, instead of training AI how they've been just programming chatbots, we don't do that, of course. We actually build innovative devices that can actually think for themselves and solve real life problems, like controlling drones or vehicles using thought, also being able to walk again, or finding issues in the brain that are very difficult to find for a lot of neurosurgeons. So with this, we've been able to use an actual full mapping of the brain as a baseline to create what's called adaptive intelligence, which adaptive intelligence brings life to your platform. So instead of having just some program that you're talking to that some programmer made, this is a reflection of you. It's using a full neural mapping that allows you to create new things without even being there. So let's say you have like a few devices in your home to accommodate your lifestyle. Your actual platform is tailor-made to you because the AI is actually you. So as you start to raise it, it's almost like your baby, like your child. So as you interact with it, it starts to create more efficiency in your digital lifestyle. It can connect to your phone, your security cameras, your car, anything that you have, and then you can talk to it, just like if it were an actual person. Now, with adaptive intelligence, we've been using it for more than just trying to improve your lifestyle. We've been using it for security. So we've worked on a platform before we started dabbling with neuroscience. We wanted to make sure we can secure it. So we built a platform that uses artificial intelligence to protect all of your digital devices. So after we did that, we started thinking like, what else can we do with this? So we've noticed a lot of companies have been building products like drone technology and a lot of other devices that are supposed to be automated, but they're not as effective. So we've been working on a few things. We've been selling to the United States military and the intelligence community for a while now. And these devices actually can carry out a lot of activities on their own without requiring your input at all. So this little guy, his name is Hugin. He has a brother named Munin, which he's in a backpack right now. So we're gonna play around with him. He actually doesn't need me to control him because he can do it on his own. We can also use a headset for controlling larger drones. Now, the thing about him is he doesn't really need me to tell him what to do. He's using common sense. He can do a lot of things, especially since he is fully aware of his surroundings. Now, if I want him to do something specific, all I have to do is just talk to him. And then most of the time, what we do is we train them with different activities. And as we start to build different activities for these devices, they learn how to do more. That's why when we started building platforms for the military for projects such as Valkyrie, which allows a pilot to control the drone using thought or using the adaptive intelligence platform. It makes the equipment far more efficient when it's using the best pilot and taking their efficiency and their responses and far surpassing what we can do as humans. So it's not replacing us, but it's making life better. And that's what we're doing with adaptive intelligence. With a lot of companies that are building things like ChatGPT, it's old technology. I don't know if any of you in here remember America Online. They used to have America Online's chat in AOL Instant Messenger. Well, I was introduced to ChatGPT during that time. That's how long it's been around. It was called Smarter Child. It's actually still in Wikipedia. So ChatGPT is nothing new, and it shouldn't cost a lot of money to build a chat model when you can build things differently using less resources. And that's what we've been doing. We've been keeping this a bit hush-hush and seeing how far the world can expand and scale without our interaction, because we focus more on the intelligence community than the regular community. But now I think it's time for us to start bringing advanced tech to the world so we can start helping people that have mental illness and physical disabilities, helping them walk again, solving real problems, catching real criminals. Our platform recently solved a murder, and we did that for the Justice Department. Our AI actually put together the storyboard to explain exactly what happened with a murder case that was 20 years ago that ended up actually not really being a murder case. So we've been able to solve a lot of real-life problems using adaptive intelligence versus, a smart crawling engine that can just pull data and try to tell you something. And that's why we've been building this out more with Turnkey Capital. Turnkey Capital is now the new home for adaptive intelligence. So instead of one company having access to this technology, we're licensing it to all of them, such as NVIDIA and Sony and Amazon. So then that way they can scale and have things more efficient for our digital lifestyle, because we really don't have a choice but to use their products. So wouldn't you want it to be working properly without having to call customer service? I'd rather have a product that works. And at least our product is smart enough to know that it needs to work. So that being said, I'm gonna hand things over to one of my scientists that's in charge of special projects, and he will start explaining what we're doing on the defense level with adaptive intelligence. Miles?
Thank you, Eric. Round of applause for Eric.
And you need a slide?
No.
Oh, you don't need it?
They have a slide. Here you go.
Well, you guys can look at my brain while he's doing that. See if I lose interest or if...
Awesome. So for most of you guys, hearing about something called adaptive intelligence, we all hear AI all day. right? It's a buzzword. It's something that is almost overused for a majority of companies. But now that we're introducing something that's actually fundamentally different, considering the way that we're building it is coming from a different angle. The amount of problems you're able to solve with that type of tool, which is adaptive intelligence, it's night and day, right? It's not asking me about the weather or to, write my essay for me. It's giving you an opportunity to actually, in the real world, make sure that people are more safe, situations are, analyzed properly. And that's what I'm gonna get into here, is how we're actually able to, take these drones and take something that is currently dangerous. They're, people on Border Patrol, people in police stations, our military, that are going out there and, risking their lives, which, I thank God that they do, because it's not something that I do, but I know that it keeps me and my family protected. But for us, using adaptive intelligence, we can build tools for them to use that are not only just going to execute a singular task or require a drone operator to fly them, somebody sitting behind a computer. We can create a large quantity of these, so at scale and capacity in any shape or form. So aerial, aquatic drones, attack drones, anything that we need to do. So that way, instead of a human individual, someone who has a wife, kids, and a family, going in and breaching a room and trying to figure out what's going on, we're able to have these drones, after they open the door for it. Of course, it can't open doors for itself yet. We're getting there. But with that, they'll just let it go, right? Let 2 or 3 of them go. They'll be able to use facial recognition, LiDAR attachments, thermo, whatever is required for the task, to be able to go inside, give whoever it is that's using it, whether it's police or military, a 3D rendering of the building itself, threat assessment, and all of the above before anybody ever steps a foot in the door and is willing to risk their life. So the scaling capacity of this, just starting with adaptive intelligence is really on the aerial drones. But when it comes to everything else that we're really looking to grow and build into, there's not going to be many things that we cannot do or solve with drones. So that's been a huge leap, considering if I put ChatGPT into a drone, it would just be more, I don't know, I think it'd be more annoying than anything. But some of the sectors that we're moving into now are going to be specifically with Border Patrol. I know for a lot of people, we've seen how that's been going on, and to be able to have a security system where you plant a drone similar to this one on an induction charger. So think about you stick the drone on a magnet on a pole or on the top of your ceiling and you leave it there, right? It's going to act, because it's plugged in, it's going to charge 24/7 and be able to have intelligent surveillance of the entire area. But the difference is, instead of sending somebody out there for Border Patrol, having someone drive out there and see what the issue is, the threat is, the drone itself would just attach from the induction charger, be able to go out to whatever the issue is, whatever anomaly it is that it detected, without having to be manned or operated, and do that same threat assessment without the risk of human life. So the one thing that we are doing, not that I want to downplay drone operators or trying to end a career for some people, but the EEG machine that we just showed off is going to be used specifically for drone swarming. So being able to use an intelligent thought to be able to control a large quantity of drones. So instead of one person controlling one drone the way that things are done now, we're going to be able to have one individual control 500 drones at the same time, just giving simple directives, simple training. So the scalability for us to build these is massive. And when it comes to actually being able to make them a usable thing for government and also for consumers, it doesn't require any training. It's not, we take the best and brightest and put them in a warehouse somewhere and teach them how to fly drones for a couple of years before they ever touch one. Anybody that in this room or even watching would be able to use the EEG machine and communicate directly on what you want it to do, whether it's hand motions or the thoughts to follow you, respond to what you need. It'll detect if you're in a crisis, if there's a problem. It'll watch your brain waves, figure out if you're stressed out, whatever that may be, and be able to pull better data for you and supply that back to wherever that be, emergency services and all of the above. So back to building your own companion drone or a companion AI, being able to carry one of these with you or any other smart wearable that we're currently developing, it's going to put you in a position where the AI companion you have is not just a robot that answers questions, but something that actually protects you, your life, the people around you, and is able to integrate for efficiency and productivity for what we're looking to do in the next couple of years, which is more exciting stuff. But I'll pass this over to Dante so we can break down. Oh, back to Eric. Okay, back to Eric. So thank you guys.
All right. So that was good. So yeah, with the drone tech, of course, there's a lot that we've been innovating over time. There's a few things we've been looking at, especially with how to automate everything that we do. And we've been making it easier for a lot of agencies to use our products. We've been trying to find ways to scale it down, especially the pricing. We've actually are working out of Grand Forks Air Force Base. We're building what's called Empty Lab. Empty Lab is a 40,000 square foot 3D printer that will build aviation components and drones nonstop without anyone being there. That's why it's called Empty Lab, because no one's there. The adaptive intelligence platform will actually design the drones, the most efficient ones for whatever combat mission that needs to be executed. And it can be deployed from Grand Forks Air Force Base. So that being said, it makes it a lot easier for us to keep our family home and still defend our nation, especially if something happens, and we all hope nothing happens. But my job with the intelligence community is to build things that prevent these concerns from becoming real, preemptive solutions to anything that can possibly happen. Some people will lose sleep over trying to figure these things out and not doing it. That's why we have adaptive intelligence solve all of the problems and build them in this facility. So not only have we been working on building these, we've actually been brought, with a concern with drone swarms that you brought up before. Other countries do have these capabilities of having drone swarms. Not the capability that we have of controlling them, but, causing a lot of harm and civil unrest. So we developed a platform called Lullaby. It actually works with one drone, can be sent to any drone that's sent to us from any enemy, known and unknown threats, and it will hijack remotely that drone and slowly guide it down. So if it's a drone that's carrying some type of lethal ordnance, it can neutralize that, safely guide it somewhere where it can be neutralized. If it's a drone that is for surveillance, it can hijack that, track where it came from, move that drone somewhere else to be recovered by signals intelligence. If it is a swarm of drones that are designed to be weapons of mass destruction, we can literally do a session hijack on every drone and guide them somewhere else, or we can send it right back to the enemy. So that's the capability that we have now. We've been working on a lot of defense-related applications to put into our 3 levels of drones. We've also been working on a lot of ground units, amphibious attack units, and more that can be more efficient, more effective when deployed. Just like other defense contractors building things like this, we're building it for real-life combat situations that have yet to been encountered by some of these firms. Now, for the public, we have security for you as well. We have artificial intelligence and adaptive intelligence platforms that Dante Bailey is going to explain how that works. And you guys are probably wondering what this is in my face. Yeah, I'm using this so I can stay on task. It's an AI, augmented reality glasses, that we have been experimenting with for some time for wearable computing. We want to make sure that we can make wearable computing that isn't like, Apple's large glasses that don't really look that attractive when you go outside. Look pretty silly too when you're on a bus. So we've been working on making something scaled down, almost like what Meta has with their glasses, but we have these first, and this is actually an old prototype. So it has a camera sensor, heads-up display, and soon it will have the EEG sensors built into the frame. That way you can control your user experience using your motor cortex. So you can play video games using thought, you can send preset text messages while you're driving and keep your eyes on the road. And you can even slow down objects that someone throws at you or you didn't really catch. It can capture, slow it down so you can see what it is, and enhance the image. Also, we'll have on the new build forward-looking infrared and night vision. So then that way you can see threats in the dark when you're leaving your home at night or going into a dark house, which is very dangerous, of course, don't do that. So make sure you have like a light on. Unless you have these with night vision, then yeah, you're good. So we're going to make them cost effective. We're going to start launching these probably this year, so you guys will be able to pick your frames and what you want the lenses to go in, so you can wear something designer. So that's what this is, in case anybody was wondering. I'm actually still having fun playing with this because it's showing me a lot of information that I didn't know in the crowd. So, Dante.
Thank you, Eric. Hello, everyone. I'm Dante Bailey, CEO of Turnkey Capital Incorporated, and I just wanted to talk to you about one of our assets, AidentSafe. It's going to be on, well, it is currently on every single app store that you can think of, and coming soon to iOS as well. It is our mobile application security app powered by adaptive intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. So it will protect all of your assets in a way that is continuously learning to be able to protect you better, so that way you're not going to be a victim to new age technology and theft that's constantly happening, because hackers are getting more innovative every single day. And are you going to stick with an old application that doesn't learn, doesn't progress, doesn't learn faster than the hackers that are trying to hack you and get your money, get your information, get your private data and security breaches constantly going off all your devices, your phones, walking through crowds? Or would you rather have something that can outwit them, outperform them, and leave you sleeping happily knowing that you're protected and safe from being another victim? That's all I got. I'm sweet and short. Now, I would like to take this time to open up any questions for all of us here, because I know we didn't really get too much time for that.
Or if anyone wants their brain scanned.
Yeah, all for show and tell. Who's the first one? Come on up. Oh. There it is. Oh, that'll be beautiful. Let's go check your brain out. Come on over.
All right.
It's a big brain. It's a lightly lit brain, too.
All right. So
That would be a nice addition.
There. Oh, the contact on there. There you go. So it's sensitive to the. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you tell what is going on?
So we're able to detect all of the waves coming from your brain, alpha, beta, so forth. And what I did is I created a platform that allows all of the EEG signals to interpret into a graphical representation, but in real time, almost like an X-ray or some type of like secure pass scanner, like when you're going to the airport. However, what this does is it actually breaks down more than that. It'll look at your interest, relaxation, engagement, stress, anxiety, everything. So we're incorporating behavioral science along with forensic psychology to identify a lot of issues. And we use it to train the adaptive intelligence model. So that way it makes it more efficient on making decisions. Because the thing about how us humans make decisions versus a computer program is we are compelled by emotion. We make decisions without just information, but emotions. Everything that we do, everything that we chose to wear and eat and drink and watch, all based on emotions. Our emotional states actually create that. So we use this as the baseline for adaptive intelligence. So after mapping out the brain, we've been able to identify a lot of things that we didn't know about ourselves. A lot of neurologists still don't even know that this technology exists because I haven't really been sharing it with them. I've been sharing it with other universities that are now capable of creating images from your dreams, and now you can see them using this technology. So this is the future. And that's why we've been taking our sweet time trying to make sure it's packaged properly so that way you can use it at home. So we've been working with several vendors to make smaller, more efficient headsets to use this. For example, when you want to watch something on Netflix or Amazon, and all of us do this, we flick through it for about an hour instead of actually watching something because we don't know what we want to watch. Well, your adaptive intelligence platform with a headband, a comfortable one, not that, will be able to help you choose. It'll narrow down everything based on your interest that you didn't really know you had. And then now you can watch what you want to. And let's see, we have another winner come up. So you can have your, oh, she's right there. Okay, yes, you. That's why I was like, it said not there. I'm like, wait a minute, because you're right there. All right.
How does this differ from Neuralink?
So the difference between this and Neuralink, and when we first came out with this, it was before Elon Musk purchased Neuralink. And our board members, one of them's here right now, he's a scientist as well. He was worried. He's like, do you see what's happening with Neuralink? And I said, yeah, what is it? He said, well, is it like our thing? I said, no, that's an implant. This is not. I wouldn't want anything implanted in my head, especially if there are security risks that cannot be addressed. So making headsets would be more efficient. So now making them comfortable and portable is what we're working on. We're making smaller ones. There's companies making headsets too that we can license from, so it cuts the cost down because we have the software to make it work. Now, with Neuralink, they can solve problems, but if they were using our technology to identify the issue, and I'm touching that, so it's pulling EEG from me, from my finger. I think it'll take a while for it to respond. But yeah, the most of the technology out there that they're using for solving problems is based on guesses. So if they use something that can actually look at the data and tell you this is what needs to be changed, then Neuralink's surgical tools would be very efficient on doing neural surgery. And I would like to see that in the future after we start making the platforms easier for neurosurgeons and neuroscientists to start experimenting with more. So then they can build better tools using actual information that's needed. All right, so let's see. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you ever had a song stuck in your head and you don't recall the name of the song? Well, we decided to, basically capture a lot of student volunteers in San Francisco who like to listen to music and made them listen to a lot of music hooked up to a 24-sensor EEG headset. And then we captured the neural activity, binded that to an algorithm that can be identified by our engine. So then that way, once she's done listening to the song, we shut it off, and then we would have her play it back in her head. The computer didn't know the difference between it being a memory or it being played live. So we just made a new search engine on how to find things that, you're like, what's the name of that? So simple. Yeah, it only took like 2 days worth of students to do that, and that was in 2015. And that was just for fun. Wasn't for, trying to make anything. I actually had a song stuck in my head, and I just needed to figure it out. So spent a bunch of money on building that out. So with this headset, there's so much you can do if it was able to work properly on everyone, because you actually have hair. And yeah, if you move it with your hand a little bit so it touches a little better. Yeah, there you go. Now you're sparking. Those synaptic juices flowing, everyone. All right, so unless you really want to have an implant, then Neuralink's the way to go if you want that. It's expensive, and I don't think it's going to feel good. So, yes. So does anyone have any questions about how any of our technology works or what we're planning on doing with it in the future? Sir? Yes. We already have that now. I actually built a desktop shell that sits on top of your operating system called codename Dropkick. And we were going to launch that during, 2019, and then we just didn't. COVID happened, a lot of things changed in business, so I decided to just hold off on putting that out there because it won't be useful. No one's going to be able to use it. Hardware companies weren't building anything that would be able to run on it. Now, Dropkick allows you to, instead of building applications that would handle the neural responses, this is like an interpreter for that. So it sits on top of your computer, on your desktop, and it replaces your desktop environment. So instead of having to click on things, you can actually start controlling everything using thought. Instead of having to use a mouse click, now you are the mouse click. And instead of having to type in a password for a folder, the actual encryption algorithm is created by a lot of neural synaptic data that's recorded specifically for that task, which would be open this folder. When you're thinking about engaging that, it just creates that key to do that. So we really don't have to build encryption keys anymore. And we don't have to keep them either. They drop as soon as you're done accessing that folder or banking online. So that's basically what we're planning on doing now, since we have the functionality there. We're just trying to make the size of the headset smaller, so it's just a Bluetooth earpiece with one sensor that touches here. So then that way, now you can pair it to your phone, and it's just one app that can be installed, which handles the interpreter. And you'll be able to run everything like you usually do, but now you're just looking at your phone and moving applications around, and it's so much easier. And now you won't have to type in any passwords or anything like that. And then the best thing about it is now with most of our vehicles that are basically a laptop on wheels, you can interface with them too. That way you can configure everything in your car using your headset or your think to act commands. So, any other questions? Yes. No, we actually do have an IPO going. The company's already public. I took over the public company in 2023, and then we started taking our other entity and moving intellectual property to it for the consumer. It really didn't need any funding. We're going to scale, so we're doing a small raise since we just moved. Currently, we filed everything to move to NASDAQ Capital Markets from our current exchange. So on NASDAQ Capital Markets, we're planning on filing an S1. We're doing a $200 million raise on that, so small, because we don't require billions of dollars because we don't have to do R&D. We already have all the products. We just need to produce them and focus on the quality of it. So that's all we're doing now. So that's what we have for this year. As soon as we're done with the rest of the filings, then yeah, we should probably have some road shows going and things like that. I do know our securities attorneys are planning on putting some stuff together for any potential investors, but that wasn't what our intentions were today to raise any capital. Usually, I fund most of the projects myself from other endeavors that I engage in with other companies. I go and reinvest in my own projects. Yes, showcasing and seeing if there is anything else of interest to either acquire and incorporate into what we have, because there's a lot of brilliant minds out there that have a focus with their product. However, they don't really know that their product may have like other verticals they can spin into, or it could be something that would be helpful for what we have as a component. So I haven't seen anything so far, but there's probably a few out here that I haven't met yet that may have something interesting that we could either improve on or they could help us improve. Thank you. All right. Do you have anything to say? All right, so we'll close up. Now, I hope everyone today remembers that everything that we do outside of our digital world could be potentially dangerous if we don't pay attention to what we're doing. So no texting and driving until you get like glasses like this that you can do that. Then you're fine, you can do that. And then also, if any of you really need cybersecurity, shop around, because there's a lot of apps out there. but for some reason, Apple doesn't have any virus scanners on their iPhone, which was weird. So I built one, and it's being launched today. So you guys will see that on the iPhone soon. A lot of people were having issues, and I was getting phone calls because I only had it on Android, because Apple built something that isolated all of the virus scanning companies from being able to scan the rest of the device. But then we just found all the viruses on the device anyway. And it was a problem because I used to like iPhones. Now I don't. I like the computers. Now I just stay with Android because it's easier to protect. Now we are able to protect the iPhone, especially from that other, what was that virus called? Was it called Pegasus? Yeah, we just found that. So whoever made that, very naughty. We could shut it down now. Oh, and also ransomware. Anyone that keeps doing that, yeah, keep doing it so the FBI can pick you up, because we can still turn off your ransomware when you're hijacking these companies. Naughty guys. So just remember, you guys, make sure whatever you do outside, be mindful. Don't plug your phones up to Uber driver stuff or connect to Wi-Fi that isn't yours, because if you have an iPhone, you're not safe unless you're Aiden safe, and that was not planned. But yeah, I'll see you guys outside if you have any questions from any of our staff. A chunk of our company's up here up front, so I'm probably going to mingle with them for a little bit. So if any of you have any questions, feel free, and I will see you later. Right. Give that to, yes.
All right, thank you so much. Can I get another round of applause for Eric Fitzgerald and his team? Brilliant stuff, right? The more I've talked to him, the more I realize it's really awesome. And it's awesome to see a founder that sees all sorts of things and has the resources and the brain to just continue innovating. Anyways, Mr. John Cash to the stage, please. Unedited, NYSE ticker URG. As a return presenter, so we appreciate you coming in, I believe from Canada, right? Wyoming, that's right. But it's Canada. It's also on the Canadian exchange as well, and NYSE. Perfect. Anyways, Unedited, mineral company. He's going to explain better than I can, but in the uranium space, which is kind of blowing up right now. So, anyways, John Cash, please.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Tell you a little bit about Unedited. Again, I'm John Cash, CEO, chairman of the board for Unedited. And as he indicated, we trade on the New York American under URG and on the Toronto Exchange under URE. So we were founded in 2004 up in Canada. The founders thought it's time for uranium to make another run, and they were right. After they founded the company, by 2007, the price of uranium had grown dramatically, and we had some really good years then. But in the intervening years, we made acquisition on some properties in the Great Divide Basin of Wyoming. Wyoming is a tremendous place to be working. Great culture there for mine activity. They support uranium mining locally and at the state level. The regulations are all in place and have been for a very long time. So we made acquisition of some properties there, including our flagship asset, which is called Lost Soldier. And it's about 35,000 acres there that we acquired. Most of that is on federal land, so you guys own that property. Thank you for letting us work on that. The new deck is good, if you can put it up. Yeah, I did, but there you go. There it is. That works. If you got the new one, that's better, but we'll make this work. I've got it memorized. So got the Lost Creek property, about 35,000 acres, began drilling on that, and very quickly came to the conclusion that there's considerable uranium resource here. We need to pursue this. We're moving beyond just exploration. We need to move into development. So I came on to the property in 2007, began the regulatory affairs and the permitting process with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission out of DC, as well as the state and local regulators. And we had our applications filed to those agencies by the fall of 2007, got our approvals in place. So if you'll advance a couple of slides. Go one more, please. And I won't use the slide deck. This is a little bit different rendition than I thought. But anyway, Lost Creek, we got it permitted in 2007. Thank you. Started permitting in 2007. By 2012, we had our permits in place for Lost Creek. Began construction of what's called an in situ facility. And within 9 months, we had it built out. And that's one of the distinguishing factors between the technology we utilize and other uranium miners around the world. Our technology is relatively low cost, very quick to build. So we had the entire facility built in 9 months. And let me pause there and say what in situ mining is. In situ mining is where we access the ore through the installation of water wells. So we drill wells into the ore body, and then we inject essentially seltzer water. CO2 and oxygen gas go down into the water. They're dissolved there. They oxidize the uranium and bring it into solution, and we simply pump it to the surface to recover it. So the impact to the surface is negligible. I would encourage you to stop by our booth, which is over in the corner over here in the FAR conference room. I have lots of pictures. I'd be happy to share with you what that looks like. But essentially, it's just a field, and on a 100-foot grid, there are little wellheads sticking up. They look like beehives, but in between them is grass. And we joke it's where the deer and the antelope play, and that's absolutely true. So right now, we are in production at Lost Creek, ramping production back up. Post-Fukushima, there were some pretty poor years within our industry, and so we allowed the production to decline for a few years. But the price has come around, and we are signing long-term contracts with utilities here in the U.S., such as Constellation. Constellation will be utilizing our pounds at their 3 Mile Island facility. That'll be used to support big data. So we'll be supporting companies like Microsoft with those pounds that we're producing. In the more recent years, we made acquisition from a French company of a company called Pathfinder Mines Corporation. Those of you who are in the mining industry are probably familiar with that company. They did a lot of gold work, uranium work in the U.S. and around the world back in the 70s and the 80s. But we were able to make acquisition of that, including their Shirley Basin project, which is a very high quality property for uranium. We've been able to get that completely permitted. And right now we're working on constructing that facility, and we plan on bringing it into production very late this year, very early next year. The capital cost for that facility, we're looking at $41 million to be able to do that. Right now we're on target on construction schedule and on budget, so that's coming along very nicely. Both of our facilities I've mentioned they're in Wyoming, High Plains Desert, really no neighbors, very isolated. And the few neighbors we do have, we have very strong support. So we're very pleased about that. Let me talk a little bit about geopolitics, because you really can't talk about the uranium mining industry and pricing unless you talk about geopolitics. Right now, we have tremendous support from the Trump administration. He was very supportive during the first administration, equally supportive to the second administration. Literally, before I came in, got an email that President Trump has signed an executive order on critical minerals and has added uranium to the critical minerals list that will enable us to advance permitting much more quickly in the future. So we're excited about that. Both the Republican Party and the Democrat Party have also passed legislation unanimously. Those two parties don't agree on anything except when it comes to nuclear power. But they have put a ban in place to cut off supplies of Russian imports of low enriched uranium into the U.S. That ban is taking place in steps, and we're in the first step right now, but by the end of 2027, there will be no more imports of uranium into the U.S. That is a law passed by Congress unanimously That's not something that can be just unilaterally superseded by President Trump. That's in place, it's definitive, it's not going to go away. So we've got great support there. So you can see that geopolitics plays a big role here. It really can drive the price of uranium. And right now, there's not many countries in the world that produce uranium. And we are happy to say that we're one of the very few producers in the free world. Most uranium production is dominated by governments, including Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Russia does a little bit of mining as well. So we're proud to be a U.S. producer, moving into our second mine at this time. Let me talk a little bit about the capital structure of the company and share with you why we're here today presenting. We are publicly traded. We're not looking for money. We are very well financed. We'll be coming out with our annual report here next week. If you're interested in investing, I would strongly encourage you to look at that annual report. It's going to tell you all about the company, what we did in 2024, and what our plans are for 2025 and moving forward. Our investors are largely institutional. We're about 83% institutional held. Companies like MMCap, Sachem Cove, Segra, CQS, BlackRock, and we're also held by some of the uranium ETFs like Sprott and Global X, are big investors in the company. Those are some of the most sophisticated names in the uranium space. And so when we have a share registry like that, it's an indication of the quality of the assets that we hold. So with that, I'm going to wrap up with a few minutes left over. But I just wanted to be here today to share the story of UR Energy, how the uranium industry is advancing in the U.S. Not looking for capital today. Don't plan on looking for capital in the foreseeable future. We're very well financed, but wanted to share that story so that when you think about clean energy and where are your investment opportunities, it's not just with wind and solar, it's also with the uranium miners here in the U.S., and we hope that you'll think about UR Energy when it comes time to invest. So with that, I'll pause there and give the audience some time for questions. So our operations are both out of Wyoming. Our headquarters is in Casper, Wyoming. We also have a small office out of Denver. We have right at 100 employees right now working across the company. That's one of the other beautiful things about in situ mining is it's not labor intensive. We can literally run the mines with two people, one person in the mine watching the pumps and the wells, and one person in the processing plant. All of the other people we have are not for operations, they're generally for geology, engineering, and construction. But operations, two people, it's all it takes to run the mines. Plan for 2025, continue to ramp up production at Lost Creek, because we've had that bit of a hiatus after the market really slowed down 2017 through 2021. The market is getting pretty hot right now, so we want to continue to ramp up production to sell into those markets. Our other objective is to bring our Shirley Basin project online. That'll nearly double our production capacity for the company. So that's really our focus for 2025 is to accomplish those two things. We already have some great contracts in place, but still about 45% of our production capacity is unbooked, unhedged. So as the market improves, we can continue to layer in those long-term contracts with major utilities here in the U.S. Yeah, you bet. Permitting, as you can imagine, in the nuclear industry is extremely time-consuming and expensive. When we licensed our Lost Creek mine, we paid the NRC $3.3 million, and it took 5 years. It's not a bill, it's an executive order, but what it aims to do is to speed up the process so that you can accomplish the permitting in a much quicker time frame. So as we move forward to additional properties, which we hold other properties that we'll be exploring on, if we're able to convert them from exploration to development and mining, we'll be able to permit those much more quickly and at a much lower cost. So it saves us a lot of money and it affects the bottom line. Time is money. So right now we sell exclusively to private industry. nuclear utilities in the US and in Europe. However, the US government will be coming back into the market in the future for tritium production and for submarines and ships. They are running out of material for that, so we do expect them to be back in the market for that. The non-proliferation treaties require that that material be sourced from a US producer. We're one of the very few. You can count us all on one hand. Don't even need all your fingers. So we do stand to benefit from that. Plus, there's an LEU, low-enriched uranium, and HALEU, high-assay, low-enriched uranium programs being supported by the Department of Energy. They've dedicated several $1 billion to those, and they have a preference to fill those with US-produced pounds. So we're waiting for the RFPs to come out on that. That's one of the reasons why we've left so much of our production unhedged, is we're looking forward to being able to bid into those programs. So we don't need any capital right now. We're well financed. What I would encourage people to do is, as they're looking for opportunities to invest in the green energy space, consider UR Energy in buying our shares. So we're looking to broaden our shareholder base, bring in some more retail, bring in some more family offices to join up with those institutional hedge funds and large corporations. We're about 83% institutional. We think we closed today about 90%, or 90 cents. We had a massive jump today. Don't ask me to explain it. 95. Like the last 3 minutes of the market, we skyrocketed. I have to assume somebody here must have jumped into the market and bought a lot of shares. We typically trade about 4.5 million shares a day, but I've got one more question here. So right now, the Russians are allowed to import about 20% of our supply. That is being cut off. And you would think 20% is not that much. We can backfill that. The problem is Russia dominates the global market. They're around 45% of supply. So there really is no one else out there that can help backfill that. That's why it's so important to bolster U.S. mine production, conversion, which is the next step in the process, as well as enrichment. It's an incredibly tight market, and we expect to see prices continue to improve over time. So with that, I am out of time, unless, Josh, unless I have more time for questions. All right, awesome. No, Wyoming. Yeah. Yeah, I live there. I've been there 18 years. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I live about 2 hours from the mine. All right.
For everyone in the live stream, so again, this is URG on NYSE and you're on another exchange as well. What's the ticker?
The Toronto Exchange under URE.
URE. Thank you guys again for John Cash. Thank you. Thank you guys for flying. Thank you for flying in. All right. So as a lover of impact here, I have 3 impact awards I'm going to be giving out. I give out impact awards at every event, usually across different industries. The first company is GATC. Is Rick in here? Perfect. I'm going to have you come up. So GATC, I'm going to have you talk for 1 minute about it, but essentially using DNA to find ways to cure diseases and solve problems. So give us 1 minute about GATC, please.
We are a local AI biotech company specializing in de-risking drug development and drug development financing. So if you want to check us out and learn more about us, gatchealth.com.
And kind of close to my heart too. I've known the founder for a long time, but I actually, my company 2030 Ventures, part of the name not only because I'm looking towards the future of the year 2030 of impacting 1 billion people by 2030, but I actually founded 2030 Ventures out of the 2030 Main Street building in Irvine, and that's actually where I placed the private equity firm that's behind GATC. So I was able to get close to them there over the years. So here we go. Here's the first award. Next. Woo! Jim Keen, please, from Molecular U. Yeah, there we go. All my hands go up. And I stay there. All right, Jim. I'm gonna let you explain a little bit about Molecular U and I'm gonna have at the end I'm gonna have everyone come up here and take a picture all together.
First of all, thank you for inviting us. Had a great time. So Molecular U is a 280 biomarker test that measures your molecular values, and we're a pre-diagnostic. So current medicine diagnoses disease. We find disease before it gets going. And I said we're currently at 280. Our next version of our assay is like a microchip. We'll be at 825, and we'll be in market in 2 weeks. Our lab's here in Irvine, California.
Awesome. Thank you, Jim. All right, next, Eric Fitzgerald. I'm gonna have you back to the stage here for the next Impact Award. Smaller doesn't mean less. It was just, this is the last one in. It was the last company. So next event, I hope to have you guys back for a big award. I think it goes without saying, a lot of you guys were in the room while Eric talked, and I think you were able to see his genius and his brain. So I'm gonna have to just recap in 1 minute some of the technology and things that you're working on, just so they hear from your brain. All right. Some of the ways that you're, of all the technologies and companies you're working on, the ways that you see it impacting. So we discussed, the ways that your technology can impact people. Let's focus a minute-long explanation of how your technology, you see it impacting the world.
Adaptive intelligence changes the world. Every company that's been here today benefits from adaptive intelligence. It's basically the water that allows us to live. As we start to innovate in this world, from biomapping to solving problems in DNA, adaptive intelligence allows this to happen. And as we start to evolve in the future, adaptive intelligence will be there to keep helping us plant those seeds to grow a better future.
And so stick here for a second too. So impact there's several aspects of impact that I like. One's energy, one's technology, one's medtech, obviously as the Medtech Awards. One of the big things I think, AI is a big thing, and not just obviously like GTC, and the other one, AI and medtech space. But AI, I think it can improve the human condition. Whether, the AI, and he's not only developed AI across all sorts of aspects, developed his own coding language, developed kernels within Linux. So really getting behind AI, not in the sense of a buzzword like, hey, you downloaded ChatGPT and forked in, added some code. There's a lot of quote unquote AI, and I've dove deep into his brain. And I want to dive much deeper. But I see AI and robotics being able to cook for people down the road, drive. There's so many ways where, redundant things that humans don't need to do can be replaced so they can do the things they want to do. The cost of food can go down, the cost of computing, energy. So I see the AI he's doing is adaptive, as he says, but really dynamic, that he's building engines across the space that can be utilized across many verticals. That's why I saw it as an impact. So again, thank you, Eric. So I'm actually gonna have the other two award recipients come on stage, and we're gonna do a picture of all you guys. All right.
Can everyone just give him a hand, please? Everyone, let's have attention. Let's put some energy into this. Remember, when you applaud for your fellow man, these people are making the world a better place. Let's put some energy out there, so positive energy, so we can change the world through business. So let's give him let's first also give yourself a hand, and celebrate that you're here, and celebrate also the amazing entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Rubio from California Economic Club chairman. All right, guys, here we go. All right, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all of you guys and the impact you're making on the world. Hope to see you back at the next GCN event. All right. Next on the agenda. You know what? My 2 hours of sleep is killing me. You know what? We have Mr. Lawrence from AmeriGuard Securities. If I can have you on the stage, please. And AmeriGuard is also on the OTC exchange. They are returning, so thank you again for returning to Global Capital Network. There we go, Mr. Lawrence Garcia. And if you guys were at our last conference, I actually had a lot of people talking about Central California. So Lawrence will be talking, I believe, about their work in Central California, correct? We had the mayor of Barstow at the last event. Not as sexy as Newport Beach, but the beautiful thing is there's a lot of infrastructure projects in a lot of these cities. You really got to realize Central California is one of the 5th largest economies in the world. And we had the California State Treasurer bring the mayor of Barstow. So Central California connects NorCal and SoCal, which are major hubs. So it's really critical, and it's a growing area. Not only the trains, but I was able to go tour the area actually for a whole innovation segment last year. Anyways, Mr. Lawrence Garcia, please explain AmeriGuard Securities. And they are public on the OTC as AGSS. All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Lawrence Garcia, President and CEO of AmeriGuard Security Services. We are a publicly traded company working as a defense contractor for the United States military and government facilities. We operate in 12 states where we provide guard services and transportation services to the federal government, and that is done 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm here to talk to you today about a couple new things that are changing within the company. Not changing, but a new thing we're switching over to. Right now, as you know, this administration is big on deporting illegal immigrants out of the country. With my transportation company that's been in business for 25 years, we are now primed to be the one of, if not the primary, deportation transportation contracting company for the United States government, which through ICE or through the Border Patrol. We plan to do that with the help of the government, and right now with this new administration that is in place now. As you know, this is the somewhat of a rare opportunity for this type of business to be in place and allow for a company like mine to continue to provide these services to the government. We have some slides and stuff here that are not coming up yet, but I'm going to try and wing it without the slides. Here it looks like they're coming. But meanwhile, I can talk about we are now, as we said, a minority-owned disabled veteran company providing these services. I feel like we have a somewhat of a fast pass for this type of work with the government. 25 years in business is not a startup kind of company. This is not a, let's put something together and go after this kind of work. We've already been doing this type of not only security, but also transportation for 25 years. Our two core businesses is transportation, where we do non-emergency medical transportation for the VA. We're transporting people from their home to their doctors, that type of stuff. And then with the government security, is it coming up? Oh, all right, come on up here with me. Will is on the team, Will Cashin. He plays a big role in my chief advisor and my partner in getting this stuff going. So, Will, can you say a few things?
Sure.
The green one?
I'm waiting for him to put it up here. Here we go.
It's not coming out here.
No, it's not. That's all right.
Okay.
Just stand here and look at this thing. The great news about this business is typically when you think of any kind of a security business, it's kind of a boring thing. It's not really that interesting. The very, very unique thing that's happened with this business is it's aligned with the federal government, and in two ways. As you know, Lawrence was just talking about, the most important way that it's aligned is that the federal government's going to be spending hundreds of billions of dollars transporting illegal aliens out of the country. And so we'd like to talk a little bit real quickly about this. Go ahead, Lawrence, if you'd like to read it out.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Our track record with the government, again, 25 years in business. Again, this is not a startup operation. We've been doing this proudly for a very long time. The strategic acquisitions that we have planned, going back to transportation, not only of some of the fragile members of our community, our veterans, but also transporting illegal immigrants. Once the Congress puts the budgets together and starts putting those RFP contracts out for us to go after, we will be at the head of that line, ready to take on that new challenge. The other big segment of our business that continues to grow is our drone operation. We are also doing drone operations to guard key infrastructure places. We currently have the high-speed rail contract. We've had that for at least 10 years when they broke ground on it here in California. That has been one of our locations that we use drones for as well.
And we've all heard about all the drones that are flying around military installations. My friend here has one of the most unique companies that he has all the clearances in order to protect these military facilities. You've heard about these drones coming, or lights in the sky, or UFOs, or what do you want to call them? Well, he has the actual security clearance in order to deal with all that. So the drone program that he's putting right now together will adjust all of that and make all that possible so that we can solve those issues that are unknown now.
Will you talk a little bit about the software that goes into this as well?
Yeah, the software system that we're looking at for both the logistical side of it for people moving and the software side of it that goes into drones for digital imprints is very, very interesting. And that's what makes this company most unique. Again, at the top of the presentation, when I said typically a security company is kind of a boring thing when you first hear about it. The thing that makes this so exciting is the massive amount of money that will be that will be authored by Congress in order for us to be able to capture those dollars and really be able to protect a lot of folks.
Yeah, and today what we're looking for is people to see what we're doing, want to be involved in what we're doing, and we're opening up an opportunity for investors to get involved. There you go.
Next slide.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All right. Currently, we have an office in Las Vegas, is where the headquarters is. We have an office in New York and an office in Fresno, California. Again, our specialties is drone operations, transportation, armed security officers, patrol services, and alarm installation type of stuff like cameras, access control. All of this stuff is now all AI. The AI components of these cameras is incredible. This stuff can tell what color shirts, can pick a phone number, a number off of a license plate, and it's very specific what these the AI cameras can do, and it's definitely changed the security industry for us going forward. Go ahead. We'd like to talk a little bit about the publicly, we're out of Nevada, we already talked about that. This number here, 24 million this last year. We are on track to do 34 million this year. The company was originally founded in 1982, and we just have grown the business over the years and diversified the company into what we are today. The federal agencies continue to utilize transportation needs for the fragile people amongst our community, but also for any new and special needs type of transportation, and it's one thing to transport people from, let's say, San Diego to the border. It's quite a bit different to transport somebody from, say, North Dakota to the southern border. There's so much logistics and all that other stuff that's involved, and we already have all the necessary ways of doing that. We're looking for investors to come in, help us buy some of this equipment that we're going to need, help us buy some of the stuff that we use for the, behind the scenes type of stuff to prepare for this type of service.
And to enter this kind of business, we're looking at using a Regulation A. This is a program that we're doing right now is a pre-Regulation A sale for $1.3 million that is our offering today. And that's bringing us full circle to where we're going to completely move into a $75 million offering. And the first part of that phase of that will be a $20 million.
So our projected growth is now, the market is $763 billion, and it's only going to go up from there even afterwards with by 2034. This is something that's really interesting. The industry is going this way, and we will be at the forefront of it with your help as well.
Yeah, the most important thing here is for all of us to realize that this can be a really unique business because it's being, subsidized by the federal government. And the federal government wants to, under this administration, wants to move all the illegal aliens out of the United States and secure the United States. And at the same time wants to secure the skies above all of the federal and military installations. So you can see how much the growth is, the expectations for the growth. I mean, the countermeasure drones is $26 billion. No one thought that that kind of business would have grown that greatly in such a short time.
All right, so it looks like we're getting close to our time here, Will. So just wanted to say, we will still be here for the rest of the evening. If anybody would like to talk to us a little bit more about some of this stuff, I apologize for the the screens not be ready right at we were talking about. We could have got through all of them. But again, Lawrence Garcia, AmeriGuard Security Services, Will Cashin is my partner, and we would be happy to talk to you guys and answer any questions that you may have.
Again, let's remind them of your ticker.
Yes, if you're interested, please look at AGSS, AmeriGuard Security Services, and we're at a good price right now. This would be a good time to look into it, all before, like I said, Congress and the government allows us to start doing our type of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to bring Video Help on stage. I'm sorry. Josh, yeah. Oh, we have a question from Gary Spain.
Hi, Gary.
Hi. So for whoever is concerned, we are a private investment bank, but we're also working with the government. We've done due diligence on this group, and we've given up.
Yep.
But anyway, that's all I have to say. It's the real deal, and they hear me. Everyone hears me. So I just say, we met through this group last year, and we had an interest, but we got our due diligence, and it's the real deal.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Let's give Lawrence and Will an applause, please. A little more energy. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Radio Help.
Hello.
Let's look at the camera. We have a live.
Okay. Is the presentation coming up?
Yes. We have a Radio Help. Is the presentation?
Okay, there we go.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Josh. Good evening. My name is Arjun Rishi. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Verdio Health. And we want to make physical therapy more affordable, more accessible, and effective. There we go. Okay, so why do we want to do that? There's a lot of issues the physical therapy space is facing. One is cost to the employer and cost to the employee itself. The second is time. From the employer perspective, the average time an employee misses work is about 10 days when they have joint pain or musculoskeletal pain. From the employee's perspective, it's a question about time it takes to go get physical therapy. And the last thing is, and I'm guilty of this issue, is that I love to run, and my knees started to hurt, so I went for physical therapy. The minute my pain went away, I stopped going. So 65% of the population stops doing physical therapy as soon as their pain stops. So what's the solution for that? So we built a platform. It's an end-to-end platform where physical therapy can be done at home. It's different from a lot of other platforms out there. The first thing that happens on our platform is you get to do a telehealth call with a licensed physical therapist that does an evaluation. The technology isn't smart and good enough where cameras can detect exactly what's going on. The next step is that once the physical therapist does an evaluation, they assign a recovery plan. The patient then downloads our app and starts using the app, and the app monitors the progress of the patient using computer vision, AI, and other tools to engage the customer. And that information then gets fed back to the care team, and the care team can go ahead and, if there's an intervention required, can go ahead and do that. So one of the biggest challenges that physical therapy, whether you're going to a clinic or whether you're doing it at home, is engagement and encouraging patients to continue their therapy. Because it's like if you take antibiotics, if you stop, you start feeling better, you stop it, what happens? It comes back. The same thing with physical therapy. The second and third largest elective surgeries today are hip and knee replacement. And that's because as people were getting older, they were not taking care of the issues that they faced, and it became something that now surgery is required. So we're the only company that forces you to do a telehealth call with a physical therapist. From an engagement perspective, what we do is we use augmented reality. So when you're doing an exercise, when you do something, you engage with something on the screen, and it gives you visual and audio feedback. So we did a host of pilots last year with patients, and we had over a 70% completion rate, which is twice as much as what other platforms are doing. We also, on a weekly basis, give gift card rewards. So when you complete what you're doing, you get a gift card, a $10 gift card. And finally, we use positive enforcement. So a lot of applications out there, what they're doing is that if you do something wrong, they're telling you. Every therapist we've talked to, every user we interviewed doesn't want a computer telling them they're doing something wrong. What they want to tell them is encouragement. And so our approach is totally different in that sense. So what does the employer get? Employer gets 65% savings, reduction in missed days by 50%, and reduction in surgery by 67%. So what types of physical therapy do we address? We can address acute physical therapy, so you have back pain and you need physical therapy, chronic pain, surgery, and preventative. So there was a question somebody asked me today when they came by our table that, what if I like to play golf, or what if I like to play tennis, and how do I keep my muscles, because I've gotten pain before, and so you can do that on our platform itself. So the initial focus for us is our target market is employers that are self-insured. So for those who don't know what self-insured employers are, they don't go to Aetna and they don't go to United Healthcare and pay a premium for each employee. They cover the cost. So for them, one of the biggest, obviously, concerns is how do we reduce costs, and we're giving a high reduction of cost. So on our platform, when you come on our platform, a patient comes on our platform, we do a 90-day, they can use the platform for 90 days and as many PT sessions as they want, and the cost is $500. If you go for physical therapy in LA and you do 10 sessions, your cost could be almost $2,000 at that point in time. And what we're doing is, because we're a startup, we are working with partners, and we build partner relationships, and I'll talk about the traction that we're getting in the marketplace in the next slide. So we have a contract relationship with a healthcare company that's in reference-based pricing called ClaimDoc. Their clients, collectively in the US, have over 110,000 employees. They have about 10,000 employees just in California, which we're going live with in the next 60 days. We also have other clients that we're going live with. We're going to be starting off in California and then moving to Texas. ClaimDoc has close to 20,000 employees in Florida. And then we have a whole host of other partnerships that we're working on. How big is the space? 1 out of every $6 spent on healthcare is spent on musculoskeletal pain. Now, a good portion of that, over 50%, is spent on surgery. So, one of our competitors, actually the 800-pound gorilla in a space, just filed for their IPO last week. CNBC had an article, the company is called Hinge Health, that the space is over $75 billion on a worldwide basis. Hinge is going to go public in the next 60 days or so. It's estimated the market cap is going to be over $5 billion. So how do we differ from the digital providers in this space? One, none of them ask their patients that are coming on to have an evaluation with a physical therapist. We use behavioral science techniques, so we use, as I mentioned, we use augmented reality to engage the patient. We actually, so when you come on the platform, if you don't know exercise, there's an outline there that tells you, okay, you got to stand this way. If you're not standing that way, it's red. When you turn to the right position, it turns green. Positive reinforcement, and our cost is about 40 to 50% less than everybody else in the space. Management team, so this is my third startup. I had the privilege of taking one of my startups public on NASDAQ, and which got acquired later on by JP Morgan Chase. Ty Bordner is one of the co-founders. He's been involved with 2 IPOs, and we've got a great medical team that advises us on all the issues. Both of us come from a software background. So revenue-wise, we start revenue in Q2 of this year. Our expectation is we're going to do about $1.5 million of revenue in 2025, going to $9 million, and by 2028, over $85 million. And it's all about patient acquisition for us. And because we're going business to business, a single client can bring us 10,000 employees to the platform at any point in time. So just what's our raise? So we've raised to date $4.5 million. I've got $2 million personally myself on the investor in the company. We're doing a safe note, $1.2 million safe note raise at a $12 million post-valuation money cap. So why now? Why invest now? Market timing, as I mentioned, there's a lot of interest in the space based on Hinge's IPO filing. We're the first movers that have combined AI, augmented reality, behavioral science, all in one shot. We've got great traction, and there's a physical therapy shortage right now. So I was talking to a physical therapist on Tuesday this week, and he was telling me that at Cedars-Sinai, if you're a new patient, it takes between 2 to 6 weeks to get an initial appointment and 2 to 3 weeks to get a second appointment. We're committing to a 48-hour turnaround to get a appointment with the physical therapist on the platform. Got 1 minute left. Any questions? Happy to answer them. Yes.
What's interesting, we're investors, I know that space, but I'm a candidate for a total knee replacement. So how would you help, I'm insured, how would you help someone like me as an individual, how would your service help me? Does it work through the insurance provider, the hospital?
So our current target market is self-insured companies. There's about 33 million Americans that work for self-insured companies. There's over 3 million employees in California that work for self-insured companies. So for the next 12 months, unless we get a large client that wants to take us on, we're staying away from insurance. These are self-insured companies that want to reduce their costs. So they're paying directly cash out of their pocket, that company is, and because they're not paying premiums. And so they may have a umbrella policy that covers any issues on top, but from the get-go, they don't have insurance. So we're not targeting that initially, but we could absolutely target, because there's CPT codes for remote therapeutic monitoring that gives reimbursement. So the user would be an employee for an employer. So some company X, okay? Yeah, it would be a company and their employees, correct. So if they already, if they're insured through an insurance company, let's say United Healthcare, we're not taking them on right now as clients. So we would not, because they're not self-insured. So we are DC and Santa Monica, Washington DC and Santa Monica. Correct. Yes, because 85% of startups today are using safe. 85% of startups today are using safe notes. Yeah. So we're raising 1.2 currently. We've raised 4.5, out of which 2 personally I've put in, correct. Oh, so for us right now, we have enough clients that I couldn't service them because I would need to raise enough money to do that. So we have enough clients right now that we would launch in. So one of the things that we do is when you first come on the platform, as I mentioned, you talk to a physical therapist for 30 minutes, they do an evaluation. So we would have physical therapists in California and let's say in Florida, but there are 30 states in the US that are part of something called PT Compact. That means if I'm from a PT Compact state, let's say like Texas or Virginia, I can do telehealth calls in those 30 states. I don't have to be physically in that state itself. Yes, we are. Yes, that's correct. No, so revenue starts, we're going live with our clients in California in about 60 days. We're interfacing with their third-party administrators through about billing and about employment verification. Happy to talk. Yeah. So there's 4 big companies in our space: Hinge Health, Kai Health, Sword Health. I mean, the three biggest ones. And Hinge is the one that's going public. Thank you.
Thank you. And have you uploaded to Global Deal Flow yet? Have you uploaded your deal to Global Deal Flow? Okay, well, double check, but yeah. So all the companies today, for the most part, we're having everyone upload their deal to our Deal Flow platform. So even whether you want to message companies today or after the fact, you can filter and find companies. Okay, yeah, so we'll be adding it to the Medtech and to all categories. Thank you so much, Arjun. Again, if you didn't hear, he sold a company to JP Morgan in the past and taken companies to NASDAQ. So Verdio Health, very impressive. Next on stage, we have IV20 Spirits. You might have been outside. They've been sampling their product. Oh, Stephen Mitz to the stage here. All right, round of applause for Stephen Mitz from IV20.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Stephen Mitz, founder and CEO of IV20 Spirits, or 420 Spirits. Guess I'll wait for my slides here. Everybody doing all right? Have you guys had a chance to come out and sample yet? If you haven't, please do. We're doing samples all evening. All right, here we go. Okay, so again, my name's Stephen Mitz, founder and CEO of 420 Spirits. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. Okay, so 420 Spirits. We have been in market now for about a year. We launched on 420 of last year, after about 4 years of R&D. We are a revolutionary product. We are the first of its kind. We are a patent-pending, joint-shaped bottle. Here we go. And inside it, we actually put vodka, which you guys are familiar with, and we infuse it with something called terpenes. If you don't know what terpenes are, okay, perfect, thank you. Terpenes are the building blocks of essential oils. So it gives it a really unique and proprietary flavor and aroma. We've been in market, like I said, for about a year now, and things have been going really well. We've been winning awards. We've been getting a lot of organic traction, social media. We've sold thousands of bottles. We're in over 150 retailers now, so things are going pretty well. However, there's an opportunity that's presented itself. There's been some advancements recently, not only in the market itself and from a regulation standpoint, but scientifically, there's been an enhancement to the way that THC gets processed, and there's now a nano-emulsification technique that allows us to get it into a liquid and still taste really, really good. And so because of that, there's been a really, really big explosion over the past 6 months or so of new cannabis beverages that have been getting into market. We are already at the convergence of this space, and we already are a recognized brand within this industry. And many of our customers have been asking us to launch a THC version. So now is the right time for us to do that with the advancements, not only technologically, but in the market as well. So if you don't know much about this market, cannabis in general, been growing for a while. In general, cannabis about a 36% CAGR, but we're focused here on the THC-infused beverage market. So there's three main things that are driving growth in this segment. There's a lot of people, especially the younger clientele, who's kind of veering towards non-alcoholic, more functional beverages, less alcohol, more healthy, conscious, that sort of thing. We talked about the changes in legalization and regulation. But this category right now is in the middle of a boom. People in this industry think it might be the next seltzer, kind of like the White Claws and the Trulies that came out about 5-10 years ago and really took the world by storm. So this is kind of that next major category. And if you look at the numbers there on the right-hand side of the screen, it's a brand new category with massive projected growth. Just in about 5 years, we're looking at almost $4 billion in value. So when we look at the overall category and how much of it we can take on, because of our branding and our position, there's not really right now a market leader in this category or in this space. So with as I mentioned, a $4 billion CAGR, a 4 billion potential market value by 2030, we're looking at a pretty small portion of that, only at about 0.5%, and you're already at 20 million. We've got a pretty realistic path to hit that within 5 to 6 years, and then we can go beyond that. So who does our target market look like? A lot of people, when you look at cannabis users, you've kind of got a stereotype in your head, specific person, what this might look like. But in this drinkable category and edibles and that sort of thing, it doesn't really look like one person. It's not old, it's not young, it's not black, it's not white, it's not rich, it's not poor. It looks like your mother, it looks like your brother, it looks like your son, it looks like, whoever. And we're really taking advantage of that category. In this space, there is a lot of emerging categories that are launching cans, RTDs, seltzers, not in the spirit space. That's a space that we can really dominate. So that takes us to what we're actually bringing to market here. So you can see on the slide, again, it's our same bottle. So it's a 750 milliliter bottle. It's going to have 166 milligrams of THC, which means 10 milligrams per serving. So you dose it out like a shot. You can consume this thing as a shooter, like as a shot, normal shot. You can put it on ice, sip it like a cocktail, or add soda water, and then you've got yourself a seltzer. And again, if you guys want to sample, I am sampling outside. What I'm sampling outside does not have THC, just to be clear for the Marriott here. We're not violating any rules or anything. I do also have the vodka if you guys want to try that. So cost plan to market is about $49.99. Our COGS on that is about $8.50. So we got a pretty good margin that we're looking at. We'll actually be margining stronger on this than we are currently on our vodka. So it's going to be approaching 65 to 70%. All right, competitive landscape. I talked a moment ago about how there is a lot of brands that are launching in the space. Most of them are doing cans, RTDs, ready to drinks. The spirit space is not something that has been, I guess, owned yet. There's nobody here that's really emerged as strength of the category. But we really have the opportunity to do that. When you look at our branding and our packaging compared to everything else up there, all of these other brands, they're using a stock off-the-shelf bottle. Very, very low cost, very easy to produce, and then you just put some liquid in it, slap a label on, and you're good to go. We're the only ones who are coming with a custom bottle, a lot of R&D, a lot of IP that went into it. And if you come outside, you can actually see we've got some really cool accessories for our bottle as well. It turns into a bong when you're done. You can actually smoke out of it. So there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with it. In terms of competitive landscape, $49.99 is our price point, which is extremely competitive in the category, especially for how much THC is in ours. We're kind of at the high level, 166, so a lot of good value for the customer. And then again, compared to most of these where you're going to throw the bottle away at the end, ours you would keep, becomes a conversation piece. And then of course we have continual marketing and stickiness. We have a QR code on the back so people can always scan it, and we can maintain value and top of mind with our customer. Okay, go to market. We're going to use a lot of the same approaches that are working right now for our vodka in terms of how we approach, but there are some things that are different. If you don't know much about Delta 9, this is distributed through normal retail channels. You're looking at your Total Wines, your Specs, your retail stores. These products are sold in grocery stores, in convenience stores, in liquor stores, beer stores, those sorts of things. So there is kind of a quick way to get pathway to nationwide distribution, which is not something we were able to do right away for our vodka. So because of that, this is actually a big piece of the reason why we're doing our pivot. It allows us to grow 5 to 10 times faster. But it's not just the normal retail market that we can access. We can also access the dispensary market. So if you saw on the last slide, I think it was 30-some states that we can get into. We have another 24 states. Some are overlap, but 24 states that have legal dispensaries where we can sell these products through. And then there's actually 12 states now that are really investing in an emerging category called consumption lounges. So that think like a bar or a cafe or a restaurant where you would order a cocktail, they now have those for cannabis, where you can actually make cannabis cocktails and order brownies and all sorts of things. These have been in Netherlands and other places for years, and now we're starting to get them in the US as well. So that's another really, really key driver for what's going to fuel this growth for us. And then finally, we can continue to do what is fueling about 30% of our sales right now, which is online. So because of the Farm Bill and this being hemp-derived Delta 9, we can sell this online as well. So that allows us to continue using all of the influencers and affiliates that we have earned and gained through the vodka, and allow that to continue through online sales. Okay, we talked a little bit about market entry, but I'll hit this. This is actually on the Delta 9 side. So again, going through your traditional channels, using wholesale distributors and getting into most points of retail. And then, of course, places like Total Wine that you guys have heard and been to, and then of course we got a bunch of trade shows and key events that we go to. On the dispensary side, it's a little bit different model, but similar in terms of our approach. So different distributors, we can also do self-distribution. This allows us to maintain really high gross margins, so that's something that we're really excited about. And then of course leveraging a lot of the relationships that we already have in the cannabis space for more monetization opportunities. So that's something we're really focused on there. Okay, exit strategy. A lot of functional beverages, have really blown up over the past couple of decades. You see a lot of, celebrity brands that are grossing billions of dollars. A realistic ROI for us is about a 10 to 15x in about 5 to 7 years. There's a number of brands that have examples of success. On the alcohol side, you're looking at things like Crystal Head. That's Dan Aykroyd's bottle that looks like a skull. We're kind of mimicking that in terms of approach. But on the cannabis side, even though this category is new, even with some of the we'll call it the first gen cannabis drinks that didn't really taste that good or have that much of an appeal, even those did there were some pretty successful ones. You can see there with Doja and Canopy having a $205 million exit, and then also with Tilray Brands and Trust there. So there is some opportunities there, and that's really what we're focused on. I think building the brand and then looking at about a 5 to 7 year timeline where we can build this up into the hundreds of millions or potentially billions. Okay, our team. I got myself and my partner, Ro Rustin. We actually met in the military about 20 years ago. This is our 3rd time working together. So we've got a pretty strong brotherhood there formed in terms of our bond and our background. And then we've got a really nice team that has decades and decades experience in these spaces, including CPG and alcohol and cannabis companies and exits. Okay, for our financials, we've got a 5-year projection here. With 2025, this is including some of our residual vodka sales that we will push out, and then switch primarily into the Delta 9 that we've been talking about. So year 1, year 2, and then year 3 is when we actually turn up profitability. There's a lot of opportunity to scale here, and then you can see that we start to really pick up with our nationwide partnerships into distribution and retail going into 28-29. This does put us on our pathway to 20 million by 2030, which is about 0.5% of the projected market. So there's still a lot of opportunity to grow from there. Okay, so we are seeking 1.5 million for small check sizes. We're doing it on a convertible note. To date, we've raised about 450, with 150 of that being from my partner and myself that we put in. And then equity terms are available for people that are looking at a larger check size. Definitely something we can talk about. So in terms of what it's going towards, the $1.5 million is what we need for the first 2 years. That's 25 and 26. What we need initially is primarily for the actual launch of the THC drink, and then to position for the next production run on glass. So most of that money would be going towards inventory prep and then actual sales through at the point of sale. And I think that is, I got 1 minute left, so I'll end there and take a time for anybody that has any questions to ask. And of course, feel free to come out. Sure, right here. I love that. I love that. Yes. Well, happy early birthday. Let me know where you're going to be celebrating. We can try and make something happen. Yeah, go ahead. So right now on Shopify, we're selling the vodka. Exactly which platform we use to sell the Delta 9, we haven't completely determined that yet. If we can do it on Shopify, we'd like to, because we can just keep all our terms and everything. But realistically, our 3PL is going to change on that. And technically, we don't run our Shopify store for the vodka, right? We kind of host it, right? But it's a third party that manages that. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be very similar on the Delta 9 side. We to 42 states right now. To 42 states right now. We've sold about 3,000 units so far. We do, yep. Our influencer program and our affiliate program are kind of partially joined, but you are correct. There are affiliates who are not influencers and influencers who are not affiliates, but I'd say it's 90% overlapped. So the affiliates get $4.20 commission, and then their customer gets $4.20 off. Yeah, TikTok Shop is a target for us. I've spoken with the guy who's running TikTok Shop up in LA. They had given me and this was of course, more than 45 days ago, so before everything changed. But he was giving me about a 90-day window from when they were going to start to allow alcohol sales on TikTok. Obviously, a lot has changed with TikTok in the last couple of months. So as far as I know, that has been delayed, but I don't know exactly when that's going to start. Right now, we cannot do alcohol on TikTok, but TikTok has told us that it would be happening very soon. We're just kind of waiting for the announcement. Yep. Over here. So we are not in any dispensaries because legally we cannot be with our alcohol. So we're in about 140, 150 retail stores for alcohol. So that's bars, restaurants, liquor stores, and the sort. When we launch the THC, then we will put that into dispensaries. We've got several dozen dispensaries that are already kind of waiting for us, to make the announcement. And I think you were asking what states we're in. Florida and California are the two states that we have retail licenses that we're in stores. I personally am located in Los Angeles. My business partner, Ro, is in Florida. 10 milligrams is sort of emerging as kind of a standard dose. 5 milligrams in some circles is also considered a standard dose. 2.5 milligrams would be considered a very light dose. You do see some heavy doses that are 20 to 50, but those are for experienced users. I would not recommend that for somebody who's never done it. Any other questions? All righty. Well, thank you for your time. And again, I'll be outside. I'd love for you guys to come get a sample and chat with me a little bit more. Thank you. I don't see Josh. Should I just leave this here? That all right?
Test. We got live. We're live. So I just checked. We're still live on the Zoom. We got people from all over the world watching. And now we have Julie coming up from Menowell. And let's give her a big hand, okay?
Thank you, Brad. Hi, everybody. I know they're queuing up my slides here. Thanks for coming out to talk about menopause. Did you know you were going to come here about menopause? I know you ladies. Well, before we get started, I just want you to know that every person, including a man, including all of you, know a menopausal woman. Maybe she's your sister, your friend, your boss, your partner, your wife. So let's just take a second, or your mom, and think, who is that menopausal woman who's over 40 that you love? Do you know who she is? Okay, so I want you to think about her as we go forward. I'm Julie Gordon-White. I'm the CEO of Menowell Menopause Energy and Protein Bars. We're an Oprah Daily Best Menopause product. Make sure I get this right here. Let's see, green button. Okay, jumping right into the problem. 90% of women in the stages of menopause gain 10 or more pounds, and that was my struggle. That's why I started this company. This is my third company. I had a boutique mergers and acquisitions firm, and I coach women entrepreneurs, but I was struggling with weight gain, with brain fog, and I knew that gaining 10 pounds was going to put me at a higher risk for a cardiac incident. So I knew I needed to do something about it, and I wanted to take a lifestyle approach to support myself and my friends. So I created Menowell Menopause Energy and Protein Bars. They are the first ever functional food formulated for women in the stages of menopause. We support menopause with what we call a transition trifecta of maca, which is a Peruvian root. It's known to help support blood sugar, I see you nodding your head, balance blood sugar and hormones over time, along with fiber. We do not get enough fiber, especially women, and each one of our bars provides 25 to 32% of your daily fiber, which supports gut health, which supports brain health, keeps us full, satisfied, and not craving sweets, along with protein to support metabolism and help support muscle growth. So, in case you didn't know, menopause is a $600 billion growing market. The snack market is $31 billion, and the longevity market is $8.3 trillion. Venture capitalists are flooding to the market, celebrities are flooding to the market, and we are VC-backed as well. So we've got a badass menopausal team. I'm actually here because I won an award last year as a BIPOC Startup Company of the Year out of the San Francisco Bay Area. Our vice president is a 20-year veteran from Cliff Bar, a VP of branding and innovation, and we have an amazing team, OBGYN, clinical nutritionist, and women who have been there, done that on Amazon and retail. So this is what we've done so far. We started an MVP, tested it. We were backed by How Women Invest for our seed, named an Oprah Daily Best Menopause product, took that data and relaunched the brand in 2023 in July as Menowell. with new packaging, all the special things. I have a booth, so please come by if you haven't already. I think I see you eating a bar right there. Good, okay. Which has been great. So you can see our 4 flavors. I'm in the Black Business Amazon Accelerator. We were featured on Good Morning America, and we had 90% year-over-year growth in our first full year. We are in 200 stores here in California, but we are focused on Amazon because we know every midlife woman has a box from Amazon coming to her house every single week. Our bars were carried to Davos, the Economic Forum in Switzerland, and featured at the Women's Health Conference there. And so we are down the road with Whole Foods, QVC, and early conversation with Target. So here's the market opportunity. There's 75 million women right now just in the US, actually 1.2 billion women in a stage of menopause worldwide. And then of that total market, 7.1 million women turn to bars for energy and weight management. So for us, 12% of that addressable market at a lifetime value of $390 gets us to $332 million, which puts us at a valuation over $1 billion. So it's not that small, and that's just with bars. And with our trademark, we have the opportunity to add other products that support a woman's health as well. So our business model is focused primarily on e-commerce, so Amazon, through our Shopify store, and subscriptions. So we have over 200 subscriptions just in our first full year on Amazon alone. We have strategic retailers, as I mentioned. We are working with Mondelez, which is the largest snack food conglomerate. I just had a meeting with them at the Natural Food Show, Expo West. They're based in Switzerland, and they own Oreo, but more importantly, they bought Cliff Bar for $2 billion just a few years ago. So we're on their radar as well. And then we grow our company through social partnerships, influencers, Instagram. We work with the top doctors in the space. They love and endorse our bars. And I just had the fortune of meeting Oprah 3 weeks ago, who did a menopause special. It airs on March 31st, so you'll see me there in the audience, and we're excited about where that's going to go. So competitive-wise, we're getting women to make a better choice for themselves. So maybe they were eating one of these other bars, but they're realizing this is the first bar that's formulated for them. They love our clean ingredients deck, the taste, and the calories as well. So they get a lot of nutrition for a small amount of calories. They love that we are also very education-based, so we have a lot of resources on our site. I actually do a show live on Instagram every Tuesday. I interview doctors, fitness, nutritionists to really support their journey. Our opportunities on our next formulations, we'll be adding more protein because women really love more protein, so we'll be doing that. And then we have a whole product roadmap for additional SKUs to support her journey. So we just finished our first full year of sales, and we ended at 258. We've got aggressive growth this year, but we now have a proven roadmap and marketing flywheel. So upon funding, we have the opportunity and a path to profitability by September. So you'll see our aggressive growth path, but we know that with the level of awareness we feel that we can achieve, we're comfortable to get there, and that, don't forget that badass team as well. So here's the investment opportunity. This is why that woman that I had you think about from the beginning, that's in menopause, that you love, this is why it's important to consider an investment in MenoWell. We've raised $830,000 in our pre-seed round, and so now we need to put some gas on the flywheel. We're raising $2 million in the form of safe notes at a $50,000 minimum, and the use of funds will be for working capital, sales, marketing, product development, innovation, as well as team hours. And those are women that love our bars too. So thanks so much, and I'd love to take any questions. I knew you were going to have a question. $2 million. Yes, we manufacture in California. Here in California. We're based in Berkeley, California. It's a C Corp. Yeah. C. Wonderful. I did have a booth. I still do. Okay. Great. Thank you. It's exciting time to be talking about menopause. Halle Berry is all over it right now. Celebrities are jumping in because it's kind of cool and sexy to be in menopause finally. So it's a good time. Working on a big one. Entertainment. Entertainment. But the top doctor in menopause who has 8 million followers on Instagram loves our bars, endorses them. We do a lot of partnerships, and so she's been actually perfect because that's our target audience. Do I have a phone number? Yes. Want me to say it on the microphone? I will come right down to you afterwards and give you my phone number and email. Anything else? Thanks. I will be here giving this gentleman my phone number, and then I'll be in the booth space if you want to talk or come and try a bar. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Julie. Great presentation, by the way. I love that your team represents who you guys. That's right. Thank you.
Do I need this?
Yeah, so I'll take that. So our next presenter is going to be Figure 8 Funding. It's an alternative investment solution for founders and partners. And we're going to have the founders of the company present the firm, Denise Robertson and Lauren Taylor. Is it Denise? Perfect. I'm Lauren. Oh, Lauren, perfect. Come on up, this is for you.
Thank you so much, honey. Appreciate you. Are we on? We are. I'm Lauren Taylor. Denise was here with me earlier. We are with Figure 8 Funding. You know, everyone wants VC money, but less than 1% of startups actually get it, which means that 99% of startup businesses need another path to get to that VC level. And that's where we come in. So basically, we help entrepreneurs, business owners, and investors get access to $50,000 to $250,000 or more of 0% interest business funding so that you can easily start a business, scale your business, or make investments. And this is not traditional funding. This is not a loan. There are no financials, there's no collateral, and there's no risk. So like a lot of people in this room, if you're an investor, if you're an entrepreneur, a business owner, or anything else like that, you've probably done what I've done. You bootstrapped, you did what you had to do, you took out SBA loans, did whatever it takes to do and build a business the hard, slow way. So I did that for 3 businesses. I built them to 7 and 8 figures, but I did the hard, slow way, SBA loans. I collateralized my Range Rover against a working capital loan because when you're in it, you are in it, and their failure is not an option. Most businesses fail because of lack of capital. So while I was successful with 3 businesses, life happened, and after 20 years, I got a divorce. So I walked away from the last business that I built with my ex, but I decided this time I wasn't going to do it the long, hard, slow way. I decided that within 30 days I was going to set myself up financially and that I was going to create my 4th business. Didn't know how I was going to do it, but like a lot of people in the room, if you've created a business, you created a business because you were solving a problem. The business I created was my own problem. So I did set myself up financially within 30 days. I did create another business that went to 7 and then 8 figures. And then that itself became a business. So I figured out and mastered a way to, with a specific strategy, help other entrepreneurs, business owners, and investors get access to money really for the earlier stages of starting or scaling a business or making investments. So for 3-4 years, we've been doing that for our private clients. We concierge them through the process of how to set themselves up and their businesses up strategically for this. We have created, we leverage the relationships that we've curated and that we've nurtured over the last few years. We give them access to our people specifically. We also walk them through the process, hand-holding and concierging this. Now, my partner who's not here right now, Denise, is the CEO of our company. She comes from super high-level C-suite, Fortune 500, only female C-suite in a room with a lot of people. She is part of the she's part of the United Nations. She speaks on big stages across the world. Her last position was Chief Purpose Officer for Omnicom, and she really walks the walk. So when she and I got together, she really wanted to bring this to everyone and anyone because it is truly accessible to anyone who is starting out. So we brought her on as the CEO. So while we still have our private client concierge clients that we do for businesses and entrepreneurs and investors, she is helping us develop more of a done with you program so that we can make it more accessible to anyone and everyone. So either we can go fish for you and you can be our personal concierge client, or we can be in the boat showing you how to fish as well. So really we're rolling that out right now. If you have any questions, if this is something that would help you either start a business, scale a business, or get you to that level where you are ready for VC funding, I'll be around here. I'll be heading out in the back or anything if this sounds like something for you, or if you know people or clients, if you are VC and people aren't quite ready for you. And an infusion of a couple $100,000 would really get them to that place. Then come find me and I'll talk to you a little bit more about it and see if it's a good fit for you. Thank you so much. What's your question? No. I just want to make sure I know we're running long. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. But
Are you advisors or are you capital-based agents?
good question.
Tell us again exactly what you do.
So basically, we are service-based. So we're service-based. So basically, what we do is we charge a fee up front, regardless if you get $50,000, $400,000. One of our clients has $2.5 million. So it's a flat fee up front. What we do is we give you access to the people to get you the kind of funding that you need. We also position you and your company the best for this specific strategy. So, the vehicle is your LLC or your corporation, anything like that, but they're gonna look at who's driving the bus. So we make sure that you personally are positioned well, your company is positioned well, and then we leverage the relationships that we have with financial institutions, banks, credit card companies, that sort of thing. But this is 0% interest, whether it's 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, really gives you that runway that you need so that you're not drowning in debt. It's not reflected on your personal. You don't have to show financials. There's really no risk. You don't have to collateralize anything. It's the easiest, best way to really start or scale. Absolutely, I'll share it with you. I'll be here, so if anybody wants to, I'll share my personal contact information. You can get in touch with me directly.
And I'm a personal case study, so she's actually helped Global Capital Network. So the Capital Network has gotten capital from
Yes.
Figure 8 funding, so.
Yeah, that's our testimonial right there is Josh. Fantastic. All right, absolutely. Come find me if you have any questions, if this sounds like a good fit for you, if you know anybody else that could benefit from it. But really, we want to give everybody the platform, the ability, the funding that you need. So that's our mission. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm going to introduce Rob to the stage. He's going to be giving a keynote. Very dynamic investor, founder in the Medtech space. She just got back from Dubai the other week. You might have seen her earlier during the Medtech segment, giving a presentation, and now she's giving an innovative talk about AI, I believe, among other things.
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to let you rock the seal.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak again one more time. Just waiting for the slides. think you just have to find them by my last name, not by the company name. Photos. Can't see them here. Is it possible to see them on the screen here?
We can't see on the confidence monitor.
There we go. Okay, thank you again. I'm Raha Fasil. I'm an internal medicine physician with 20 years of practice in preventive cardiology, focused on cardiac arrest research and innovation. I'm the founder and the CEO of the teleresuscitation platform. It's been founded 2 years ago. These are my affiliations and disclosures. In addition, I am also editor at the Partners in Digital Health, Telehealth and Medicine Today journal, and I work also with the Journal of Medical Extended Reality and the American Medical Extended Reality Association as well. My main collaborators are Johns Hopkins and JP Morgan. So the objectives of this presentation is to define AI, XR, and Web3, and find out the synergies between the three tech trees, in addition to guiding interactions with artificial integrity, and define the new stakeholders to achieve final convergence to smart digital healthcare systems. So the AI is not only the driving force, but it is the computational power needed to achieve efficiency in executing tasks and delivering healthcare services without constant monitoring and reinforcement to function. XR is a combination of the hardware and the software as medical device together that's driving the interaction transformation from being in 2D to 3D and serving patients and caregivers and healthcare providers. So combined together, this is an autonomous tool and procedure that's going to be a complex platform integrating complex data from different biosensors and diagnostic and therapeutic tools. Web3 is the foundation, and it's going to be the main foundation to secure the data that we have from patients, and it's I'm sorry about this. It's not my fault. And so it's going to be the foundation that secure data from patients, and it's going to be the main force behind decentralizing healthcare systems and ensuring security and privacy of data from patients. The Web3, as I said, it's going to be the foundation and the main infrastructure for decentralizing work with more security and patient control over their own data. Now, AI integrity is about interoperability between those three pillars. It's about safety, it's about do no harm, and it's adherence and consent from patients, and it's trust and minimizing bias and increasing fairness. So with AI integrity rules, we make sure that we are completing the three texts that we are talking about and increasing a rapid ethical deployment of personalized systems. So we adopt two modes. It's the fusion mode and the human first mode. That's not replacing humans, even if we are using AI. And another definitions by Accenture is about the methodology of each technology. Spatial computing is the methodology of creating extended reality environment, and AI and generative AI is the methodology of analyzing data that's coming from patients into the platform of extended reality. And the Web3 and the blockchain is the trusted foundation that secure the data. So for integration with industry, we want to be holistic, and we want to have an ecosystem that is adaptable to include everything we talked about and enhance inpatient and outpatient experience. Those are some of the companies that has been working on extended reality and digital health and biosensors, and more companies has been approved and cleared by FDA this year. In terms of integration with academia, we're focusing on three pillars. We're focusing on the education for medical students and residents and fellows, on creating clinical research that is compatible with the AI and the Web3, and in addition to that, on clinical practice, where we can provide diagnostic and therapeutic procedures, mainly focusing on neurological and cardiac surgeries. So how are we going to integrate that into business? We will be collaborating with the CMS that has proposed already a change in the unsustainable physician payment system, which is, in another word, including digital assets. So in terms of integration with policymakers, we will have to have adapting novel regulations. And that means that the FDA has also published these two tables about what is the definition of good AI and machine learning principles, and how the data transparency is going to be enforced while we have clinical implementation. So in terms of the good AI, we have to focus on the good software engineering, clinical study participants, training data and retraining data, and the ability to integrate humans within the AI systems. For transparency, we would have to think about stakeholders and end users, how to include them. This is about the who. And the why, because we want to minimize risk and increase benefits, and we have to also increase the error detection throughout the data training. That must be, transparency must be included in each phase of the medical device development, including the targeted information, the timely information or the updates, and finally the implementation. So the stakeholders are comfortable and they're confident thinking about the AI as an equalizer, and it should be regulated early, in addition to being able to prevent disease and early mortality rate. So the stake going to be higher. And now the convergence of the systems is a fundamental shift in conceptualization and continuing engagement between present and future healthcare system. And the new systems will be defined as decentralized autonomous organizations. So the pillars of that convergence is divided into information management and human resources and finance. Information is coming from the platform and from the biosensors, which is the patient data. And the management is secured by the Web3. And then the human resources is how about humans are actually integrating with the AI systems by the curating data and keeping the data efficient. Finally, the finance, we need a novel payer transactions that's including and enhancing the digital transactions. The challenge of the conversions are scalability and privacy and data protection, accessibility and interoperability, conversions, and the most important challenge actually is the clinical implementation or acceptance by the healthcare systems, which is why it's encouraged to have them early engaged in the process of the research and development. The benefits is increased revenue, increased patient satisfaction, timely accessible healthcare services, and less burnout. So for the audience, the message is be alert, be vigilant, and be proactive. And finally, don't forget to look at the Journal of Medical Extended Reality, where I work closely with the editor-in-chief and the president of the American Medical Extended Reality Association. And if you want to know more, you're welcome to attend the Harvard XR in April 19 in Boston for further information and how we create more platforms in medical extended reality. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions. Yeah, that's a long story. So I've been in practice for 20 years. I've done internal medicine, intensive care, emergency medicine, and acute cardiac care. And then I shifted to chronic cardiac care. And I did a master's degree in health science and clinical methodology. And then I did a fellowship focused on cardiac arrest data. And then I founded my company and I went into the innovation path. Yeah, that was my earlier today pitch, where I said like the company is at the stage of a pre-seed, and my intention was to raise just a little bit below $500,000 to cover a runway to start our MVP. But I'm happy to discuss further for those who are interested in investing more than thousands.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Fernando from Fig Tree Companies. Perfect.
Good evening. My name is Franco Pedregosa from Fig Tree Companies. Can I have my slide, please? business model for integrated real estate, agriculture, and tourism. And then we expanded in the Philippines for 500 or 750 acres for just 5 years.
Can you guys hear me? Rock on. Hey everybody, my name is Brian Staffa and I'm the CEO and managing partner of High Revival. We're a vertically integrated cannabis company out of Oregon, and we have 5 assets that we currently own already. I'm here today, I'm seeking $4 million to be able to upgrade our current operations and to be able to acquire additional retail stores to expand our footprint. With a minimum of $50,000 investment, we've already been able to raise $500,000, and we were able to deploy that capital immediately. What we're offering is a new way to invest in cannabis, and really what it is that we're doing, we're acquiring companies at 70 to 80% off their actual value. We're upgrading them, turning them around, and we're leveraging economies of scale to be able to achieve a 5 to 7% market share in our billion-dollar market that is Oregon. Our management team, which is who you really care about, who are you investing in? We're a management team of 4 that's been working together for years already, and we combined together to have 53 years cannabis experience among the 4 of us. I myself, I've been in cannabis now the last 15 years, and since 2018, I've been successful in turning around 9 operations across the country. What you should care about, more importantly though, is I've been able to deploy $140 million into the cannabis space. I know how to make money in cannabis with money. And what our opportunity really is it's essentially a leveraged buyout model applied to cannabis. More specifically, what we do is we look to acquire those companies with as little cash down as possible, so long as we can obtain operational and financial control. We have the sellers themselves hold the notes at below market rates, and then we have the operational companies that we've just acquired use their revenue to be able to pay down those notes. Really what that means to you is absolute maximum cash on cash return on the money that you invest. And so this is new because we've had really one of two options to be able to invest in cannabis over the last 10 or 15 years. First option was to invest in a publicly traded company, whether by way of ETF or just buying their stock directly. And ultimately, what you're hoping for is a long-term dividend, or really what everybody's been hoping for and holding out for is for federal legalization for that stock to really, really pop. The other option was to invest in a brand new state and a startup with a market that is just barely started and still evolving. That comes with extreme risk at your payoff being 5 to 7 years down the road. And ultimately, you're still waiting for either federal legalization or you're waiting for one of the big guys to come in and acquire you for you to really get some tremendous equity bump. What we're offering is quite different in that in many of the opportunities that we're coming across, you're walking right into immediate equity. Our return is not 5 or 7 years down the road. Our return is right now. For example, the first two assets that we've been able to acquire, we paid less cash down than there were inventory in the building. So it was an immediate net gain. And really just the cannabis industry as a whole, it continues to evolve. And our opportunity, we're giving you the opportunity to basically invest in a team that is experienced. We're experienced together. We've already done this before. And I'm a firm believer that you really make money when you buy something, not necessarily when you sell it. And the rates that we're getting things right now are, like I said, 70 to 80% off of their actual value, which gives a very, very quick opportunity for a return. I had mentioned, cannabis has evolved quite a bit. It really started with the legacy side. We call it the legacy side in the industry. You may know it as the black market side, which was really a patchwork of small operators, mom and pops, that were doing their best to be able to get product to market. And over the last 10, 12 years, as medical and recreational legalization happened, the industry really exploded to the point that there were many companies, all individually, raising tens of millions of dollars, but their primary focus was growing top-line revenue and acquiring additional investment to feed that machine. I've built my career in cannabis on two things: profitability and EBITDA. And the cannabis industry has finally caught up to that, where they actually are looking at bottom lines. But really, it left a lot of operators behind, in that a lot of operators missed their inflection point. That came for most during COVID, because if you'll recall, during COVID, cannabis was deemed essential. And with everybody being home with some additional dispendable income, the industry exploded. And with all of those additional gains, many operators kind of took them out rather than reinvesting them in their companies. They didn't reinvest and upgrade. They didn't make their cost of production lower. They didn't expand their footprint. And as a result, there are a lot of operators that are struggling right now, and that's where we see a tremendous number of our opportunities coming from. Remember that we're seeking $4 million to be able to upgrade operational assets we already have, and to be able to acquire additional stores to be able to grow that retail footprint. And like I had mentioned earlier, this is significantly different than most other investments in cannabis. We're looking at a $23 million return over the first 3 years that we're fully subscribed. Ultimately, why are we doing this? We're doing this because every single person involved in our organization absolutely loves cannabis. We truly believe in its medical benefit. We believe in the culture. We're part of the culture. We understand the culture. But more importantly, we are business people, and we understand the business of cannabis. We really know our numbers and would love to be able to answer any questions that you all may have. You could come see myself. You can come see Jesse. He's been bumping around with a bow tie all day. You can also come see Jordan, the gentleman over here in the blue shirt. We'd love to talk numbers with you. And if you can catch us outside, we brought some of our favorite stuff from Oregon that you might be able to see, smell, interact with, and if you're lucky enough, maybe even taste. Thank you, and if there are any questions, be happy to take them. You got it.
That might be a good fit for you. Thank you, Brian. Perfect. Franco, did you guys figure out your deck and all? Yes? Is it ready or no? Yes? Okay. Next, you'll be right here. Yeah, he was first. So they're ready now. So so you'll be right after him. All right, Franco's back. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good evening again. So my name is Franco Pedrosa, and let me just show you a clip. Are we ready?
Perfect.
As we've been reporting, the Philippines is facing one of the worst natural disasters in its history this morning.
Ito lahat ay kagulat sa pag-iinit ng klima. Climate change. Ang Pilipinas bilang isang bansang sagana sa agrikultura.
Nagpaparihin pa rin ang gutom sa bansa. Natatakot ang Department of Agrarian Reform sa posibleng food shortage.
One people to run the economy. I think that we would be a big problem.
110 countries have reported confirmed cases.
So my name is Franco Pedrosa. I founded my company in 2019. I established it. What is Cabana? I opened. So I founded Cabana Communities and established it in the Philippines. So what is Cabana Community? What happened to us for the past 6 years? So during the pandemic, global insecurity happened at that time. And then usually there's a lot of unemployment happening in the Philippines at a peak of 17.6%, affecting millions of families out there. Where 80% of local farmers face income losses due to the pandemic. But through Cabana Communities, we increased food production by 50%. Over 5,000 families benefited from farm-to-table food initiatives, and local employment grew by 30% at that time. We ourselves actually grew upward 200%, and we created that 750 hectares development project. We actually built a future for resilience. So what we actually did there is we integrate real estate, agriculture, and tourism, where we created 13 agricultural centered projects over 500 hectares of land development. And we partnered, we are also a social entrepreneur that we partnered with 1,000 local farmers and indigenous people, and over 200 hectares dedicated for organic farming. So we integrate everything into agricultural investment out there. And then at the same time, we integrate tourism and created 5,000 jobs. And then during that time, we partnered for a lot of hundreds of hotels in the time of 6 years there. So what we did, let me just show you the video of the Philippines. We are 7,100 islands. And we are very agriculturally centered with three very big islands. We are the 5th most mineral-rich country in the world with over 9 million hectares of forests. And we are home to more 52,000 species of flora and fauna, many of which are actually endemic. We are the 3rd largest marine biodiversity hotspot with 2,500 fish species out there. And we have a lot of, we are an emerging market, one of the biggest growth of GDP in the Southeast Asia. Greece, one of the best place to retire. So we are very rich in tradition, but we are 80% agricultural. Anything, you can plant any seed in the Philippines and it will actually grow. You don't need to really cultivate it. We are very rich in coconut, and we are big in coconut producing in the whole world. So rice, we are rice people, Asian. So 4.97 million hectares of farmland dedicated to production of. We are very rich in culture. So what we are doing here, we are actually empowering the purpose, and we are a social, not just a business, but a social enterprise out there. We created a regenerative synergy model where for the past 5 years, we created 1,200 clients. The goal is to bring down the Filipino people that is working abroad to retire in our place. But right now, we are expanding to the foreign people because we created a new business model that foreign people will be able to retire and has a lot of benefits out there. And our 4 major components come from Cabana Farms, which is an agricultural center, and all of our development is centralized in agriculture. We have Cabana Suites, which is the hospitality side. Cabana Properties is the real estate ownership and development that we are doing there. And Cabana Hearts is the retirement village. We are creating a retirement village where foreign people will be able to retire there, and we will create a strong package platform option, and we are promoting a golden visa outdoor for our Cabana. So this is the development that I'm doing in Asubu. It's 800 hectares. I call it Cabana Agri-City. This will be around probably $40 million in terms of a potential gross income. So we created a township development that is centralized in agriculture. And this will be done in the southern part of the Luzon Island. We're creating a 100% renewable, that's why I'm looking also for partners for renewable energy and also for medical agribusiness technology. So this is a very big development that we're working there. Agriculture and ecotourism for all, residential and mixed-use communities. All of our residential development are 50% for residential and 50% for agriculture. So all of our amenities are the typical amenities, but we also created a farming development in every part of the development. I will show you the master plan. So here's the master plan. It's a future subdivision where Cabana Properties is the real estate ownership. This is the retirement village, which is, I'll show you the benefits also for this. Cabana Farms, farm-to-table experience for all over the development, which is 800 acres of development. This is our winning formula for we believe that we created an uncontested market space. That's why we're expanding exponentially. And this is our regenerative framework that we are having multiple revenue streams out there. And our blue ocean framework where we eliminate the traditional urban real estate and created a strong community engagement for our indigenous people and create a new platform model of real estate agriculture and tourism hybrid model of development. And all of our development is aligned to the sustainable goals, the 17 sustainable goals. And our winning edge, the sustainable land assets, we created a smart farming, agritech, ecotourism infrastructure, a strategic partnership. We are creating a global expansion model and looking for partners here also in the US that we will be able to put our development. And all our development are ESG driven, and creating a brand and global recognition. So here is our funding framework. We're looking for investment opportunities. Anyone who wants to have a fractional ownership of our development, you could talk to us and we could have a collaboration. Or if you want, you could own a property here.
When did you guys start your Series A funding? When did you guys start with all that?
We started in 2018.
Were you guys based out of?
In the Philippines. We expanded for the past.
USA as well?
No, we don't have. This is the first time that we're actually looking for a fund. That's why.
I worked with Total half an hour.
Oh, really?
50 investor relations. How was all that?
So, we could talk.
Yeah, we'll talk, yes.
Thank you. We could do the sustainable bonds and green funds. We're looking at your Indian and institutional investors. We could also invest for our Kabagan Foundation because we are a social enterprise where we already have around 500 indigenous people in the Philippines. And then, so for this, all of our investment platform, what we want to give you is a Kabagan Audit Visa. So if you invest with us, we were going to give you a lifetime residency, multiple entry privilege out there. The peso to dollar is 57 pesos, so your purchasing power there is very big. And we were going to give you a personal assistant, personal caregiver, and if you know that Philippines is the highest source of educational nurses here in nurses and caregiver here in Managua. So what we're doing here is creating a on-job training to them before they would go here in Managua. So you will have a personalized assistant if you are a retiree also. And real estate and business investment opportunity, pathways for a dual citizenship. So eligibility and investment requirements are minimum investment, approved investment in sustainable real estate, compliance with Philippine government regulations, and through the Kabagan Golden Visa program, investor secure a lifetime access to a thriving free-driven ecosystem while enjoying a long-term financial returns and global mobility. We expanded for 5 years for 1,000 owners, and most of our buyers are Filipino people, and we are opening this to the foreign people by having the Kabagan Golden Visa. So, yeah, so we are connecting everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we're going to be having his deal added to global deal flow, not only into real estate in the international category and under impact. Got some great shots to you. So this is a real estate play that's also in the sustainable space.
Yes.
And you had a booth set up earlier, right?
Yeah, we have a booth there.
Perfect. Okay, so anyone still interested? But anyone online, you'll be able to connect with his deal on our platform, Global Deal Flow. How long are you still in California for?
I'll be just tomorrow.
Will you be at the Mixer tomorrow?
Yeah.
On the 3rd floor. Okay, yeah, reminder guys, 3rd floor tomorrow. We have the whole right corner on the 3rd floor, the hospitality suite. We're going to be having wine and food from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., sponsored by PFD Capital. You'll be able to talk further there. Cheers. Thank you, Franco. Appreciate you. All right. Thank you guys for sticking through here. Next up, we have Srini. Have you come to stage? And keep in mind, we do have, make sure to look into the camera. Thank you guys for staying tuned. We do have live streamers in here from around the country. And then we'll have Howard right after that. Srini? Where'd you go? Okay. All right, well, Howard, I'm not sure where Srini just went. Oh, he's pulling up. Oh, sorry, he's pulling up his deck. Oh, I think I was, sorry, I guess. Hey. All right, Srini. So Srini briefly had told me about his AI a few days ago, or late last week, and I was very impressed. We didn't have a ton of time before the conference to connect. I'm not sure if you've already added your deal to Global Deal Flow for people to find it. Yeah. You did? Okay, perfect. All right, so his deal after today for everyone streaming in will be on Global Deal Flow. We're also going to be cutting up a lot of these presentations today. And you just did an interview outside of the press wall, is that correct? So you'll be able to also hear like a 5 to 10 minute interview will be published to our 12,000 subscribers on YouTube as well. Srini's going to be giving a rapid pitch here about his AI platform. Thank you, Srini.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Can we get the deck? Good evening, everyone. My name is Srini Pagadyala. I'm the co-founder of the company called iGo.ai. It's iGo as in I go where you go. iGo, AIGO. That's how you spell it. We are building AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. If you're not familiar with it, essentially it's a technology that can think, reason, learn, and perform at human level. And over a period of time, it goes beyond human level, right? And we don't use massive volumes of data. We don't need massive compute, and we don't need this nuclear energy. So we are literally flying in the face of what all these other companies are talking to you about. In fact, the topic of my discussion today is why the current wave of AI investments will end in tears. Because none of them are capable of real intelligence. When I say real intelligence, I'm talking about true autonomy, so autonomously be able to do that stuff. They cannot do that. They have agency, which means it can essentially think and reason. And last but not least is ability to generalize things. That essentially what you know in one area, you should be able to apply it in other areas. They cannot do any of these things. Any problem with the deck? Yeah, I sent it in PDF. I uploaded it 2 days back on your website. Yeah, the link that you asked me, that's where I uploaded it. Yeah, why the current wave of AI investments will end in tears. It's kind of light orangish color. No? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, before talking about the current wave, let's understand how DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, defines the 3 waves, right? They released it, 4 or 5 years back. They talked about 3 waves of AI, and we are now soaking in the second wave. Second wave is all about machine learning, deep learning. It's what I call statistical intelligence with absolutely no understanding of the real world. That's the world that we are living in right now. This is where the OpenAI, Anthropics, pretty much any and every company. By the way, there's a company called Safe Superintelligence, which is only 6-7 months old. It's valued at $30 billion. They raised $10 billion. And another company called Thinking Machines, that's essentially valued at $9 billion. They raised $2 billion. It's a 1-month-old company, right? So this is where we are. It is statistical intelligence, and the technology that we are working on is what DARPA calls it third wave of AI. The third wave of AI is all about autonomous capabilities, cognitive capabilities, and adaptive capabilities. If there is one word that defines intelligence, that is adapt, ability to adapt. Because adaptability implies that you are able to think, you are able to reason, you are able to perform, and you're able to learn. All of these things are kind of part of adaptability. Just in the last few minutes, what I've shared with you is something that your mental model is being updated. Not a single AI today on the planet can either remotely capable of doing that. They cannot learn anything on the fly. Once they are trained at the factory, it costs them billions of dollars to train these models. And once they are trained, they are static models. That's why they have to spend another billion or billions of dollars to get to GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT-4. Every time they have a new model, they have to spend billions and billions because they don't have intelligence. They have more data than any single human being on the planet, but they don't have the intelligence of a fruit fly. So it's very, very important to really understand the difference between massive volumes of data versus what is intelligence. Intelligence is ability to adapt, our ability to acquire and apply new knowledge and new skills. None of the AI today remotely qualified for that definition. They cannot do it. Now, how are we able to do it? So we coined the term AGI almost 20 years back, right? This is the mission of our life, not just mission of our company, which is essentially to bring the benefits of AGI to the world to boost human flourishing, right? What does it mean? Well, it's not just me. Pretty much everyone in the industry agrees AGI would bring about the amount of change and the amount of transformational impact AGI would have would be as big as fire, as big as electricity, as big as internet. Imagine what the world was before internet was invented. Imagine what the world was before electricity was invented. It's not just, it didn't just disrupt the lamps, it created a whole new set of industries that didn't exist before. That's the age we are living in when it comes to AI today, right? Once AGI comes, now that fundamentally changes everything. What does it mean? We look at it in 3 different categories, right? We look at it, number 1 is what we call AGI scientists, right? Imagine the type of progress that's been made so far in any particular research. Let's look at cancer research. Cancer is always 5 to 10 years away, but it has never been cured. And we've had probably 20 to 30,000 people work on cancer research, PhD level researchers, in the last 50 years. What if we can bring 2 million more brains to this cancer problem to solve this like there is no tomorrow, working 24/7, with absolutely no egos, no biological requirements, no financial requirements, no status requirements. They are freely sharing information and be able to solve this, right? Imagine what kind of progress that we can make. That's the type of progress we can make on every single problem that we as humanity are struggling to solve. Once you have AGI, right? That's AGI scientists, right? Number 2, how about AGI PhD level workers, right? So what if I bring you, if you have 50,000 people company today, running your finance department, you happen to be, I don't know, American Express or MasterCard, what if we can have a discussion where I say, hey, let me, basically I give you one IGO, and you get this IGO up to speed in terms of what any single finance person does within your organization. Let's say it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever the case may be. Think of it as if you are hiring a brand new graduate student who is a whiz kid to your finance department. You can give them any role. You basically teach them all different possibilities in terms of what they can do, what they cannot do. Here are the systems you can access, here are the systems you can update, so on and so forth. Once you do that, now you test it. And once you believe this system is really, this IGO is really up to speed, now you can have only 50 people and let IGO run your finance organization because you tested it, it's ready to go, right? So similar to that, once we have AGI PhD level coworkers, you can literally run 100,000 people company or a million people company with literally a few tenths of people, and you're done, right? That's the PhD level coworkers. Last but not least is what we call truly personal assistants. So imagine having an assistant that becomes an extension of you, that really knows everything it needs to know about you, but also works as an extension of you. So it can negotiate on your behalf with insurance companies, it can do banking for you, it can do shopping for you, but it also has your best interest in its heart all the time. That's what we're talking about. That's the PhD, that's the truly personal assistants. So these are the 3 categories that we see. And by the way, if IGO can learn a new domain, it can learn a new language. So essentially, AGI, once we have AGI, it can take on any and every desk-bound job globally. Any and every desk-bound job. Let that sink in for a second, right? It doesn't matter what domain, it doesn't matter what industry, right? So that's what we are working on. Super excited about it. There is nothing better I can think of to work on with a technology like this. The current AI has absolutely no possibility whatsoever No matter how much money you throw at it, no matter how much data you throw at it, no matter how much compute you throw at it, there is absolutely no possibility whatsoever for the current LLM technology, generative AI technology, to ever achieve real intelligence. So this is where the pivot is. Now, the entire world is going down that path right now. And that's why this is a contrarian approach. And when you look at the current technologies, you can see literally within a day or a week, the models are getting replicated, and for a tiny fraction of the cost, with equal or even better performance. So this is what we're dealing with. So it's a race to the bottom when it comes to pricing of this, commercializing this, but it is costing them tens and hundreds of billions of dollars. There's been over $500 billion invested, and that is literally going down the drain. There is no coming back. Hence the topic of the title is why the current wave of AI investments will end in tears, right? AGI will uproot them all, but it doesn't even have to do that for the current AI investment. They are doing it for themselves because they cannot deliver any of the promises that they are making. Yeah. I do have a minute. Okay. Yeah, actually, so let me tell you where we are, right? So the way you want to compare IGO with any other technologies is IGO is a tool user. Think of IGO as the smartest human being that's working for you, that's working with you to get the job done. And it is a great tool user. It's not another tool. So ChatGPT is a tool. Excel is a tool. Calculator is a tool. Salesforce.com is a tool. Now, IGO is not a tool. IGO is a tool user. So you ask IGO whatever it is that you want. IGO knows which tool to use when to get the job done for you. So that's how you want to look at it. So where we are right now as a company, we finished our seed round. We raised $10 million. That's done. We are now in Series A round. We have a 4-year-old cognitive brain. A 4-year-old cognitive brain that can basically think, reason, learn, and perform at a 4-year-old level. Right? In 2 years, we want to get to 10-year-old, and that is where we are right now looking to raise our Series A. Once I have 10-year-old brain in 2 years, that will be the ChatGPT movement for AGI. Remember how ChatGPT was when we first saw it back in 2022, December. That will be the ChatGPT movement for AGI. Within a year after that, I have a graduate student IGO. That's when I'm going to release it to the world. So if you happen to be a cancer researcher, it took 7 years for you to become a PhD level cancer researcher. Now you can basically give IGO curriculum to become that same level cancer researcher, except it's not going to take 7 years. It may take 7 days or 7 weeks. Now it is ready to go. Once you have one IGO up to speed at a PhD level cancer researcher, I can have 10,000 of them or 10 million of them work for you around the clock. That's the path that we are on. So we are 2 years away from getting to the 10-year-old, and a year after that, graduate student. So right now I'm looking to raise our Series A around a lead investor who's fully aligned with our vision and values to achieve the 10-year-old. And after that, we have a graduate student and game over at the time. Thank you. Yeah. Any questions? Okay, do it offline? Yeah. Okay, no problem.
We have our final presentation here. We're going to have Howard come up from Lionheart Health. Thank you guys for sticking through. Also remember to look through the camera here. We have live streamers from the country still tuned in.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Reset the timer, please. We have 5 minutes here.
Thanks for joining us late in Thursday evening here. I'm Howard Leonhardt, and I proudly serve as Executive Chairman and CEO of Lionheart Health. Lionheart Health is a spin-out of Leonhardt Ventures. We've been developing medical innovations for 42 years now. Last year alone, Leonhardt Ventures inventions generated $2 billion in revenues for their licensees or acquirers. Lionheart Health is focused on taking the intellectual property developed by Leonhardt Ventures over these 42 years, applying it to health span, longevity, and medical aesthetics. We have a dual-pronged business model. The first focus is on licensing clinics around the world with our IP. We have over 500 patent claims on regenerating the human body. We have FDA clearance for regenerating hair, regenerating skin, restoring sexual health, regenerating joints, including sore knees, sore elbows, sore hips, and rapid body toning. It is, in our industry, we say skin brings people in. So we get people into our clinics that want to get rid of their wrinkles, and while we're treating them in a half-hour session, we use that opportunity to have a long commercial to convince them to join our more expensive and more beneficial health span longevity protocol. How do I change the slide? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. If you could hit the video, that would be a good start. Thank you. This is a little sizzle reel. It should start with the screen there. You have the internet version? That's okay. This is a video that basically describes that we've raised and spent over $140 million learning how to regenerate organs. We published our first bioelectric regeneration paper in 1999. We went on to do the first study of using stem cells to regenerate damaged hearts. In 2001, our company was the first in the world to regenerate a damaged heart with stem cells. And basically in 2008, we pulled together a team and we explored everything that we learned in decades of research in heart regeneration, if it could be applied to anything else. And one person on the team said, let's look at skin regeneration. A lot of people want to get rid of the wrinkles. Let's look at hair regeneration. A lot of people want to restore their hair on their head as they age. And we added sexual health and joint health and got all of those through the FDA. We have a clinic just across the street here. It's our flagship clinic. It's 1/3 a research clinic where we continue to gather data on aging reversal. Our goal as an organization is to reverse aging 20 years inside and out. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Last December, we won the Allergan Aesthetics. Allergan is just a few blocks from here. It was acquired by AbbVie for $63 billion. They're the leading company in the world for skin regeneration. We won the Innovation of the Year award, awarded and sponsored by Allergan Aesthetics. And their VP of Consumer and Digital Marketing, Chad Hacker, after us winning the award, and after he studied what we have to bring to the table, which is a more natural look, he foresees that Botox, which is the #1 product for taking away wrinkles, has a somewhat of an unnatural look. We probably all have seen it. Our therapy, where we recruit stem cells to the face, it is a more natural look. We have protein expressions for homing your stem cells from your fat to your face, to your sore knee, to your hair, to your sexual organs, to be able to regenerate those organs. And they particularly gave us this award for our skin and hair regeneration platform. Next slide, please. We have a number of celebrities using our product, including Jessica Alba. And basically, our business model is to bring to the common person what normally is only available to the elites. She's wearing our BodStim suit. This is a suit that basically reverses your age 20 years. It builds more muscle more quickly. You work out for 20 minutes and you get the same amount of muscle that you would have received in 2 to 4 hours of working out. Next slide, please. So our first model is to find vibrant, thriving clinics and med spas around the country and to license them with our technology. We get paid $40,000 for a 1-suite license, $125,000 for a full license. We provide them a minimum of $25,000 of equipment, up to $2 million worth of equipment, and they pay us a 7% royalty on the sales that they have on services with our patented software and our patented equipment. Skin regeneration, hair regeneration, rapid body toning, health span extension, and joint health. Next slide, please. We have consumer at-home versions, so we can ship it to your house. So you go to the clinic, you get some things done in the clinic, including injections of bioelectric enhanced PRF that can only be done in a clinic. But then the clinic can send you home with products that you can continue to regenerate your skin, regenerate your hair, regenerate your sexual health, regenerate your joint health, regenerate your whole body, and continue your treatment at home. 2025, our focus is on getting 124 licenses. In 2026, we move to a focus on heavy marketing for our online e-store. Next slide, please. Running short on time, so I'm going to speed it up a bit. Next slide, please. And next slide again. We have a health span longevity protocol. The short version of it is we bioelectrically stimulate to release aging reversal proteins, and we're slowly starting to prove that we can reverse aging 20 years. Next slide, please. Next slide again. This is our clinical device. These are patents we have, over 500 patent claims, brain health, joint health. Next slide, please. Again, next slide. Scott Hoots, who joined us as co-CEO, he sold 235 regenerative medicine franchises with QC Kinetics, the previous company he was with. We're targeting 124 locations over 60 months. He sold 235 franchises in about 36 months. So we think our goal is quite modest, especially with leadership like that. Next slide, please. The Chad Hacker I mentioned earlier was VP of Consumer and Digital Marketing at Allergan. He jumped ship to join us. Next slide, please. And again, next slide. This is our skin regeneration product, but I'm going to skip over that in the interest of time to the next slide. Klotho is our most important protein expression. If you're low on Klotho, you're aging more rapidly than you should. You're going to lose cognitive function, memory, hair loss, wrinkles, sexual health loss, sore joints, calcification of arteries, cancer, kidney failure, heart failure. If you're low on Klotho, anything that happens when you age is going to hit you earlier in your life. We have the premier technology to elevate your Klotho levels through bioelectric stimulation and a number of other therapies that we have to elevate your Klotho. This is one of our 80 proteins, but it's probably our crown jewel. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide again. Next slide again. All right, this is a big one. We just got an announcement that we made it to the next level of the X Prize. It's the largest competition in the history of the world, $101 million competition. And the winner is expected to prove that they can extend healthy life 20 years. 3 categories: muscle health, brain health, and immune health. We have a long history and a lot of clinical data already gathered and FDA clearances for improving muscle health. We're about to have FDA clearance for brain health, and we're building a data on immune health. And we just got a notice from X Prize that we made it to the next level. They invited us to New York May 10th to be part of a ceremony and being recognized. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Art. That's quite an extensive patent portfolio.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I love seeing patents. Over 700 claims. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate everybody sticking through here and everybody that's been on our live stream. We're actually going to end right now, so I appreciate you guys, and you guys can do some networking throughout the halls. And we also have networking on the 3rd floor. We have the whole large corner suite and patio on the 3rd floor right now. We have the beautiful whites and reds of Trifecta wine. Anyways, thank you so much, guys, everybody. From Global Capneur, my heart goes out to all of you guys coming and supporting us and supporting each other, entrepreneurs. Make sure to find all the companies that you're interested in on Global Deal Flow, our Deal Flow platform, whether it's in MedTech or in Impact. That's it. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Thank you.